involves planning, resource control, and organization aimed at achieving a goal. While this is necessary, I would suggest that at this stage, a mixed committee of theorists and practitioners, leaders and managers from the theater be formed to develop an initial draft of a program, goals and means of achieving them, and perhaps a first trial festival. In closing, I wish for the discussions of this first meeting to yield fruitful results. I think that that was an important first move, and if we all support each other creatively, I'm sure we will achieve great things in the year to come. Thank you very much, and goodbye from far away. Goodbye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the second day of our Congress, and we are on the track number 2 with the title General Reflection, Ideas and Perspectives Looking Towards the Future, Part 1. The moderator is Asterios Peltekis, but we will be together because he is very busy today. And the first...
I would like to apologize. Good morning. I would like to apologize, but we have a lot of things to do in the theater, so we will have Despina Kosmopoulou together. Thank you very much, and we will keep going with Despina.
So the first speaker will be online as it's Hanta Salta. Hanta Salta is a PhD former academic, co-founder of Theatralist, and the title of her presentation is A Few Suggestions for an Inter-Balkan Network for Performing Arts. Good morning, Dr. Salta. Are you listening to us? Can you hear us? You have we have a problem with the...
It's okay. She doesn't...
No. I'm hearing you. Good morning to all of you. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you now. Good morning. Welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pity that I am not there physically. I already bought my ticket, but then some issues occurred and I have to do this online. And thank you for organizing such a beautiful conference. And it makes a lot of sense in these days when we are surrounded by wars and dangerous leaders and all possibilities of dictatorships. And we need...
Thank you very much. Dr. Salta, we have 12 minutes.
I know.
For your presentation, and sorry for the delay to all of you. Please, you can...
Well, I wanted to give some concrete ideas to help this conference and maybe the festival in the following years. I don't know how to raise funds. I don't know. I'm not very good at raising funds, but I have some ideas. Personally, let me tell you something about myself, that I am the co-founder of Theaterist, which is an initiative to organize showcase for Turkish Istanbul independent theaters. And we have invited festival organizers, and we also felt the need for such a conference because when we get together with people from Europe and Americas and Asia, the understanding of theater is more similar, much closer to each other are the Balkans. For us, also some of the Turkey countries as well. So I want to start with an idea, a project which was initiated, which was designed before, but they also couldn't get any funding, so it had to be postponed. And this was, let me tell you, before, this was developed by Yangos Andriadis, a professor. You know him better than I do, but he had a collaboration with an NGO in Çanakkale, the Dardanelles, and they had the project to write a play by combining 3 Euripides plays. He says, bringing the 2 shores of the sea together under the wisdom of Euripides and his female characters. And the suggestion revolves around the idea of bringing 3 plays by Euripides, Trojan women, Hecuba, and Andromache, and stage the performance in various venues, including the original setting of the plays, which means Troya, Çanakkale today. And through the heroines of those plays, it's possible to create a new suggestion for the world. He says, they thought. And upon seeing Hecuba this year in the Grape Festival, Epidaurus, the performance from France was also very close to the idea of making ancient theater relevant again. So that was a similar idea, but which was designed but could not that born. And my second suggestion is writing for the present time, which means I'm suggesting that we should start with themes concerning today's issues, and we can design plays, dance performances, storytelling sessions with the participation of actors, directors, dramaturgs, playwrights from across the Balkan countries on the following topics. These are the topics that I merely suggest that can be changed, that can be developed or replaced. For example, victimization, or being disgraced, or involvement, in other words, belonging to a group, place, or ideology. And these topics should be relevant and serve for a mutual understanding that I attach importance. And with those topics, the pieces created, like the dance performance, or I don't know, plays, or storytelling sessions, whatever they are, these performances could be performed with the participation of a diverse company comprised of actors or directors, dramaturgs, light designers, set designers from different countries, and that can empower the bonds between artists Yesterday, there was a mention of artist residencies. That can also help those independent artists to get together, dialogue, and start doing things. And another thing is, now I'm going to talk about Medea by Euripides, and there are two performances made after Medea. This, let me start telling you. But this is based, the first, two different productions related to Medea, and the first one is a performance. It is titled as Medea on a Thin Line, and there Medea claims her reputation as a mother, as an immigrant woman whose voice has been silenced for centuries, while she tells her own story to the audience with a dancer. An academic article written on Medea is read out by another actress. So it's a kind of juxtaposition of words, and her own claiming her own place. And at the end of the performance, the daughter of Medea says that it's only me who can blame my mother. And this performance was performed in different venues, and in every different venue there was a change in the performance. Sometimes the academic article is omitted. Sometimes if there's a river or a pond or lake, it is used. And this is designed by a playwright, a dancer, and a director who is still working at the theater. For example, it starts as follows. You sent the healer away. You called her a barbar. You called her Black Widow, called her incurable sick, and you sent the healer away. By the way, can I share my screen to show you a video? Hello? I think I can share my screen here.
You must use the share screen.
Okay, yeah. Maybe the internet, but there's something happening. There's something weird about the internet since yesterday. Maybe it's too much for that. I can send you the links for the record later on.
Okay, no worries.
And the second performance I want to talk is a play written about Medea again. It's a pity that I wanted to show you the performance, but I cannot do that now.
Sorry, because we ran out of time. You have another 3 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, okay. Then it's and the second one is a play written by the same director. It's called Medea Fine Tuning. This is the reality in Turkey. There are so many immigrant women coming here from Georgia, from Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan to take care of the kids here or the elderly. and they leave their kids behind. Somebody else is taking care of them, and based on this fact, and taking Medea as an immigrant woman, another play was written, and here we see a mother and daughter, and they are in Turkey, in Istanbul, taking care of two different families' kids, and the mothers are friends. So we learn more about the Georgian mother and her daughter, Anna and Theodora. This is a play performed at the Istanbul Theatre Festival a few times, but they are not a company. They just got together for this project, and that I can suggest this play can go on a tour as a start. I'll send you all the links and the translations. The translation to German, but introductions into English. For example, they ask the play asks those questions: where is the future of our children? As a mother or mothers, what are we sacrificing and to whom? How do we define love? Where are we looking for it? Does Medea's counterstance, which is defined as supernatural, but which is a state of remaining in harmony with her essence and environment, and which proposes healing through this, reveal in the future that has already been victimized? Or does crime need to be redefined? These are the questions that the play poses. So I just wanted to come with a few propositions for the conference and maybe hopefully the festival for next year. And thank you for listening, and thank you for organizing this beautiful conference.
Thank you, Dr. Salta. Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
We have the honor and the pleasure to have Mr. Professor Olai Jordanov, Professor of the Institute of Art Studies of Sofia, Director of the International Theatre Festival, Vana Summer. Nice to have you here.
Thank you for giving me the floor. Good morning. I believe we are a small but very promising group.
Very big online.
Yes.
And I would like to emphasize that this is one of the most important panels because we have the practice ways in order to have this organization.
All right. My short speech will be on the topic of Balkan identity. And I know that this debate on whether there is a Balkan identity has a long history. Yesterday, we heard Associated Professor Andreas Liberatus, who very precisely described how the term Balkans origin, and it was in the beginning of 19th century, when the German geographer Johann August Zollner, who mistakenly decided that the Balkan mountain range extended from the Black Sea to the Adriatic. Although this geographical fallacy was later dispelled, the political necessity to find the term to summarize the breakaway parts of the disintegrating Ottoman and Austro-Hungarian empires, which usually had an unclear international status when they emerged, imposed the term Balkans. So from its inception, the term suggests the question of whether the geographical error also hides a political error, summarizing incompatible realities. Is there really a common space Balkans? The question interests me mostly in social cultural sense. Or is the term Balkans only the fruit of a geographical and historical generalization that refers to the outskirts of Southeastern Europe? By the way, today in the discourse of the European Union, Southeast Europe is the dominant concept for our region, broader than the old geographical notions of Balkans, of which today mostly the phrase Western Balkans has remained in linguistic use. Is it then possible to talk about the Balkans as a common cultural space? The 20th century has left to the Bulgarian culture, to which I belong, the same heritage as the whole Balkan region, a mixture of traditionalism and modernity, of a sharp clash between individualistic and collectivist attitudes, but also of compatibility between urban and rural cultures, between industrial and agrarian needs. At the same time, the social cultural heterogeneity of the region called Balkans is evident. There are multiple cultural layers, different national and religious affiliations intersect, and alongside them, there are a number of subcultural zones with hybrid identities. Perhaps it is in this incredible variety of ethnic and religious determinations, in the hybridity between them, in the mythical and legendary narratives that travel through these lands, in the superstitions and heresies that have been passed down, in the common historical memories, fears, and hopes, that some Balkan specificity lies. But we must explicitly make the caveat that we are dealing with multiple identity when we inquire to detect the voices and intonations from the pre-modern times in these lands we inhabit today. We should, however, be aware that even if we could find the soul of the Balkans, there will be only remnants, scarce crumbs of the culture of the pre-modern way of life that has been subjected to shocking and radical changes for many of the last decades. In fact, it is precisely because modernity in the Balkans came with the pathos of nationalism that the national, rather than the urban, regional, or common human context, has been meaning-making in the 20th century. This over-evaluation of the category national in culture without a clear perspective to the city and to the world has actually created problems for a full-grown cultural dialogue at the Balkan level in the past. As competitors for the conquest of territories or for particular population groups in the region, cultural cooperation between the Balkan states over the past century has been highly contradictory, without continuity, sometimes deliberate, often superficial. We should also highlight another recognizable feature of the Balkan national cultures. This is their orientation towards the cultural models of the major European nations. Direct cultural influences have been, and still are, taking place along this, let us call it Eurocentric axis, not so much between the Balkan countries themselves. Although this is a view that can be called in some sense colonial, because it suggests that cultural influences are thought of primarily as transfers only from the center, the leading European countries, to the periphery of Europe, the small Balkan countries, it is consistent with the historical logic. The official culture in the Balkan countries, the one that the state is committed to develop, is thought simultaneously through the prism of national legitimation and social modernization, understood as approximation to the European standard seen in the large metropolises. This desire to fit into the cultural patterns we usually call European or universal often leads to ebbs and flows of unnecessary self-flagellation or overconfidence, is a common cultural reflex we could call Balkan. The direct consequence for theatrical life in the Balkan countries of this excessive cultural tension is the constant wandering between the modern and postmodern on the one hand, and the native and the idiosyncratic on the other. And even today, a bystander could easily notice that our national theater cultures are more open to the West European and Central European dramaturgies and stage practices, instead to mutual collaborations between each other. A few days ago, knowing that I was going to participate in this conference, I made a simple comparison between the current repertoires of the national theater stages in Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, Greece, and North Macedonia. I have seen that at the moment, 2 or more of these stages are playing the same authors, such as Euripides, Shakespeare, Ibsen, Chekhov, Turgenev, Brecht, Camus. Some titles are literally repeated. For example, from Ibsen, A Doll's House at the national stages in Romania, Serbia, and Bulgaria, An Enemy of the People in Athens and Skopje, Hedda Gabler in Bucharest. It is about to premiere also in Sofia after some weeks. From Chekhov, The Seagull at the national theaters in North Macedonia and in Romania, Three Sisters in Bucharest and Athens. It is not necessary to make further comparisons, because if we take the repertoires not only from the national stages, but also of the other city theaters, we will see how many other titles are repeated. In fact, we see the usual repetitive repertoire formula: national authors plus European classics and contemporary European and American authors. This example clearly shows us that the cultural bridges between our countries pass through the understanding of the common European heritage and present. Such conclusion does not mean that this mediated dialogue between our neighboring cultures through the bigger European cultures should continue. Just the opposite. We need to know each other better and to realize the enormous opportunities for cooperation in our region. But it is the awareness that Balkans or Southeastern Europe is an integral part of European cultural mosaic that can be the basis for closer cooperation. And geographical proximity, the advantages of neighborhood, the understanding of cultural stereotypes, a shared common past and common European horizons, this is what above all binds us and will continue to bind us in the future. On a very pragmatic level, I think festivals are the fastest ways for theatrical collaboration. They are platforms for creating and distributing performances, for launching projects, and for professional debates. Personally, I represent VFS Foundation, the organizer of 2 parallel festival platforms, the International Theatre Festival Varna Sama and the platform World Theatre in Sofia. This year, by coincidence, for the June editions of the both platforms, we have invited foreign performances only from Southeast Europe. This is not necessarily our profile. We are not specifically looking for this programming direction. In Bulgaria, there is a Balkan Theatre Festival in the city of Blagoevgrad. Last year, it was its 3rd edition. And as maybe you heard from Mladen Alexiev from the National Theatre in Sofia, that they are going to organize a Balkan Festival this autumn. But we, as festival organizers, realize how important it is to know what is happening in our region with a view to our future festival editions. For example, we could think about creating Balkan festival routes for international tours, as long as, of course, 2-3 festival forums coincide in time. For example, we exchange many performances with the International Festival in Sibiu, Romania, during the last years. In fact, such gatherings like this one in Thessaloniki can serve to create a network for cooperation. It is important to know each other and to build trust with each other. We could participate on common or initiate common projects. I think that in addition to exchanging information about interesting and high quality performances, we can, through the partnerships we have built with specialized theater editions and other cultural and educational entities, we can contribute to the mutual promotion of our theater cultures, individual artists and art critics, as well as to dialogue in the field of history and theory of performing arts. And I want to thank you for the invitation. It was a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. It's very important because all your presentation and all of the colleagues, because we must always remember that this Congress is a plan of action for this network, and this is so useful. Thank you very much. And we continue with Kamelia Nikolova. Kamelia Nikolova is a professor at the Institute of Art Studies, Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. And the title of her presentation is Contemporary Theater and Digital Technologies in Focus, the Balkan Countries.
Thank you very much for the floor, and good morning to all colleagues and guests of this conference. I also would like to thank you very much for this very important and very useful conference, and especially for the invitation to participate in it. I would like to comment some practical ideas, I think, in the area of the title of my paper. The relationship between theater and digital technologies has gradually intensified over the last 2 decades. Live broadcast of theater productions in cinemas across different cities around the world, taking place simultaneously with the actual performances on stage, the streaming of performances online, the expansion and transformation of theater language by incorporating elements and strategies from the cinematic expression and digital filming techniques have already become an integral part of the contemporary theater landscape. Although this connection has already been subject to extensive debate and analysis, a comprehensive and detailed study is yet to emerge. In my brief talk today, I would like to examine it especially in the light of the topic of our conference, from the perspective of the new opportunities it provides for activating and expanding theater cooperation and exchange between the countries of the Balkan region. I would like to begin with the well-established and most popular form of interaction between theater and digital technologies that has evolved over the last 2 decades. The live broadcasting of theater productions in different parts of the world to large audience of thousands of spectators together with their actual performances on stage. The beginnings of this practice can be traced back to the famous 1956 broadcast of John Osborne's Look Back in Anger on UK television to more than 5,000 viewers in the country, while the show has been performed live at the Royal Court Theatre in London. Since the turn of the 21st century, with the advancement of digital technology, satellite broadcasting of performances has been developed with the aim of reaching the widest possible audience. The new initiative was led by major opera houses such as Metropolitan Opera, the Royal Opera House, La Scala, etc. And the theater joined the global distribution of its production in 2009, when the National Theatre in London created its National Theatre Live program, aimed to showcase the best of its repertoire live via satellite to various cinemas and art centers in the UK and around the world. The project was launched with the performance of Racine Fedra, starring Helen Mirren. Later, the program was expanded to incorporate notable productions by other theaters and companies, and it was renamed National Theatre Live, the best of British theatre on a cinema screen near you. Bulgaria became part of National Theatre Live's global audience in 2011, when two of the most important festivals in our country, the Varna Summer International Theatre Festival and World Theatre in Sofia, launched their own special initiative to broadcast performances from the National Theatre Live, and later included screenings of some of its productions in almost every edition of their festival program. Today, this method of wider distribution of creative output is becoming increasingly popular with other major theatre companies as well. Perhaps the most emblematic example of the last few years is the production of Tartuffe or The Hypocrite by the Comédie Française. Although making a detailed analysis of this new type of hybrid performance is beyond the scope of its paper, it is necessary to highlight two of its important characteristics. Above all, it is not just a well-filmed performance that is also screened, but a production created in a new hybrid aesthetics. The fact that the theatrical performance is intended both for showing in the theater auditorium and for satellite broadcasting live on a cinema screen is a real test of the professionalism of entire production team and especially of the actor. Above all, he or she must master both the performance in front of the camera and on stage, and at the same time skillfully combine and unify these two techniques. The director, the sound designer, and the composer face similar challenges. The second characteristic of the performances designed for satellite broadcasting to a global audience is that they effectively replace the very expensive tours of large productions by leading theater companies and production centers, while at the same time providing them with significant additional income. In addition to the strong advantages of this practice, such as making high-quality theater accessible to the widest possible audience, both financially and in terms of physical convenience, its major outcome is the concentration of some of the best and most popular actors and directors, as well as large technical and financial resources in several leading theater centers. This forces local theater practitioners to engage in intensive competition with the broadcast productions. It is expressed both in terms of aesthetic quality and in the fact that many important topics and problems relevant on the local level, as well dramatic text authors and artists, struggle to find a niche for expression and recognition. On that note, I would like to present my first practical proposal for expanding the cooperation in the theater field between the Balkan countries. One of the possible directions in which it will be particularly effective and timely would be the creation of co-productions produced by several theaters and festivals from the countries of the region and created by an international team, which, in addition to being presented in one of the partners' theater, would also be periodically broadcast live via satellite in cinemas in the other participating countries, as well as elsewhere in Europe and the world, especially in cities with largest diasporas of one or more of the Balkan communities. My second proposal concerns mainly the theatrical exchange facilitating by the festivals, and especially through the planned annual festival in the frames of the Inter-Balkan framework for performing arts that we are now discussing. It concerns the so-called returns of performances recorded by using satellite technology. These returns, in fact, simulate the experience of a live digital broadcast of performance in real time in the form of a recording of the entire event. Not only what takes place on stage, but also the audience's reactions, pre-show talks with members of the artistic team, interviews that take place during the intervals, etc. Notable co-productions and other performances from the Balkan countries recorded in this manner could be selected and included in the programs of theater festivals and other international forums, both in the region and beyond. Of course, other formats of broadcasting for performances could be added to this, such as screening online platforms with access limited by scheduled date and time, real-time streamings, etc. And finally, my third proposal is the creation of a digital theater catalog of the countries of the region in the frames of the Inter-Balkan Network for Performing Arts. Today, especially after the pandemic times, theater companies reconsider their attitude towards the process of documenting their output and generated the rapid emergence of increasingly high-quality video recordings of theatrical performances corresponding to the high capabilities of modern technologies. A new era is coming for those making theater history and those writing about it, insofar as the artifacts themselves, in the shape of their most accurate digital copies, will now stand alongside with their reconstructions and critical evaluations. It is precisely the creation of contemporary archive of good filmed recordings of productions currently being performed by the theater companies in the Balkan countries that will be particularly timely and useful both for the development of comparative theater studies in the Balkan region, as well as to improve our knowledge of each other and for facilitating a faster and more effective theatrical exchange.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you very much.
So much. And we continue with Oana Bors, Assistant Professor of National University of Theatrical Arts and Cinematography, Karagiale in Bucharest. The title of her presentation is Specificities and Crossroads in Balkan Dramaturgies.
So, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the invitation. It's an honor for me to be part of this conference. My presentation offers a sweeping view of Romanian theater over the past 30 years, all within the context of the Balkans. This region of Europe, strengthening the line between East and West, boasts some shared and recognizable identity traits. As political scientist, Tom Gallagher puts it, here probably more than in the other parts of the continent, geography is history and history continues to play politics. When we discuss the Balkans, we are really diving into the essence of the place where the concept of the Homo Balkanicus emerged, someone who, despite the many differences, often embodies a set of behavioral stereotypes in the eyes of Westerners. This perception has been shaped by a shared history, cultural blending, shifting borders, and by the significant influence of Orthodoxy in the region. Yet the true essence of what we call Balkans identity arises from a complex web of interaction. As Bulgarian anthropologist Bogdan Bogdanov notes, contemporary Balkan civilization maintains a particular dialogue between various ways of life and consequently between some different attitudes towards life. In the Balkans, theater and especially dramaturgy are deeply woven into the fabric of everyday life, lenses through which one can grasp the history, politics, and fate of the region's people. For much of the second half of the 20th century, the area shared a common history under the shadow of communist ideology, with Greek being the only exception. The year 1989 marking a turning point, heralding the liberation of Eastern Europe from the grip of following ideology and allowing theater, and particularly dramaturgy, to flourish once more, breaking free from the chase of censorship. Speaking about Romania, the dawns of the new society called for a fresh dramaturgy and a new playwright. It was the generation of the 19th, those who grew up under communism, who understood the depths of helplessness and fear and the darker reality of clothing with the region. This was a generation eager to express themselves freely, and they did so with passion and determination. In the first decade of this new era, one can discuss in three parts of development. One significant direction was the dramaturgy focused on exposing the hidden plague of communist past. It emerged as a necessary act of generation, hungry for truth, notable figures in this movement included playwrights like Alina Nelega and Radu Macrinici. At the same time, after nearly 50 years of enforced socialist realism, there was a pressing need to dramaturgy to explore new aesthetics and experiment with modern narrative structures such as postmodernism and post-dramatic structures like Saviana Stănescu and Vlasography. Lastly, this new wave of dramaturgy reflected the tumultuous life of society in transition with its raw and unfiltered narratives. Key representatives of this moment included Ștefan Karaman, Petre Barbu, Horia Gârbe. By the end of this decade, it's clear that dramaturgy had embarked on a mindful journey of exploration and experimentation. In 1997, the Drama Fest Foundation, established by playwright Alina Nelega, became the first organization dedicated to nurturing the growth of Romanian dramaturgy. It organized competition, promoted and supported emerging playwrights, and collaborated with the Royal Court Theatre from London to host workshops. Additionally, it published bilingual anthologies showcasing the new Romanian work, and for 2 years organized the International Festival of New Dramaturgy, Drama Fest. A groundbreaking movement in theater during the 2000 was Drama Cum project. The initiative belonged to a group of young directors who were still students at the time, guided by their directing mentor Nicolae Manda. Drama Cum was quickly become the most vibrant and relevant theatrical movement of the moment. The founding members, Andreea Bălean, Gianina Cărbunariu, Radu Apostol, Alexandru Berceanu, crafted a manifesto that revolved around two key ideas: fostering a collaborative environment between directors and playwrights through the production process, and second, forming director-translator teams to explore innovative trends in contemporary international theater. Their catchy slogan was, "Got an idea, we will make it happen." If it's safe to say that the Drama Cum artists have injected new life to Romanian theater. Their approach is observational, distincting the present in search of truth. Under the vibrant energy of this new generation, Romanian drama has really branched out both in style and themes. So, what are the key direction we're seeing? First off, there is a strong push for docudrama and engaged theater, with figures like David Schwartz and Mihaela Mihailov landing the church. Activism is also making waves across various sectors. Socially, with talents like Katinka Drăgănescu, Alexandra Bada, Alexandra Felsenghi. In the LGBT+ community with Bogdan Georgescu, and addressing ethnic issues through the works of Alina Șerban and Mihaela Drăgan. Educational theater is another area gaining traction thanks to the voice like Elise Wilke, Mihaila Mihailov. But it's not all about new trends. The foundation of classical dramaturgy are still very much alive, with fictional narrative following the Aristotle model, as seen in the work of Csaba Székely, Mimi Brănescu, Leta Popescu. One standout figure in Romanian dramaturgy is playwright Matei Vișniec. With a distinct voice and writing style, he has made a mark to culture science, emigrating in France in 1987. Currently, he stands as one of Romanian most renowned authors, with his works translated and perhaps across the globe. In the early days of dramaturgy, the focus was largely on personal investment, but now we see a shift. Today, there are various programs designed to strategically nurture new dramaturgy, including residencies, workshops, competition, and festivals, all made of promoting contemporary Romanian playwrights. In this broader context that connects us through our shared history, experience, and identity markers, the Balkan theater scene still feels a bit disconnected. Right now, I think we don't know enough about one another. There are some lack of collaboration, even though the potential is definitely there. Not enough work are being translated or staged by our neighbors' countries. We often find ourselves looking towards Europe or the wider world, missing out of the strong taste of that already unite us. Perhaps it's time we start to truly understand each other better, even if that just means reading or performing each other's plays for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. And we have time for discussion. If you want to present some remarks, something you want to discuss before we pass to track number 3. Are there any questions? Okay, if there are no questions, thank you so much. We have a break for 10 minutes in order to pass to track 3. track. We start.
Dear colleagues, let's begin our track 3, intercultural experiments and practical dimensions. I have the pleasure to be ad hoc the moderator of this track. And the first, I'll give you the floor to Barbara Georgopoulou towards the intellectual Balkans. Barbara is a professor emerita at Theatre Studies, University of Peloponnese. Please, the floor is yours.
Riga's Ferreo's vision for the unification of the Balkan peoples seems increasingly to be moving away from the plans of the official state, but remains alive in the hearts of the people. In particular, after the Balkan Wars and the Asia Minor disaster, the relations of the Balkan peoples are going through a new phase of tension due to the strengthening of both national demands and social claims. In decisive situations, art always functions as an effective weapon of peace and cooperation. In particular, the performing arts, having the privilege of direct communications, contribute the most to a substantial cooperation and friendship between people. In this context is interpreted the interest of the Greek intellectuals in the interwar period for the culture of the neighboring nations and especially for the theatre. What impression could have caused a Greek journalist that visit to interwar Sofia when he announced to his target to study the intellectual and artistic movement of the Balkans? Everyone, from the president of the Council of Ministers to the last reporter of the lead Bulgarian newspaper, heard with genuine joy but also with astonishment when Greek journalists said, "One of the great disadvantages of the Balkan peoples is that they do not know each other. They know almost nothing about the modern Greek intellectual movement in Sofia, and it is terrible to think that about Greece and its life, as well as about the life of the other Balkan states, an urbanite salesman knows much more things than the intellectuals." Kostis Bastias, the Greek journalist, was one of the most important personalities of the interwar period, present in this period in the progressive political party of Alexandros Papanastasiou. Bastias knew that the development of relations between the Balkan peoples would strengthen their power, soften their political and national differences, and forge strong bonds of friendship and cooperation. He believed that the role of intellectuals in this direction is very important, especially in an era of national confrontation and political crisis. As correspondent for the newspaper Eleftheros Typos of the democratic activist journalist Andreas Kavafakis, Bastias visited Bulgaria and Romania. Bastias comes in contact with politicians, poets, artists, and presents modern Greek literature, theatre, and art. In his correspondence in Greece, he presents a specific information about the source of the Bulgarian theatre, its main representative, the relationship between past and present. At the University of Sofia, he meets the professor of comparative literature, Ivan Sismanov, who explains to him that the first literary texts of Bulgaria and the entire Balkans have their roots in Greek folk songs. At the National Theatre in Sofia, he attends performances of Shakespeare plays and talks with the director of the theatre, Professor Naudov, about the theatre in Bulgaria. At the same time, in articles that he sends to Greeks, he represents Bulgarian literature The dramatic production take for the legends, the artistic movement, a brief review of the history of the Bulgarian press. Bastia's studies the textbooks underages because they cultivate the hate for the other Balkan countries. His last interview was with the economics professor Danailov, to whom he says, "We separate nationalism for chauvinism and ask for the cooperation of the Balkans and the cultivation of peace and civilization. This is today's Greek ideal, and our intellectuals are gathered around this ideal." Bastias then he visits Bucharest, following the same tactic. He meets with the political leadership and then with people of spirit and art, exchanging information about the intellectual and artistic movement of Romania and Greece. His impressions of the trip to Romania were published in 16 articles in the Free Press. With the knowledge, but also the faith and enthusiasm that distinguishes him, Bastias wins impressions. The Rampa, newspaper of Bucharest, in front page, publishes an extended interview with impressive title, "Great Theatrical Renaissance in Greece," an hour with Kostis Bastias, playwright and journalist. On the same day, the Bucharest daily newspaper Dimineata, another interview publishes with Kostis Bastias under the title "Theatrical and Literary Movement in Greece, Discussion with Mr. Kostis Bastias." In this text, impresses the detailed reference to authors, dramatic production, and aesthetic trends, theatrical act, older and younger generation of actors, relationship with the tradition and the European avant-garde. Kostis Bastias believes that as descendants of Byzantium, the Balkan peoples are capable of creating a Balkan cultural consciousness based mainly on folk culture. With this perspective, he meets professor and writer Nicolae Iorga, an important figure of the Romanian interwar period. They agree on the utilization of the national and popular tradition and on the assimilation of foreign influences. With great interest was informed by the general manager of the National Theatre about the state support of the Contempt Ministry and envisioned the establishment of a Greek National Theatre, for which discussions had already begun. The Greek National Theatre was founded in 1930 and operated in 1932. This creative tour of Kostis Bastias in the Balkans was extensively commented by politics and intellectual circles. We keep the positive response of the left-right intellectual Dimitris Glinos. Mr. Bastias went to Bulgaria and Romania, saw politicians, professors, poets, scholars. The intention is commentable. Kostis Bastias will continue to approach to the Balkan people through the magazine he will found a year later in 1927 with the title Greek Letters. The research of the spiritual life of the Balkan peoples is set as one of the main targets of the journal. In 1929, the magazine informs its readers that the issue of translation makes it difficult to achieve this goal because the magazine aims for direct translation from the Bulgarian and Serbian language. The interest of Kostis Bastias for the Balkan cultural approach manifested in practice in 1938 when, as general director of the Royal Theatre, he visited Sofia and was received with enthusiasm. After discussions with the director of the Royal Theatre, Sofia Vasiliev, was decided the theatrical cooperation of the two countries and the exchange of playwrights. In addition to this detailed and systematic article by Kostis Bastias in the interwar press we often find response by Greek journalists from the Balkan capitals who refer to the theatrical life and emphasize the need for acquaintance and cooperation. In comparison, the presence of the Turkish theater in the interwar press is more intense than that of the other Balkan peoples, and the intellectuals' interest in the theatrical life of the neighboring country is continuous. After the Kemalist Revolution, we also have collaborations of Greek and Turkish actors, both in Istanbul and in Athens. However, the absence of the Balkan theater is remarkable in the field of performance. We have to reach the end of the second interwar decade to see only 2 plays of the Romanian theater on the Athenian stage. The performances were considered as an important step in getting to know the Balkan peoples and as a means capable of leading to creative comparisons and interactions. Today, through the Interbalk network of performing arts, we turn once more to the intelligent Balkan, searching for the deep roots of our cultures in the vivid representation of life, the achievement, and common demand of art. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, for this interesting view towards the cultural, literary, and theatrical relations between Greece, Bulgaria, and Romania. And now we are going next, Styriani Sintilioni. Her speech will be for dance or on behalf of dance, an attempt to mapping dance institutions in contemporary Greece. And Styriani is assistant professor, National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, and she will be online, I believe. So please give her the floor. Is it okay with the link? Okay, you have the floor, Styriani. We don't hear her. She's talking, but we don't hear her. If you hear me, please wait for a second to decide the technical problem. It's a record or it's a live? It's a mute regime, yeah? Just to turn the mic not to be muted.
Professor Schiamanidou can hear us to continue with Professor Schiamanidou.
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Do
thank
hear
you.
me?
Good morning, Sofia.
Γεια σας. Ένα λεπτό να ανοίξω λίγο το... Ναι, με βλέπετε?
Something else now. Maybe you can...
Now is Sofia.
Αχα.
Sofia will be talking about Medea, the first deported woman.
Okay, hello everybody, and thank you for having me. I will speak today about the problem that we all face in Europe and how this problem is reflected in Georgian theater. And of course about Medea as the first deported woman. So Medea is one of the most cherished characters in Georgia, and you may ask why. How can a character who betrayed her homeland, murdered her own brother, and then committed an unthinkable act, killing her own children, be considered beloved? The thing is, Georgians do not believe this version of the story, and they do everything they can to justify Medea's actions. It may sound cliché, but one of the main arguments for defending Medea is this: a Georgian woman would never kill her own children. This might seem like a humorous remark, but it is actually reinforced by Georgian classical literature. Medea was first introduced into Georgian literature by one of the most prominent 19th century poet, Th.Β.Ε. In his play, Medea, he goes to great lengths to portray her as a model of virtue, while Jason is depicted as a deceitful scoundrel who uses her for his own selfish goals. So this text essentially became canonical in Georgian literature. And from Th.Β.Ε. onward, every poet, writer, and playwright, and there is a huge number of them, who has written about Medea, try to justify or explain her actions. I won't analyze this text. Many articles have already been written on the subject, so I will skip it. Even though the most defining and intriguing element of Euripides' Medea is precisely the act of infanticide, I believe that for contemporary writers, a different aspect of her story has become more compelling. This aspect is Medea's foreignness, her status as a barbarian, which was already emphasized in Euripides' play and was a factor that worsened her fate even in antiquity. A fascinating modern example of this perspective is Andreas Flouragi's Medea Burga. In Georgian literature, a particularly interesting interpretation of this theme is found in Lasha Bugadze's Anti-Medea. As I mentioned earlier, Medea is extremely popular in Georgia because Georgians identify with her on an ethnic level. However, there's another reason why Georgians are particularly sensitive to the story of Medea. Since the 90s, virtually every Georgian family has had at least one immigrant. Immigration is not an unfamiliar phenomenon for Greeks either, but Georgian immigration differs because mostly women leave the country. You in Greece know this. As a result, cases of illegal Georgian women being deported from Europe are common and very harmful in Georgia, just as Medea was chased out by the Corinthians. It turns out that Medea did not only frighten Europeans 25 centuries ago. Even now, in the 21st century, the collective Medea, the barbarian, the foreigner, the dangerous immigrant is still perceived as a threat in Europe. This very aspect is central to Lasha Bugadze's play Anti-Medea. Here, Medea is portrayed as a victim, but not so much of her husband's betrayal as of the intolerance of a developed democratic society. Bugadze's Medea has been living in Europe for 17 years. She's married to an European and has children with him. However, following the election of an ultranationalist government, which Medea herself had supported, a referendum is held determining that only those who have legally resided in the country for at least 30 years may remain. Otherwise, one is deemed an anti-citizen and has to leave the country. Bugadze's play makes it clear that the problem media faced 25 centuries ago remains as relevant today. His media is just as foreign and unwelcome in the Western world as Euripides' media was in her time. Can we say then that Europe, despite seemingly opening its doors to the East, even signing agreements allowing visa-free travel, was still not truly ready to accept and recognize as equals those who are even slightly different, even in something as trivial as clothing? How fair, well-founded and real are the liberal values that Europe claims to uphold, values that supposedly rest on equality? How much does these declared values align with reality? And how does contemporary theater reflect on this contradiction? Buradze's media fully integrates into her new environment. She becomes an active, typical citizen of the host country. She is even politically engaged, working as a political campaigner. She tries to change her identity to adopt a new European self. But does this effort ensure her acceptance? It turns out no. No matter what she does, no matter how hard she tries, she remains foreign, different. In the end, the native European, as Buradze puts it, will always find a reason to exclude, to expel, to put her in her place. Only a native citizen can truly be recognized. The country Buradze's media fled from years ago has now been conquered. If she returns, she faces either enslavement or death. But for European or American bureaucracy, this is merely a formality, quotation. The state will be forced to take action. You will be forcibly removed from the territory. The state is not responsible for your further movement. The law is the law. There are rules we must all obey. We have lived this way for centuries. End of quotation. As in Euripides' media, the most painful part of Buradze's play is media's separation from her children. Many women have faced this exact dilemma, even in our days. Consider the policy enacted in the US during President Trump's first administration, where newly arrived undocumented immigrants from Mexico were forcibly separated from their children. Another policy, the repatriation law for American-born children of undocumented immigrants, also resulted in the breakup of families. So, what are we dealing with here? Is modern society repeating Creon's mistake? Has Euripides' Creon re-emerged in the role of the modern state? What is Creon's state afraid of, and what is it fighting against? Is Creon's state merely a reflection of society's collective attitude? If we examine recent political trends in Europe and the United States, we see that far-right ultranationalists and populist politicians are gaining popularity. Le Pen's party in France, Trump's MAGA in the US, AfD in Germany. It seemed like the narrative was changing. Greece banned the neo-fascist Golden Dawn Party, and Trump's immigration policies were ruled unconstitutional by American courts. Yet just recently, a new political figure, Éric Zemmour, has entered the race for the French presidency, once again attempting to win votes with the same nationalist rhetoric. Buradze's Creon says, quotation, "Shall I list my fears, tell you what I am ashamed of? The referendum answered all of them. I don't like it that in the street where I was raised, an old pharmacy was closed and some foreigners opened a kebab place and a tea house nearby with green walls. In my neighborhood, all my friends moved out. And why is that? Because they stopped recognizing the old street squares and the whole area because that foreign culture, lack of culture destroyed it all. Indeed, destroyed it. I don't like aggressive foreigners in my country, but have nothing against honest and hardworking newcomers. But either they change their ways, try to be like us, or else they can go back to where they belong and open their tea houses with green walls there." End of quotation. Éric Zemmour, in his campaign video, essentially repeats the same message. I will not read it all, just some Dear fellow citizens, you have not gone anywhere, but you no longer feel at home. The France of the people your parents told you about no longer exists. We must preserve our way of life, our traditions, our conversations, etc. And the newcomers must assimilate into our culture and become French in France rather than strangers in an unfamiliar land. End of quotation. More recently, the Speaker of White House, quoting President Trump, said that all the immigrants are criminals because they entered the US borders illegally. The irrational fear that Europeans have toward the foreigner is nothing new. This phobia was already present, as we mentioned, in Euripides' time regarding media. So where is the boundary between liberal thinking, liberal values, openness, and ultranationalism? What kind of policy should be adopted so that, on the one hand, government decisions do not sow fear in society, and on the other, fundamental principles and values are not betrayed? Has irrational fear overshadowed the reality of the threat? Has liberalism been defeated in Europe? It's clear that it was defeated in America, and we already have all felt the consequences of that. Of course, engaging in such a complex and controversial discussion within a single lecture is impossible. But one thing is certain: the Georgian playwright is asking precisely this question in his play. What has happened to liberal society? And once again, to address this issue, he turns to Euripides' media. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sofia. I want to say that Sofia Siamanidou is a professor at the Tbilisi State University, Dean of the Department of Modern Greek Philology. Now, shall we hear Styriani? Or just, yes, okay. We shall try again with Styriani Scintilloni about the dance institutions in contemporary Greece.
Hello, can you please hear me now?
Yes, please.
Oh, great. Thank you so much, and apologies for my difficulties the previous time. So I will share my screen, and I hope you can see my PowerPoint. So
yes.
The title, okay, thank you. The title of this presentation makes a distinction between institutions for dance or on behalf of dance. So this distinction, in the first case, indicates institutions that are conceived as structures that can offer and support dance, having their own rationale and philosophy, and therefore make a negotiation with the dance field. In the second case, we refer to institutions as grassroots structures, and they represent or they negate with the power relations within the dance field itself. Both operations are possible. However, what this presentation suggests is to reveal these two different operations and these different power relations. Oh, I cannot move. Okay. Okay, let's see this one. Each time the gesture of applying or using a term as an analytic category is a particular gesture and bears its own significance. So Isabel Stenger's arguing for an ecology of practices as tools for thinking suggests that thinking and practice are producing and being produced by the interrelationship with their environment, conceived not only as a context, but as a habitat. For her, the relevant tools for thinking are the ones that address and actualize the power of each situation. Hence, our difficulty to grasp, map, and clearly define the dance institutions in Greece forces us to think between the lines, in between firm definitions, thinking through, which means without groundbreaking definitions. So, experiencing dance institutions in Greece is often like phantoms or ghosts. Their allure can be felt, but grasping them or defining them is not an easy task. Or, to put it otherwise, each attempt of mapping them reveals the struggles and issues embedded in their operation. Dance institutions in Greece generate a controversy. Historically, they tend to define themselves by their absence or their inadequacy. But on the other hand, and at the same time, we do feel the operation of their power, and we do need them actually. Recent developments bring into public debates the centralized state support for the arts and the similarly firm, but this time private system of support from major private institutions. And in this slide, you can see that the Ministry of Culture, founded in 1971, is the first organization or the first structure that can support dance through dance funding. And this is the major means of dance producing in the country at the moment. Besides the difficulty and the lack of great amount of money for dance, comparing to other arts or comparing to other areas of the financial program of the government anyway. The Greek National Opera, founded in 1939, has its own ballet company supported by the opera and presented their performances in the new building in Niarchos Foundation. And the National Opera and Ballet is the only one state institution in dance that we have. Then we have a kind of different festivals supported by the state, like the Athens and Epidaurus Festival, funded in 1955, and the Kalamata International Dance Festival, funded in 1995. Both of them support and present dance with productions and co-productions sometimes. The Kalamata International Dance Festival, not so often anymore, but the Athens and Epidaurus Festival is the main supporter for co-productions in the state structure. And then we have the big private institutions, Onassis Stegi, founded in 2010, and the most recently founded Onassis Air, which is the experimental institution for research and support artistic research from artists in different artistic fields, dance within them also. And the Stavros Niarchos Foundation Cultural Center, which is the supporter of the National Opera and Ballet, but also runs its own program and its own festival during the summer. Both these private institutions support projects like community projects, educational projects, artistic projects, and especially for Onassis Stegi, they have a focus on dance, like a special dance festival each spring. It will come up in the beginning of April, so in 2 weeks' time from now. And they also support the touring of the artists they co-produce, which is a big issue for the Greek dance community, because beside the dance production, there are other needs for research, for touring, and for further artistic development. Last but not least, there are a series of artistic centers and minor festivals in different parts of the country, private or municipal, that also support the dance production. And especially the role of the residency centers is really crucial, because it is a need for the field to support the research part of artistic creation and not only the production of works. So can artists have the time to develop further their artistic questions and their artistic endeavors, and not just producing work after work each year? And finally, we have different kind of studios that sometimes play the role of residency centers, and they support artists in their research and also support the educational part of dance. In this mapping, I'm not referring to dance education at all, nor at the academic context that my host dance research or dance academic knowledge. I'm just referring to structures and institutions that support artistic practices and artistic production. So, and part of this is also all the artists that exist in the country, which beside the dance opera, the ballet opera, are mainly independent artists, meaning that the independent field is the major artistic production field in the country. And there are almost 100 dance companies in this field, other older, other younger, other emerging, but it is important to notice the amount of people working in the field and the relation they have with the major structures that we are trying to map at this presentation. So, taking the theme of this conference as a springboard, this approach sees institutions as discursive patterns of thought actualized in practice by specific agents within particular socio-historical contexts. And for this historical context, I would refer to the work of Pascal Guillen, who is an art sociologist, and he proposed, instead of the dance field, to use the term dance scene as a sociological category. Within post-Fordist economy, characterized by fluid working hours, high levels of mobility and flexibility, hypercommunication, and a special interest in creativity and performance, this notion of scene proposes a highly functional sociological organizational form. So in this proposition, a third part is crucial. In the case of theater, the scene refers to the audience. In the sense of a crime scene, it refers to investigators and the people being in the murder. But in our case, in this presentation, the notion of the scene allows us to refer to a third party, which is history. And actually, what I want to point to is past struggles, because past struggles frame the current field and therefore frame the current conditions we are in. Trying to talk about these past historical contexts that somehow affect what we are living now, in the history of dance in Greece, we can say that the interwar period was influenced by Central European dance and not and from the attempts of dance artists in Greece to make dance as a respectful art form. And I don't know what happened, if you can see the PowerPoint. Anyway, I'm continuing. In the past war period, American and European influences helped the field to be professional, and the first professional dance companies were founded. In the 80s, new dance techniques came into the country, like contact improvisation, release techniques. So this new kind of movement appeared on the bodies. In the 90s, often we talk about the spring of contemporary dance Greece. So some new choreographers and dance companies started to appear, and dance theater influences, body democratization, and forces of Europeanization and globalization became obvious. In the 2000s, there was an expansion of the field in terms of quantity and audience. In the 10s, theory, dramaturgy, and dance research, a kind of expansion of experimental formats, and the dissolve of boundaries between different performative actions, stage presentations, and community activities were obvious. And now, in the 20s, this presentation suggests that we have a standardization of institutional practice, a kind of hardening the positioning of all agents within the field. So this is what we are living now at the moment. So if we take these past struggles as efforts to explain what is going on today, history seems to be a past repository and the possibility for a future writing. And in this sense, it frames our sense of responsibility for our practices, our thoughts, and their consequences. And this is the end. Thank you very much for listening to me. And thank you.
Thank you, Styriani, for this mapping of the dance landscape in Greece. And now we are moving next. I will give the floor to Professor Ivan Dodovsky. He's a professor at the American College in Skopje. Also, he's a president of Eurodram. And the title of his speech will be Theatre Life in North Macedonia, again, mapping of the institutions and festivals. Please.
Thank you very much. We can just have the slides. Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for the kind invitation. I'm really honored to be present attending this conference. In 2003, Thessaloniki set the stage for the EU Western Balkan Summit, which resulted in a declaration that unequivocally championed the European integration of the Western Balkans into the EU. And 22 years later, we see, sadly, that very little has been accomplished. Apart from Croatia becoming an EU member state in 2013, the goal set at the Thessaloniki summit remains exceedingly distant. Moreover, geopolitical developments and bilateral disputes and internal problems of the countries tend to eclipse the very idea of European integration of the Balkan region. I begin my presentation with a reference to the Thessaloniki summit in 2003 because I had the privilege to be invited back then to attend a cultural program organized in parallel with this major political event. And sitting in the Balkan Cafe in downtown Thessaloniki, I remember discussing with the then municipal councillor and later on city mayor, Mr. Yanis Boutaris, and other colleagues, various ideas of cultural cooperation that could defy the Western stigma on the Balkans as a place of eternal hatred, violence, and stagnation, and promote instead its unique history of shared legacies and cultural and spiritual and artistic profusion. Among other ideas were envisaged cooperation projects between the museums of contemporary arts in Skopje and in Thessaloniki, joint concerts of orchestras from the Balkan countries and regional theatrical co-productions. These discussions were inspiring, though unfortunate political developments impeded the realization of our vision for a strong Balkan cooperation. After more than 2 decades, I come again in Thessaloniki with the conviction that it is never too late for this cause. Hence, I welcome the initiative of our Greek hosts to establish an Inter-Balkan network for the performing arts. And as a way of contributing to this inaugural gathering, I propose to give a brief overview of theatre life in North Macedonia, assuming that the years of political dispute and cultural stereotypes and other cross-border issues have left little chance to get to know each other. So a presentation of this kind might be useful as a starting point. Hence, this presentation focuses on the current theatrical sphere in North Macedonia, mapping the key institutions and discusses some potential for cooperation. The theatrical landscape is dominated by 16 professional theaters established by the state. 7 of them are in the capital, in Skopje, and the rest in different towns across the country. They get guaranteed annual subsidies for their employees' salaries and repertoire productions from the Ministry of Culture. Some of them also benefit from irregular and usually negligible financial support by the local municipal authorities or corporate sponsors. 10 of these institutions offer repertoire in the Macedonian language, while 3 theaters produce performances in both Albanian and Macedonian. Also, 2 theaters in Skopje produce performances solely in the Albanian language. There's one Albanian theater and another one Albanian theater for children and youth. While one, also based in Skopje, gives performances in the Turkish language. That's the Turkish theater in Skopje. 2 of the 16 professional state theaters are exclusively dedicated to productions for children and youth, though the other ensembles also tend to produce usually 1 or 2 performances per year for the said audiences. So out of the 16 state theaters, 11 have the status of national institutions as separate legal entities, while the remaining 6 operate within larger institutions called centers of culture or houses of culture. Statistics indicate that on average, state theaters produce between 4 or 5 and 10 new plays each year, though some of them often get funding for only 2 or 3 stage productions. In recent years, there has been a general decline in the number of spectators, which is not only a consequence of the pandemic, but of a plethora of other factors, including reduced state funding to new productions, inconsistent repertoire planning, and meager marketing capacities. On average, over the past 3 years, a state theater would sell between 10,000 and 40 to 50,000 tickets annually, which in some cases is 30 to 50% less compared to figures in the 1990s or earlier decades. And this is, of course, an average estimate, and there are stark differences in the figures when comparing major theaters like MNT and Dramski Theatre in Skopje to other small theaters in the smaller towns. The repertoire in these state theaters is a mix of classical and modern works, sometimes incorporating contemporary social themes. We've heard this morning the model. We follow the same thing. It's no different to what Professor Jordanov said earlier. None of the mentioned institutions is specialized in experimental contemporary productions. The only institution which have a specialized repertoire is perhaps as defined is the theater comedy, Theater Comedia, and 2 theaters for children and youth. And there has been a recent call to revive the emphasis on new contemporary plays by local authors, though there is no consistent policy. So they're not obliged to produce contemporary local new original plays. There are, out of all these, I just give you slides of 3 major institutions. That's the Macedonian National Theatre. You can see just a glimpse of the recent repertoire among the 3 performances, which you can see. One is The Hangman by our friend and colleague who is attending this conference, Javor Grdev from Bulgaria. The second institution is Drama Theatre or Dramski Theatre in Skopje. Maybe the third one I would mention, Bitola National Theatre I'm a bit biased about Bitola National Theatre because I'm from Bitola. I grew up with this theatre, so don't mind, please, this bias. But recently, an Albanian director, Kendrim Riani, from North Macedonia, has directed two excellent performances there. Okay, moving on to the festivals. The theatre life is enriched by a number of festivals that serve as essential platform for showcasing both national and international stage productions. The number of this festival has increased in recent years, amazingly, though the overall state funding has paradoxically dwindled. And namely, there are about 28 theatre festivals that I could identify based on the list for funding of the Ministry of Culture. And this is, as you noticed, almost twice the number of state theatres. Some of these are, of course, very local festivals in small towns. Most of these festivals sometimes tend to have international dimension, but mainly inviting guest performances from the region, and more specifically, usually from the ex-Yugoslav countries, plus Albania and Bulgaria, but to a lesser extent. Some festivals are unique by limiting their profile by type, genre, or even author. For instance, there is a monodrama festival in Bitola, duo drama in Negotino, chamber theatre festival in Strumica, which has a longer tradition. Also, Stobi Fest in Veles is dedicated to ancient drama. There is also Shakespeare Festival in Bitola. There is a Festival of Humor and Satire, and 3 different festivals dedicated to comedy. There is one festival of Albanian theatre, solely dedicated to productions in the Albanian language. And there is a small festival organized by a local NGO of Roma theatre, sometimes semi-professional and amateur productions are presented. There are 2 theatre festivals for children. There is also an annual gathering of theatre academies from the Balkan region, but not just from the Balkan region. This is organized by the Faculty of Dramatic Arts, the Theatre Academy in Skopje. This is the Skomrahi Festival. And there is also this festival which yesterday was mentioned, the Ruta Festival, which is now a recent initiative in the region, ex-Yugoslav countries, city theatres from the former Yugoslav countries on a rotating principle go in the region and give their selection of their productions. But of course, there are 3 main festivals. One, and the oldest one, is the Ohrid Summer Festival. This is, of course, although it's the most prestigious and oldest cultural event celebrated annually in the UNESCO, city of UNESCO, Ohrid, though primarily known for its classical music and opera performances, it does include also theatrical program. But of course, the most important theatre festival in the country is the National Festival Vojdan Černodrinski in Prilep. Here with us is the artistic director, Professor Anna Stojanovska. You can ask her more about the details if you're interested about this festival, which she's organizing for the past 2-3 years and this year as well. It showcases a selection of the best productions of the state theatres, as well as off-program, usually of private productions. Apart from the mentioned ones, I'll finish with mention of MOT, Mlad Otvoren Teatr, Young Open Theatre. This is an important theatre festival which has a rather long tradition, established in 1976 as a platform for experimental avant-garde theatre in the past, still surviving nowadays. And a more recent one, which is the Skopje Festival since 2007, again in Skopje, which has a varied program of aesthetically innovative and often politically engaging, challenging plays. So I'll finish by suggesting that there is always a possibility for cooperation, either with some of these institutions. We discussed yesterday with Slobodan Unkovsky that as a follow-up to this conference, we'll be happy to share any of these ideas with some of these institutions and to see how we can integrate into the Inter-Balkan platform. I must say that this is an imperative for us after so many years of not knowing anything about each other, especially with Greece. Let me finish by saying that for the past 50 years, apart from mentioned drama, of course, which we all have, there was only one Greek modern playwright and one play translated and performed in 1979. And we haven't seen anything of contemporary Greek playwrights on any of these stages for almost half a century. So we definitely need to do something. And I'm sure that it's a similar situation if you look your case, and if I imagine you, I think we've discussed yesterday with one of the colleagues, there are only 3 translated texts into Greek from our playwrights. So that's very little. Definitely we need to work on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. One of the benefits of this conference is to hear and to see the pictures of contemporary theater and dance in our countries. So thank you, Ivan, for this presentation, the theater and festivals in North Macedonia. And now, last but not least, is Despina Cosmopoulou. Her paper will be Hekuba in the Balkans, Hekuba of Matej Vishnek, a comparative approach. Despina is instructor and public relations officer, master degree program in performing arts at the Hellenic Open University. And also, let me add, a postdoctoral research assistant of the University of Athens. Okay.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I'm really excited with the creation of the first Inter-Balkanic conference, which I also consider as a necessity. I would like to congratulate the President of the National Theatre of Northern Greece, Director of the Hellenic Open University for this initiative, and especially the Professor and Director of the MA program in Performing Arts of the Hellenic Open University, Professor Andreas Markadonatos, for his trust and for my participation to the academic and organizing committee. Of course, the artistic director of the National Theatre of Northern Greece, Mr. Asterios Peltekis, for the excellent collaboration. Hekuba represents the archetypal figure of emblematic female sorrow, female suffering, and its transformation into a vengeful wrath. As a character, she evolves from the passivity of mourning to an active pursuit of justice, with her grief escalating and ultimately leading her to harsh revenge. Hekuba becomes a powerful dramatic figure with moral and deep psychological dimensions, embodying and ultimately constituting the archetype of the grieving mother who loses all her children due to war. For the imposing Queen of Troy, the mother of Hector, who was lost in Troy, and the latter self-sacrifice of Polyxena, serve as the catalyst that strips her of her maternal qualities, transforming her into a woman without hope or future, surrendering to her fate. The image of the mourning mother frequently appears in ancient tragedy, but Hecuba's case is the most tragic. The force that emerges from her drive for revenge makes her even more sorrowful and pushes her beyond this role. Her character is not static. Instead, she undergoes gradual transformation, making her one of the first archetypes of a vengeful woman in world literature. According to Nietzsche, Hecuba can embody the tragic wisdom that arises from pain and the realization of human existence, basing her decision for revenge on the transition from despair to action. This action is not merely driven by emotion or rage in the case, but by a deeper sense of restoring justice. Matei Wisniewski is a contemporary playwright, writer, and journalist born in Romania in 1956. From a young age, he considered literature as a realm of freedom, drawing strength from writers such as Kafka, Dostoevsky, and Poe. He had a particular affinity for grotesque theater, the theater of the absurd, Dadaism, and Surrealism, while rejecting socialist realism. He studied philosophy in Bucharest and was part of the 1980s literary generation, which significantly influenced Romanian literature. He has lived in France since 1987. His works have been translated, written, and staged there, and in over 20 countries. In Romania, after the fall of communism, he became one of the most popular playwrights. Wisniewski's work originates from the Monday stage generation, and his deep belief in cultural resistance and activism has shaped him into an observant dramatist of his time. The Monday stage generation, Génération du Théâtre du Lundi, refers to a group of Romanian playwrights emerging between the 1970s and 1980s. The name derives from the fact that their plays were often performed in alternative theater spaces on Mondays when state theaters were closed. This movement was characterized by a reaction against censored realism, political and philosophical dimensions, and experimental existential themes. The messages presented on stage by Wisniewski after audience reception continue to evolve, inviting the audience to participate, introspect, and reflect. The influences from Dadaism and Tristan Tzara are evident in his work, along his echoes of Ionesco and other avant-garde writers of that period. The political and military events of the 20th century marked Wisniewski's work, such as the Peloponnesian War influenced Euripides' plays. Wisniewski developed the theater of decomposition, a theatrical approach examining the human condition, politics, and social structures in an era of decline and disintegration. The theater of decomposition is related to the deconstruction of traditional theater forms and the portrayal of chaos, loss of meaning, decay, and uncertainty. Its key characteristics include the dismantling of conventional theatrical structures, dark and existential themes, allegories, parables, and absence of cathartic resolution, diverging from the Aristotelian catharsis of ancient Greek tragedies. This type of decomposition shares similarities with the theater of absurd, particularly in the use of surrealism, a non-realistic dialogue enhancing uncertainty and chaos, and overall deconstruction. Theoretically, the theater of decomposition, as it is presented in Wisniewski's works, especially Why Hecuba, highlight modern human crisis and the struggle to find meaning and a sense of stability in the world. The play was written in 2013 for the Case Theater in Tokyo at the suggestion of director Yoshimari Asano and was staged by Sayaka Ehara. Wisniewski's most modern text removes Hecuba from Greek mythology and the Greco-Roman theatrical tradition, transforming her into a personification of the internal violence of war. He reinterprets the myth, questioning certain aspects of the modern socio-political reality. Hecuba, the last queen of Troy, is now a prisoner, wounded by the loss of her family and homeland. Her personal fate becomes a paradigm of human suffering and tragedy within the extensive violence of today's world. Thus, timeless themes such as war and the status of women are addressed on stage through postmodern techniques. The structural conversions and the rhetoric of ancient theater, along with the values and beliefs of Euripides' era, have evolved. Wisniewski's play relies on metatheatricality, symbolism, and distinct metaphysical dimension, crafting a fantastic world rich in symbols, expressive correspondences, resonances, and contrasts. Wisniewski has expressed his admiration for Hecuba as a symbol of suffering and defiance of fate, emphasizing her significance in the modern era as a representative of maternal grief and the refusal to accept destiny. His dramatic work, and particularly the character of Hecuba, has been associated with performances of the Japanese Buto dance, which emerged in post-war Japan as an artistic response to nuclear devastation. Buto dancers identify with victims and use ash on their bare bodies to express death and despair, mirroring Hecuba's action in the opening scenes of the play. Wisniewski himself has stated that ancient Greek tragedy symbolizes humanity's wars against itself, and history is filled with wars fought in the name of justified and unjustified causes. While Wisniewski's text draws from ancient Greek themes and characters, it ultimately serves as a means to address the countless victims of war over the last 2 millennia. Wisniewski notes that his play reflects contemporary European scale events, making the audience both a witness and a participant, allowing the theater of the world to overshadow the stage. Reality often deviates from human expectation, and this is evident in both tragedies, as both versions of Hecuba are overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness before fate, leading to their ultimate downfall. The sorrowful queen symbolizes grief, embodying the voices of all mothers who have lost children to war. In Wisniewski's play, the gods are present but have a theatrical profile, responding with indifference, sarcasm, or silence, similar to Euripides' Hecuba, where the gods are entirely absent. In Wisniewski's version, the gods silence Hecuba, who continues to scream voicelessly, reminiscent of Munch's The Scream. This stage silence parallels the silence of the audience and, by extension, an entire socio-political framework symbolizing the lack of meaning, logic, and humanity. In Euripides' version, Hecuba, held captive in the Greek camp in Thrace before their departure, experiences 2 devastating losses: the sacrifice of her daughter Polyxena and the discovery of her son Polydorus' murdered body at the hand of Polymstor. These 2 tragedies dehumanize her, leading her to take revenge by killing Polymstor's sons and blinding him. Wisniewski's Hecuba is not merely a tragic figure, but a symbol of post-war societies. He interprets the archetypical myth, focusing on its political dimension and human devastation. His Hecuba serves as a lens for examining the timeless nature of violence and oppression, emphasizing that revenge does not bring redemption, nor does it restore justice. For Euripides, revenge functions as a moral restoration of order, whereas in modern drama, it perpetuates a vicious cycle of violence. Wisniewski's Hecuba questions and doubts her own anger, reflecting the postmodern skepticism toward retribution, while Euripides leaves open the question of whether Hecuba's violence makes her ruthless as her oppressors. Wisniewski asserts that Revenge is meaningless and fails to establish justice. Both versions of Hekuba address the fate of women who lose everything in war. However, Euripides emphasizes personal loss, while Wisnik focuses on women as social and political victims across time. His Hekuba is not just a grieving mother, but an allegory of the female voice, often weak or invisible, especially in societies indifferent to justice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Despina. We have enough time now for discussion or questions, or if somebody wants to be participant in this track, please give me a sign. Mladen? Here is the mic. I'll give him.
Okay, so I just thank you for the.
Then please present yourself for the protocol.
Okay, so my name is Mladen Alexiev, and I'm currently head of the International Relations Department of the National Theatre, Ivan Vazov National Theatre in Sofia, Bulgaria. Thank you for the reports and the summaries. I think it's very useful, and actually, because there were two types of presentations related to, let's say, dramaturgy and related to theatrical organization, let's say, in different countries. I will speak about the former. I think it's very useful. Actually, there is no transparent database or summary of what's going on in the countries, and I think this is a very good start for a shared map. Maybe I loved Ivan's map of suddenly Macedonia at a glance was very North Macedonia at a glance was a very useful thing to see. In terms of festivals and theaters, of course, most of this we know, but it is not accessible. And to the newcomers in the professional field is absolutely, like, it takes, I think, years and contacts and efforts to kind of figure it out. And as we are talking about an inter-Balkan network, this type of transparency I find very, a great possible ground for that, aside of the question of funding, which is always there, but like at least having this basic knowledge, clarity, what's going on, where I can eventually connect in terms of looking for partners, in terms of touring works, in terms of many things. And I think such a mapping will be useful for the state theaters, but also for independent companies or individual artists. I do believe that this type of thing, this type of a shared map, will immediately translate into a shared mental space. So to say, yesterday, a mental map was kind of picked up in some of the presentations. So I think this is very useful. And what was proposed for North Macedonia, I think I really want to see the map of the entire Balkan, let's say, peninsula or whatever, with all these things, with the opportunity to see what's happening when it is happening, because this kind of, I think this will be a great, how do you call that, catalyzer of exchanges and possible collaborations or tours. Thanks.
Thank you, Mladen. Yes, I believe it will be very useful to have these maps in our countries, because it will help not only collaboration between each other, but also it could influence the cultural policies in our region, because everybody could take some good initiatives, good examples, and to implement in its own policy.
If I,
Yeah.
I'm sorry to like to turn it into this kind of discussion,
I
but
would like to add, sorry for this, you talked about exchange. I would like to thank at this point, because it was also a help, a great help for my research on business. My colleague Michaela Bethiou, her student. In this network, we make collaborations, we help each other to go beyond also the research and the academic issues. And the interpretation from a Greek scholar in a Romanian playwright, I think is another point of view. It's a kind of approaches. But we have the chance today to the round table. We have the honor to have with us Wisnik in order also to have him with us and listen to him with very attention. And thank you once more, Michaela, for this and your student.
actually I underestimated this contribution, and thank you for clarifying it. It's actually equally important, this type of exchange, of course. I just wanted to add that yeah, I lost my point now. I lost it.
You could take the mic after some.
I will leave it now.
Yeah. Please, if somebody wants to share her or his opinion or to put question, we have time. But if not, we have a lot of time. Yes, the round table should begin at 1 o'clock. So if strictly, yes. So if we have no further comments, we could take a coffee, to take a break, and to I want to thank for all participants in this track, and to you, the listeners. So let's continue after some break. Thank you.
Mulțumesc.
Ți la pun în dulap?
Sunt în legătură cu cum? Allô? Da, da.
We're in the second round. We are in the second round table, and we welcome our guests, distinguished personalities of theatrical writing and the stage. We begin with Matej Wisniek. We have the honor to have with us Matej Wisniek, the famous playwright and novelist, and many of his plays are well known also in Greece. Bonjour, Matej Wisniek.
Bonjour.
Vous pouvez nous écouter?
Oui, je vous écoute. Vous m'entendez? Tout va bien?
D'accord. Oui. Vous pouvez parler en anglais parce que l'anglais est plus facile pour nous à comprendre.
D'accord, d'accord. Je vais parler en anglais.
Bien,
I will
merci
speak
bien
in English. Okay.
d'être ici.
Okay, très bien. Absolutely. I will speak in English, even if I prefer French because I live between Romania and France, and since
D'accord, parce que,
87.
excusez-moi pour l'interruption, on a une traductrice ici, donc vous pouvez parler mieux en français si c'est plus facile pour vous. Parlez en
bien.
français, donc merci bien. Mais vous devez faire des pauses
Oui.
pour qu'on puisse vous comprendre, qu'elle traduise. Merci bien.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, je commence, c'est bon?
Oui,
Merci
parfait.
de me permettre de parler en français. C'est une occasion aussi de se rappeler que le français a été une langue de circulation internationale, peut-être la première langue d'une globalisation culturelle au 19e siècle, 18e siècle. Et aujourd'hui, malgré le fait que nous aimons tellement l'anglais, je pense qu'il ne faut pas abandonner cette dimension francophone de la culture européenne. Le français a été une langue de savoir, une langue de l'art, de la culture, et la francophonie, je suis sûr, existe encore, et dans le nouveau contexte géopolitique, la France a un rôle énorme à jouer en Europe. Mais j'aime toutes les langues. Je suis assez âgé, mais j'aimerais bien apprendre aussi le grec. d'autant plus que mes pièces sont traduites en grec. Et j'ai rencontré ma traductrice, la metteuse en scène Ersi Vassilikiotti, en France. En effet, c'est grâce à la langue française que nous nous sommes rencontrés et elle a traduit mes pièces du français. Mais il y a une internationale des gens de théâtre et des artistes. J'ai échangé en français avec énormément d'artistes, mais aussi en anglais. J'ai même vécu en Angleterre où j'ai travaillé pour BBC, mais pendant 32 ans, j'ai vécu à Paris où j'ai travaillé pour Radio France Internationale. Mais parlons un peu du théâtre. Cette rencontre me paraît extrêmement importante. Importante pour nous, les peuples des Balkans, et sûrement vous avez déjà dit cela, parce que nous regardons tous, ou presque tous, avec une fascination incroyable vers l'Ouest, vers l'Occident, vers le monde anglo-saxon, et nous oublions parfois de se connaître mieux. Or, nous avons ce devoir, se connaître mieux nos cultures, connaître mieux l'histoire des Balkans qui est compliquée et participer peut-être plus à l'intégration européenne des pays des Balkans qui ne font pas encore partie de l'Union européenne. Et puis, on parle souvent de l'art de vie à la française. Mais moi, j'adore l'art de vie des Balkans. Nous avons beaucoup de choses à enseigner au monde parce que nous avons dans les Balkans, je dirais, une âme particulière. Nous avons une sorte de spontanéité, une sorte d'hospitalité, et puis beaucoup de souffrances historiques difficiles à expliquer aux autres. Moi, j'étais prof d'histoire et de philosophie en Roumanie avant de quitter la Roumanie totalitaire de Ceausescu et de partir en 87 en France. Mais les peuples des Balkans ont en commun une souffrance historique profonde. Tous les peuples des Balkans ont été occupés pendant des siècles et privés de liberté. Cette privation de liberté doit maintenant nous apporter un peu plus de sagesse. Et je pense que par ce que nous faisons en ce moment, ce dialogue, nous pouvons accéder à un rôle que nous avons en Europe. Expliquer encore et encore ce que peut être la privation de liberté, la privation de démocratie, la privation d'avenir. En ce qui me concerne, en ce moment de ma vie, j'ai 69 ans, je me pose une seule question essentielle. Qu'est-ce que nous pouvons encore faire, nous, les artistes, contre la barbarie, contre les nouvelles formes de barbarie, contre les nouvelles formes de lavage de cerveau, contre cette tendance de la technologie de se retourner contre la démocratie. Il y a énormément de problèmes qui s'accumulent et nous, les artistes, nous avons un mot à dire à notre manière. En ce qui me concerne, pendant 32 ans, j'ai été à la fois journaliste et écrivain. Le journaliste que je suis encore d'ailleurs, en ce moment, est assez pessimiste parce que je me dis que c'est évident, l'humanité n'arrive pas à apprendre des erreurs du passé. Mais le dramaturge, l'auteur, l'écrivain qui est en moi, il a encore confiance en la littérature, en l'homme, dans la possibilité de l'homme de dépasser ses limites, de dépasser les crises, de trouver la solution. Nous avons, nous, quelque chose de rare peut-être dans l'univers, de l'imagination. Nous savons manier la poésie, la parole, la sensibilité artistique. Pourquoi ne pas trouver aussi des réponses politiques aux crises qui sont de plus en plus difficiles? Plusieurs de mes pièces ont comme sujet les Balkans, les problèmes des Balkans, mais aussi les dilemmes historiques de certaines régions. Parce que les problèmes ont des solutions, les dilemmes n'ont pas de solutions. D'ailleurs, c'est le théâtre grec antique qui a été le premier à mettre sur la scène les débats autour des dilemmes. Je sais que l'une de mes pièces, Pourquoi Écube, a été présentée ici, dans ce cadre. Et c'est pas la seule pièce que j'ai écrite inspirée par la mythologie grecque et par le théâtre grec. En ce moment, je vous parle de Bucarest, car je suis venu en Roumanie pour voir l'une de mes pièces inspirée du Lysistrata d'Aristophane. Quelle pièce incroyable sur la guerre, sur le rôle des femmes. J'ai réécrit, disons, d'une manière ludique, comme hommage, l'histoire de Lysistrata avec un accent sur les guerres d'aujourd'hui. Cette pièce s'appelle Lysistrata, mon amour, et je l'ai vue il y a quelques jours en Roumanie. Un grand merci encore pour Ersi Vassilikioti qui a monté plusieurs de mes pièces en Grèce, à Thessalonique. J'ai eu ma pièce « Le mot progrès dans la bouche de ma mère sonnait terriblement faux ». C'est une pièce où je parle de la douleur de la guerre et aussi de ce mot « progrès ». Quel sens a encore ce mot? Cette pièce se joue en ce moment aussi au Théâtre national de Bucarest. J'écris une autre pièce sur les Balkans, sur les guerres fratricides, sur la guerre de Bosnie, où j'ai voulu que les femmes parlent de la guerre. C'est une pièce qui s'appelle La femme comme champ de bataille. J'ai toujours cru que par le théâtre, la poésie, la parole, on avance dans la compréhension des choses. On peut devenir meilleur, bien sûr, mais l'art, c'est aussi une forme de connaissance. Se connaître mieux, connaître l'autre, déchiffrer plus profondément l'histoire. Alors, je reste peut-être dans l'utopie de celui qui croit que nous avons encore un mot à dire. Et tous ensemble, c'est sûr que nous allons avoir un peu plus de poids, comme c'est le cas aujourd'hui avec l'Union européenne qui doit se réveiller d'un long sommeil et comprendre des choses essentielles, que la liberté se défende avec la parole, avec la culture, avec l'économie, mais aussi avec la force militaire. C'est pas pour rien que ma pièce sur Lysistrata est jouée en ce moment en Roumanie, parce que on a l'impression que depuis 2500 ans, quelque chose n'a pas changé. Je voudrais aussi vous dire que j'apprécie énormément les liens qui vont nous faire connaître mieux. J'ai écrit une pièce qui s'appelle justement Occident Express, où je ridiculise un peu cette obsession à nous de dévorer tout ce qui vient du monde anglo-saxon, tout ce qui vient de Netflix, tout ce qui vient de cette machine à rêve Hollywood. Nous pouvons créer notre propre machine à rêve, parce que l'Europe, c'est vraiment la chose la plus intéressante qui est arrivée à l'humanité depuis qu'elle essaie de trouver des solutions. Alors, moi, je peux me décliner en tant que Roumain, je suis aussi français, je suis aussi un esprit balkanique et je suis aussi européen et citoyen du monde. Restons citoyens qui s'intéressent les uns aux autres. Je vais m'arrêter ici. Merci de m'avoir permis de parler en français. Of course, I can speak in English in the same time, but for me, it's so important to say that France, in this moment, has a very important role in Europe. Perhaps it's not bad to start again to learn French and to accept that France, Greece, Italy, Europe is something very, very important for humanity. If we lose democracy here, if we lose liberty here in Europe, we will have 1,000 years of chaos. Thank you very much. And I would like so much to say that I trust in you and I trust in literature, of course. Thank you.
On vous remercie, Monsieur Wisnik, de tout cœur de votre présence à ce congrès. C'est un grand honneur pour vous. We have to translate.
Σας ευχαριστώ που μου επιτρέψατε να μιλήσω στα γαλλικά. Η αλήθεια είναι ότι τα γαλλικά αποτελούν μια διεθνή γλώσσα και είναι μια γλώσσα της πολιτικής έκφρασης ακόμα το 19ο αιώνα. Και σήμερα, παρά την αναμφίβολη αναγνώριση της αγγλικής γλώσσας, δεν πρέπει να ξεχνάμε και την δύναμη της γαλλοφωνίας. Τα γαλλικά αποτελούν τη γλώσσα της κουλτούρας και είμαι βέβαιος ότι η γαλλοφωνία υπάρχει ακόμα και στις μέρες μας. Και λαμβάνοντας υπόψη και το γεωπολιτικό στερέωμα, η αλήθεια είναι πως ο ρόλος της Γαλλίας στη σημερινή εποχή είναι τεράστιος. Μαθαίνω και ελληνικά, συνάντησα και μία διερμηνέα μου κάποια στιγμή στη Γαλλία, συναντηθήκαμε, χάρηκα πάρα πολύ. Θέλω να πω ότι το θέατρο και γενικότερα οι καλλιτέχνες, θέλω να πω ότι στο κομμάτι το θεατρικό και το καλλιτεχνικό μπορώ να εκφραστώ και στις δύο γλώσσες. Δουλεύω εδώ και πάρα πολλά χρόνια, περίπου 30 και για το BBC. Και αυτό που θέλω να πω είναι ότι το θέατρο αποτελεί ένα πάρα πολύ σημαντικό χώρο. Οι λαοί των Βαλκανίων παρατηρούν πάντα με έναν εξαιρετικό θαυμασμό τον αγγλοσαξονικό κόσμο και τον δυτικό κόσμο. Αυτό που θα πρέπει καλύτερα να γνωρίζουμε όμως είναι η δική μας κουλτούρα, η ιστορία των Βαλκανίων. Και η αλήθεια είναι πως νιώθω κάποιες φορές ότι δεν νιώθουμε ότι αποτελούμε κι εμείς μέρος της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης. Στα Βαλκάνια έχουμε πολλά χαρακτηριστικά για τα οποία πρέπει να είμαστε περήφανοι. Έχουμε τον αυθόρμητο χαρακτήρα, έχουμε την φιλοξενία. Μας χαρακτηρίζουν έννοιες που δύσκολα θα μπορούσαμε εδώ και χρόνια να εξηγήσουμε σε άλλες γλώσσες. Χαρακτηριστικά δικά μας των λαών. Οι λαοί των Βαλκανίων έχουν και κοινή ιστορία, κοινά ιστορικά βιώματα. Έχουν υποφέρει πάρα πολύ. Οι περισσότεροι από τους λαούς αυτούς έχουν κατακτηθεί πολλές φορές στο παρελθόν και θα περίμενε κανείς ότι με όλα όσα πέρασαν η ιστορία θα τους έκανε και λίγο πιο σοφούς. Θα μπορώ να εξηγήσω ξανά και ξανά και με πολλούς τρόπους τι σημαίνει ουσιαστικά αυτή η στέρηση της ελευθερίας. Στην ηλικία που βρίσκομαι τώρα, αυτό το ερώτημα που θέτω είναι ένα πολύ σημαντικό ερώτημα. Τι θα μπορούσαμε να προσφέρουμε εμείς ως καλλιτέχνες μπροστά στις βαρβαρότητες στις οποίες γινόμαστε μάρτυρες? Τι θα μπορούσαμε να προσφέρουμε μπροστά σε νέες τεχνολογίες που βλέπουμε με ποικίλους τρόπους να εισβάλλουν στην καθημερινότητά μας? Υπήρξα δημοσιογράφος και συγγραφέας και είμαι ακόμα, η αλήθεια είναι, και λέω ότι αυτό που θέλω να σας πω είναι ότι η ανθρωπότητα πρέπει να μάθει από τα λάθη του παρελθόντος και επίσης πρέπει να δείξει και εμπιστοσύνη στη λογοτεχνία. Θα πρέπει να βρεθούν λύσεις, θα πρέπει να βρούμε τα λόγια, τα κατάλληλα, τις πρακτικές, τις πολιτικές, για να μπορέσουμε να αντιμετωπίσουμε καταστάσεις που είναι όλο και πιο δύσκολες. Οι βαλκανικές χώρες αντιμετώπισαν πάρα πολλά προβλήματα και οι αρχαίοι Έλληνες είναι οι πρώτοι που έθεσαν τα διλήμματα αυτά. Μεγάλη έμπνευση έχω πάρει από τη Λυσιστράτη του Αριστοφάνη και νομίζω ότι η απόδοση που έχω δώσει είναι με πολύ διαφορετική ματιά. Εδώ τώρα που βρισκόμαστε στη Θεσσαλονίκη, στο συνέδριο αυτό, θέλω να πω ότι πραγματικά θεωρώ ότι η λέξη πρόοδος αποτελεί μια πολύ σημαντική λέξη. Έχω γράψει για τον πόλεμο και στη Βοσνία, για τα Βαλκάνια και αυτό που πραγματικά πιστεύω είναι ότι μπορούμε σίγουρα να γίνουμε καλύτεροι και να μάθουμε πολλά πράγματα από την ιστορία και τα βιώματά μας. Αυτό άλλωστε παρατηρώ ότι είναι κάτι που συμβαίνει γενικότερα πλέον στην Ευρωπαϊκή Ένωση, οι καταστάσεις που επαναλαμβάνονται. Η ελευθερία είναι κάτι που κερδίζεται πραγματικά. Η γλώσσα, η κουλτούρα, αλλά και ο πόλεμος, όπως φαίνεται να δείχνει, όπως φαίνεται μέσα από τη Λυσιστράτη αυτή που, στη Ρουμανία. Έχω γράψει ένα έργο και αναφέρομαι σε πολλά από αυτά τα χαρακτηριστικά που παρατηρούνται στον αγγλοσαξονικό κόσμο. Αυτό όμως που θέλω να πω είναι ότι εγώ αισθάνομαι και Ρουμάνος και λίγο Γάλλος και Βαλκάνιος και Ευρωπαίος και αυτό που πραγματικά πρέπει να γίνει είναι ότι θα πρέπει να ενδιαφερθούμε όλοι ο ένας για τον άλλον. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για τα γαλλικά. Η αλήθεια είναι ότι θα μπορούσα να κάνω την ομιλία μου και στα αγγλικά, αλλά αυτό που ήθελα να δείξω ήταν η σπουδαιότητα αυτής της γλώσσας και ο ρόλος που διαδραματίζει ακόμα και αυτή τη στιγμή στην Ευρώπη αλλά και στην ανθρωπότητα. Αυτό που δεν πρέπει να χάσουμε είναι η ελευθερία και η δημοκρατία. Αν χάσουμε αυτά, αυτό που θα έχουμε είναι το απόλυτο χάος. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
We have two questions for all the participants of this round table. The first one is,
do you believe that the Balkans have common elements that despite national conflicts, they can form a unity in the field of culture, especially the performing arts? The first question. The second.
And the second is, how do you think that you and your institution can contribute to the creation of the network of the Inter-Balkan network of performing arts? So we will start by Simos Papanas. He is director of the orchestra in Thessaloniki, the state orchestra in Thessaloniki. Do you want to speak in English or in Greek?
As comfortable. If English is most comfortable for everybody, we'll speak in English.
Okay, let's speak in English.
Fantastic. Sorry, no French from me.
But yes.
Hello to everybody. It's great happiness and great honor for me to be here with all of you this afternoon. I want to say deep congratulations for this initiative to the Thessaloniki State Theatre and to Mr. Peltekis for this organization and initiative. I want to speak a little bit about the role of us and our orchestra in this ideal of connecting the Balkan countries in terms of culture. First of all, let me say that it is our deep belief in the Thessaloniki State Symphony Orchestra that art is the first and the last bridge to connect nations. The first because it happens naturally. The last because when everything else is falling apart, art is our last chance to connect. This is the nature of stage arts, that we bring in people from all different backgrounds, from all different beliefs, of all kind of differences in the same concert hall for us, in the same
hall and they see the same thing and they feel together, they interact together, and then they leave the hall more united than they were when they came. As a matter of fact, in our hands, we have a great power. And this is the power of putting people together. And I've said many, many times that it's sometimes much easier to put two musicians on the same stage than two politicians on the same table. It's our duty and our responsibility to to show the way, to tell our politicians that this is how we want to live, and now you have to find a way. 2 years ago, when I stepped as a director of the Thessaloniki Symphony Orchestra, I realized the fact that actually, well, not only 2 years ago, but 2 years ago, I always knew that there is an excess of talent, a musical talent in the Balkans. And that is already very obvious by the traditional music that exists in the Balkans, that is now starting to become appreciated all over the world. But also about the great classical artists that have conquered the international stages. Our problem is that we haven't not learned to work together. We're many small countries, and each one is trying to do their own thing. In particular, in the 65 years of existence of our orchestra, during the last 2 years was the first time that we appeared in Sofia, the first time that we appeared in Plovdiv, the first time that we appeared in Ruse, the first time that we appeared in Bucharest, the first time that we appeared in Belgrade, and now in May we're going for the first time in Skopje. We invited the Sofia Philharmonic to come to Thessaloniki, play a concert. We played all together. Also, to the first part of the concert was Sofia Philharmonic. Second part of the concert were the two orchestras together on stage, and it was a very moving moment. And it was the first time in the more than 100-year history of Sofia Philharmonic that it came to Thessaloniki. And let me note that the two cities are 294 kilometers away. There is only benefit from from such a relation. I've met recently the colleagues in the Philharmonic Orchestra of North Macedonia. We are up to a close collaboration also with this orchestra. We're going again there, and we had a huge event in Sofia last February, last month, where we played Carmina Burana in the National Palace of Culture in Sofia with 3 orchestras together on stage. Us, the Sofia Philharmonic, and the Philharmonic Orchestra of North Macedonia, which is also, let's say, a political statement, because everybody who follows knows that the relations with this triangle of countries is not exactly easy. We had 200 people orchestra, huge choir from Bulgaria, and 3,000 people audience giving a standing ovation. What I want to say from this experience and from all the experiences from our orchestra traveling in the Balkans is that we faced full halls and standing ovations. And this is a very strong message that our people want to be together. They want to live together. They want to live in peace. And if we are in a position of leadership, for me, for us, a small organization, there are, our politicians are in much more powerful positions of leadership. If we fail to provide this to the people that want it, is a great failure of all of us. This is why I believe that it is very important on the everyday level. I want to tell you that my dream is that the Balkans, with all the talent and all the strong musical background that it has, will be one of the major players in the world scene of music. I dream that one day for a great artist to say, I'm going for a tour to the Balkans will be equally important as to say, I'm going for a tour to the United States or I'm going for a tour in Germany. We have all the potential, we just have to work together. We have great orchestras, we have great musicians. We have to demolish the borders in the sense that they should not work like barriers, but we should establish communications between our organizations and work together. We are very focused to continue in this path, and for this reason, I'm very, very happy to learn that the State Theatre of Thessaloniki is exactly on the same track, and it's a great pleasure that we're here together speaking about this. Thank you very much.
Ivan Totovsky is a Macedonian poet, a fiction writer, and professor of critical theory and literature at the University American College.
Thank you. I will, yes. Thank you very much. I was already introduced in the previous session, but I am also since January this year, president of Eurodram, the European Network for Drama in Translation. So I was asked kindly to say a few words about the work of this network, because I believe that in various ways it contributes to the set goal of this conference. Yes, it's pan-European network, and this is how it operates. It operates on the basis of language committees. So it's not about countries being members of the network, but it is based on language committees. So there are about 30 different language committees. And each year, in even years like 2014 or 2024 last year, we would have an open call for original plays written in any European language. And these plays are submitted to the particular language committee. So if you are a Serbian playwright or if you're a French playwright, you submit your new original play to that particular committee. Then this committee, which usually comprises of writers, but also mainly translators and theatrologists, reviews all the received texts and eventually suggests a selection of 3 titles. And then you get 3 titles from each of the languages participating in the network. So this is of immense importance, because you can imagine, for instance, the previous year, we had something like 800 plays written by European contemporary writers submitted to the entire network, split into these different committees. Many people read them and selected 3 from each language. And then we shared them. What else? On the next year, which is this year now, 2015, by the way, on the 21st of March, we will announce the selection for 2025. On the odd years, we have a selection of translated plays. So the same principle, but this time translators submit texts which they have translated from any European language into their own language. So there is a Greek committee as well, there is a Bulgarian committee and so on. And each year, now we will have a list of selected plays. I'm happy to say that there are excellent plays coming from the region, apparently. But it's a platform which now allows for us to share and let others know about these writers who write in these various languages of the Balkans and also wider in the European sphere. And so I think it's an important way of encouraging new playwrights, new texts. But apart from announcing the selections each year, we also, and the various committees locally on national level, they usually organize public events, stage readings. This is very interesting. So it doesn't have to be a rich production instantly, because that takes time and funding, but usually stage readings where we invite people and we present the new texts, and very often then this leads to productions, and some theater companies would be interested to stage that particular translation or that new text which was written in the given language. So this is the work of Eurodrum. I'm available for maybe for some clarifications, but I think that there has been an excellent work done by the Greek committee, the Bulgarian committee, our committee. So we had some pause with the Serbian committee. I see Professor Medenica with us today. In the past, he was at some point, I think, long time ago involved, but now it's we need new people in that committee. So it's an attempt to promote new writers, but also translation, not just in English, but actually from Balkan languages into other Balkan languages as well, and other European languages. So I think this is one way how we could connect this effort and have a synergy with something that might come out of this conference. For instance, if there is a possibility, we could have stage readings of the best selected plays next year in the Balkan languages. That could be an idea. Thank you.
I feel very happy that I do realize that we more or less share a common vision in this, and with all these interesting suggestions, opinions, and ideas, I feel very happy that we made this conference, and I feel more and more happier. Thank you very much. You've been here together with us.
Is Enke a director and actor. He has collaborated as an actor with renowned directors at the National Theatre, the New World Theatre, Hora, Apomichanis, and so on, and has been activated as director since 2010. Yes.
Hello to everyone. First of all, I'm very happy that I'm here. Thank you for the invitation to Despina Kosmopoulou. I want to thank Artistic Director Asterios Peltekis. I am from Albania. I live in Greece 30 years. I work as an actor and a director. The last 3 years, I've done a lot of works in Albania, in the National Theatre and the municipal theatres. About the first question that you said about unity, we have 3 problems in Balkan. The first problem is that we have a lot in Albania, actually. We don't have plays, I mean translated plays, theater plays, because we have a small market. So we have the translation problems. Also, a big problem is that the theaters have no light. They don't have a development as the conditions of the works. But in Balkan, as I've seen the last 3 years, in Skopje, in Kosovo, in Montenegro, and in Albania, we have a big pose from Greece, from Greek dramaturgy. So this is the theater, the National Theater of Northern Greece can play a big role to promote the Greek dramaturgy And I think it's not only we say about the Ministry of Culture, but I think in this play, in this set, we have to put the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because we need to have diplomatic art development. That's so. If I want to collaborate with North Macedonia, or with Serbia, or with Kosovo, so we need to have a bridge. That's the problem. And I think that you should the theater studies and everything to the embassies of these countries, to Albania, to Bulgaria. So we need to have a market, you know. And it's a long plan, this, but we have to put on the table, because we need a politic about to bring. It's not to bring a play here from Bulgaria or from Serbia, but we need to development this bridge to the contribution. I mean, it's yes, the institutional, because it's in Albania there is. I'm talking about my experience. The theater, it's a little bit in the past, you know. So we have to reform the Albanian theater. We have to reform new languages, which is very difficult, because you know the Balkans, except Greece, they import immigrants. Yet we import immigrants. So this is one of the big question. I mean, the society has the poverty, the corruption, the political situation is very hard. We have also the nationalism, which is it's the enemy of all of this. And we have to see theater as a tool for respectful, for diversity, because we have a lot of homophobia and the Roma people, I mean, we have a lot of poverty, and so the theater can play a very grand role to the society for the new generation. My experience was that I've done 2 Greek plays, Hekuba for the first time in Albanian. The antiquity is one of because the Balkans want from Greece the national production, which is antiquity. Sophocles, Euripides, and this. Like, yes, because when we see in English, we said, oh, Shakespeare, you know how to do Shakespeare. But we have this cliche, but it's very important, because we have the field to culturate, you know, to πώς να το πω, ναι. Yes. Yes, and this is most important. One of the others that I want to say is that there are programs from European money, but we don't have people to take this. The problem in Albania was that I was trying with the institution there to bring, you know, Croatian, Montenegro, but they don't have the access or the how you say the γνώση. Yes, the knowledge how to do it, because in Europe there are money. I mean, we have programs on the move organizations. We have organization, and so this is a very lost monies. So I think it's very important for the National Theatre to play a great role in this, and to, you know, for me, it's this I wanted to say. So, as an artist, yes, it's a great challenge to work in these countries and to see how the society change for the better or for the worst. You know, it's like this, and I think we have a great work in front of us, and we have the opportunity to access this heritage and to exchange each other knowledge. So it's very important to make like Ariane new skin, you know, but Balkan, you know, a Balkan theater, a Balkan organization, a Balkan, which we can exchange each other, not only festival to bring, but to have workshops and to have in the στην καθημερινότητα, yes, everyday team. So αυτό ήθελα να πω. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Now we can have a discussion, and we invite all of you, the professors, the directors, the artists, to participate in the questions we have, because yesterday, or you had an academic paper, now you have the chance to talk about the two questions we have here. Do you want to repeat them? For example, the first one is
The Balkans have constant performances that despite
You need a mic.
just a moment, but it doesn't switch off. I try.
The red button.
Do you believe that the Balkans have common cultural formation that despite national conflicts and political challenges, they can form a unity in the field of culture, especially in the performing arts? Is the first. The second question is?
The second one is, how do you think that you or your institution can contribute to the creation of the Inter-Balkan network of performing arts? Who does want to speak first? Professors,
There is one.
please.
Hello,
Your name
everybody.
and your affiliation, please.
Yes, congratulations for this conference and for the great speeches. I would like to say something about the first question. I have researched theater in the countries of former Yugoslavia from the beginning at the war until today, and the relationship with Greek modern theater. And I found a lot of diversities than common things. But one common element that I found in all the countries is the identity. What is identity nowadays? Who we are, who is Europe, what is communism, what is capitalism, what is Balkans, who are we, who is he, the consuming society. So I think that Balkans, if we want to put a label nowadays, is the lost Balkans. We don't know who we are. We want to learn the other Balkan countries, but we don't know who we are. And I think, for instance, a festival, a conceptual festival, like yesterday we were talking with Medenica. For instance, if we share and suggest to the artist to make a theater performance with the theme Balkan identity, I think it would be very creative for the artists to think in this field and produce something that we can all share and see how all the Balkan countries see Balkan identity. Yeah, thank you.
Another.
During my speech, I shared with you my opinion that we could work for common Balkan roots, festival roots, I mean, for international productions. I mean, productions from our countries, but also from abroad. And it's a good to know each other and to have this opportunity to plan together. So our festival festivals, actually, because we organized in Varna an international festival, but also present in Sofia international program. In Varna, there is also many Bulgarian performances. And of course, I'm ready to work with everyone here to share first information about performances, and after that to think if they fit to our programming ideas, to plan together. And the other thing is because I mean that the festivals are not only sum of performances, but also working platform. So we could continue these conversations during the festivals. For example, this June is too early, not too early, too late, sorry, to plan now, but maybe for the next year we could think to organize such a conference in Varna for Balkan networking. So this is my opinion. It's important to be always in touch and to be ready to collaborate in the region. And I'm happy. I will repeat that I'm happy for this meeting because some of the people I know very well, but other not. And for me, it was very good to know you and to listen this willingness for cooperation. It is most important thing. It's up to someone wants.
Next.
Professor Nikolova, do you want something to say?
My colleague Nikolai Rodionov told a lot of things, especially about the festival help in the cooperation between our countries, between the theaters in our countries. And I can add something like professor in the National Academy for Theater and Film Arts and Institute for Art Studies in Sofia. Because I think that in these positions, how I can say, we can help with some kind of sharing information about theater history of our countries, the current things on the stage at the moment, what kind of performances we do. This is my idea about filming the performances and have something like how I can say an archive or a catalog of the good performances, the interesting performances on our stages at the moment, and it will be very useful for make something like choices to put in the programs of the festivals, to inviting this, and it will be, I think, also very helpful for exchanging the information and the knowledge about each other, about us.
Sorry, I would like to emphasize that this is an effort that concerns all tous les arts du spectacle. Sorry, a conflict in my AI language system. All the performing arts. So I think that we don't have to speak only about theater. We have to concern that there is all the performing arts that in concern in this effort. Okay, thank you very much. I would like to.
So I would like to give a little bit of feedback on the side of music. And, music itself does not have, as I mentioned before, the barrier of language. And in that way, it is much more continuous and is much more connected. And honestly, if you look at folk music in our area, and if you try really hard to find big differences between the folk music of Florin and the folk music of Bitola, you're going to have a really hard time. Same if you're trying to find differences between, say, the Greek province of Epirus and southern Albania. The the pentatonic system, the polyphonic music, it's there, and the barriers originally were basically non-existent. There were barriers that were created along with the creation of borders and statehood. This would be that each country somehow followed for some decade or maybe century a path with their folk music to try to comply with their where the created national identity, whether whether it was coming from the history or whether it was necessary for the political survival of the countries that had just been created. In that sense, for instance, in Greece, we tried to, well, everybody tried to abolish the Turkish elements of the music. For instance, Bulgaria invested more to connect with the other Slavic nations, when Greece tried to create a clearer, let's say, system, and so on. It's not so interesting maybe to speak about details. Nowadays, this is a situation where we have different colors, but that does not stop music by connecting from each other. And as a matter of fact, in the world of folk music, I think that the natural events have surpassed us in the sense that folk musicians from all the countries, they go to each other and they try to learn from each other, and there is a true connection. So music is in that way is very connected. If we go to classical music, the truth was that in Greece we had many back and forth situations with the music education, classical music education. We failed to create an academy for many years, and the system was quite disorganized. So in contrast, our neighboring countries had very well organized educational systems. After the changes in the political changes in the 90s, what happened was when our neighboring countries were financially in very difficult situation, a lot of teachers moved here and created a whole new generation of musicians. For instance, my violin teacher was Bulgarian, and a lot of people from my orchestra had teachers that came from other Balkan countries, and this is actually I think a great investment, because in that way, when I had this Bulgarian teacher, be like my second father, it's impossible for me growing up as a child like this to be bred with hate against Bulgarians. It's never going to happen, because I became who I am due to Bulgarian. So I think that there is a lot of possibility to invest, and this happened greatly in northern Greece. So our area is a good place that can play a key role in connection, just because geographically we're close, and we do this, and it's natural. We meet by default. So since we meet by default, we might as well try to meet and put our cultures together and create something, the next step for the future. Thank you.
Rector Loukaci, do you want to say something about your institution for this? You have a lot of experience.
Yes, hello everybody. I want to say that to be aware of something, So universities have strong networks. So I represent a national university. So we as universities can put our networks to work for this kind of network, because universities have their own funds and things like this, and it works very well. So I think we have to be aware that we have to work on both sides. Schools where these children begin to see performing arts in some ways and think about performing arts and the importance about them. And I don't know, in each country, what's the situation, what means performing arts in human training in schools and high schools. That's a problem. And we fight to be performing arts mandatory now in all high schools in Romania. I don't know each country what was this position and importance. And the other side is cultural institutions like national theaters, not only theaters, dance institutions, all, music, all of them, operas, for example. Operas also, they have their network. So I think when we think about building such a network, we can use other networks that already have their fundings and experience. So we are prepared to do this, you know, because in school, you begin to think about performing arts in some ways. The school is, for me, very important. All begins there. Music, it doesn't matter. Performing arts, generally, it begins in the school. So we have to think all this trip from small children to alumni and big artists everywhere. Thank you.
Mr. Rigas, if you want to say something about your drama school. I think we have students here now.
Yes, later on we're going to have more. Actually, I don't know which is the level of schools in the Balkans. In Greece, it's really very bad, very low. So the kids, they are not educated as they should be. They grow up and then they discover what art is probably, not earlier. If they see performances when they are kids, it's not enough because they don't see usually something that is expensive. Let's say it like that. So we here in the National Theatre of Northern Greece, we have a drama school, and the kids come, they are 18 and bigger, and we have to educate them from the beginning. And we only have 3 years. And the young people are really tired to get educated as they should be from the age of 10, of 7, of 9, which is a major political problem. I don't know what happens in Bulgaria, in Romania, and so on. I don't know. But I'm afraid that the kids are educated wrong. I mean, we educate the kids so they are ready when they grow up to obey in whatever the elders want. And we educate the kids so they can find again their innocence, so they can stay on the stage. Without innocence, I don't know what kind of theater you can provide. I think we all agree. So it is a major problem, education, but we can do nothing about it because we meet people when they are already grown up. It is a major political problem, which I don't know how we can do it. Really, I don't know. I hope we'll find a way later on. I mean, in 1,000 years. Anyway, I mean, when you I'm sorry, I'm talking too much, sorry. When you become 20, you start realizing that you have to read again from the beginning everything, from history to find out which is the truth. Because the Balkanians, we usually quarrel between us, but we don't know history. We don't know that we have nothing to share. If we could be educated properly, then probably we could find more ways to meet each other. But we don't. Because the politicians, and the answer to Enke is that we, the artists, are in front. We have to be. The politics have to follow. If it happens the other way, then we always lose. And because the politics are the ones that give us the money, we think that we follow. No, culture is in front. It has to be. We have to take the responsibility that we do something that has to do with humanity. I'm sorry.
Yes, you want to add something on this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Rigas. But I was talking about diplomacy. We have to do art diplomatics. And the second is that we need the money. Because in Balkan, from my experience the last years, it was that we have a colonization from Italy, from France, from Austria, and from Germany. So the Greece doesn't play nothing at all. We have to make the new, we have to reconstruct ourselves because we have a big problem about this cultural colonization from these countries. I mean, they have the money, so they can play translations and they can give new plays in this area. So we need to fight to not have this colonization. I mean, we need to export plays from Bulgaria and Bulgaria to take from Greece. I mean, Slovenia, it's the only country from Balkan that they have, I mean, they are most European. I'm talking about my experience, okay? It doesn't mean because I'm talking particularly. But Slovenia has made a very good, very strong national theater, very good theater, and they have the bridge to the Europe. But with the Balkan, we have to make a union. I mean, now we have the conflicts with Serbs and Kosovo. We have the ethnicity. We have this, the one that I saw in North Macedonia. It was that the North Macedonian people, they don't, as I mean, not all, but they don't go to the Albanian theater. I mean, so we have to cover this. We have a long road in front of us. So the art is the only weapon to build this bridge. So we have you said about the children and yes, it starts from the school, of course, but we have a great opportunity in our hands. I'm talking about the dramaturg, the directors, the artistic directors, which is very, very important. And this is politics for me. Not just, I mean, yeah, okay, we need the money, but we need to have these conditions because we have to eat. Sorry.
Thank you, Enke.
Δεν ήταν προς εσένα, ήταν για όλους.
Thank you. I agree, Enke. I love him. Huh? He forgot to say that he's a graduate of our school. Anyway. Yes. But we have to have in mind the freedom culture needs, which means that whatever is on stage is art, whether you like it or not, whether you believe is good or it is not. It's a long way. And we are not ready to walk.
And Professor Stoyanovska, if you want to say something.
I think it's better.
Okay, thank you.
Great.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about this. I'm Anna Stoyanovska from the Faculty of Dramatic Arts in Skopje and Artistic Director of the National Theatre Festival Vojdan Černodrinski in Prilep. And in the year of 2000, we have the similar conference at our faculty called Balkan Theatre Sphere. And we wanted to start, my professor Jelena Lushina wanted to start like a digital theater base from all of the Balkans to be this mapping to do that. And 25 years later, we still discuss it. And I think that's the problem. We should be practical. We have this opportunity now. So thank you, all of you, for excellent contributions for the discussion. I think it's a great opportunity to talk loudly about this. And I think we should start it at educational process, of course, but we should be practical. Please, we have all of us, younger generation has possibilities to do this digital networking. So we should put all of our performances, festivals, anything in that digital map so we can share it. I think it's more practical than to discuss next 25 years later. I think it's a great, your example with the Philharmonic and our Philharmonic and Bulgarian Philharmonic, that's the way of communication in our days. We should be collaborating between ourselves on the basis of the faculties, on the basis of the festivals, national theaters, independent scene. We should all be here for each other because, as you said before, and we have art, and art gave us a freedom to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will have the lunch break until 3:30, and you will come this way in order to have the wonderful view of the White Tower also. Only for the speakers.
No. The first speaker is Ioana Cristia Grigorescu, President of Romanian AICT, Chair of Conference at AICT ASTS, Executive Committee Theatre Critic. She will speak to us on a topic, themes of the new Romanian drama.
Hello, do you hear me?
Good morning, yes.
Good day. Okay, thank you for inviting me to, and I want to congratulate the organizer for this important idea of a conference on inter-Balkanic network of performing arts. And I propose this themes of new Romanian drama, because after 1989, the interest of Romanian theatrical environment mainly directed towards reconnected with Western European cultural spaces, and less towards communication and mutual knowledge of regional dramaturgies, those of our neighbors. So my speech aims to offer some landmarks through the selection of 7 playwrights considered representative for the identity of the Romanian theatrical space after 1989. I selected 7 texts from their works for the questioning the themes of the present and of the relationship with recent history, which depict the diversity of the subject matters addressed by the new playwrights. In this idea, I want to offer you shortly a map of new Romanian playwrights. The new stage text has imposed itself through the voice of 2 generations concerned with reflecting on the social and ethical transformation Romanian society has gone through by interrogating the legacy of recent history and relations with national minorities seen from the individual's perspective. 2 generations which have consecutively asserted themselves in the years of transition and of Romania's European integration, share a common interest in the exploration of documented realities through fiction, in the reflection of regional identity, but also in combating intolerant mentalities towards different minorities. In concentric circles, from the individual to the group, community and society, their plays debate through the small-scale history felt individually, the relationship with the large-scale history that we have to clarify and manage as a society emerging from decades of dictatorship. First author is Elise Wilk. She is probably the best example of the national and international success of an author launched at a very early age with texts about and for teenagers, an age group neglected in the 2000s by the repertoire of Romanian theatre. Although she is a German ethnicity, Elise Wilk writes in Romanian. Her plays deal with topics that are mostly taboo in our society, such as intergenerational conflicts, managing homosexual impulses, or suicide in teenagers. With maturity, the range of subject approached by Wilk expands naturally, but it is also stimulated by the commissioning of the writing in a new place, coming from state or independent theaters. The Green Cat, you saw previously some of her plays, and The Green Cat is the first of the trilogy of adolescence, and I want to present a little The Green Cat because it's the first text of the trilogy of adolescence that also includes the plays Paper Planes and Crocodile. The characters are teenagers and the world is seen and judged through their sensitivity and age-specific understanding. It was an important performance which proposed this new theme in our theater in 2021. The next author is Cosmin Stănilă. Cosmin Stănilă is an actor at the National Theatre in Cluj since 2017. His first stage text, produced by the independent theater reactor, the Creație și Experiment Cluj, All the Things That Alois Took From Me from 2020, imposes a confident voice with an exceptional sense of dialogue, attaching a sensitive theme of today's society, that of filial love and altruism related to the parents' suffering. Here we have some image from this play and from the next one, which I consider very important, how Mr. Gherace fell in love with Clara Smith. But talking about all the things Alois took to me, the play is a two-character story that develops on the principle of role reversal between mother and son, as the mother, a famous Hungarian-speaking actress, ages and Alzheimer's progresses. How Mr. Gherace fell in love with Clara Smith debate with ethical aspects of the documentary theater, another important and new topic in Romanian stages. Next author is Szekely Csaba. He's a writer, playwright, and translator, the most performed Hungarian language author on Romanian stages, appreciated by Romanian and Hungarian directors alike. He is famous far beyond Romania's border for the sharp humor of his comedies and for his courage to tackle sensitive topics criticizing nationalism and the cliché of Hungarian-Romanian coexistence in Transylvania. We see here the Mainz trilogy. This trilogy is the most important and mainly the most played in stages, in Romanian stages, but I will talk about 4 political plays about enemies from 2016, presented in 4 parables, independent comic scenes, which have in common the projection of collective hatred onto an invented enemy. In other texts, such as Maro, 10, or I Regret Nothing, the indirect aim of comedy is to ridicule and dissolve tensions. From Bucharest come Gabriel Sandu. He is a very young author, a multidisciplinary theater and film artist, writer and director. He established himself as a playwright in 2017 with My Father the Priest, one of the first Romanian plays that confronts the acknowledgement of one's homosexuality with the patriarchal family. His plays are generally inspired by news from journal articles, fictionally developed, imagining the destiny of some social conditioned characters. Enmity, the second version of this text, deals with the recent past, the transmission and the renegotiation of ethical values from one generation to the next. The fate of children of a simple family is marked by their relationship with a party activist, who in her old age sells her memories to those interested in listening. Again, from a young generation, the topic is addressed to the topic of the past and how to deal with the memories of the past. Alina Nelega is a playwright with an unmistakable voice, national and international multi-award winner, stage in Romania and abroad. She has marked milestones in writing for the stage in Romania in the last 3 decades. At the beginning of 2000s, she brought to the attention of Romanian dramaturgy subjects inspired by the reading of recent history from a subjective human perspective and from the alienating everyday life about the transformation in the post-communist Romanian society. She tackled the sensitive issues of interethnic relations in Transylvania, racism and systemic discrimination in a sharp tone, without ethical or ideological compromises. We have here 2 of her first place texts, but very important, still very, very important in Romanians today dramaturgy. In today's Romanian dramaturgy, 2 plays are fundamental. Decalogue After Hess from 2003 and Amalia Breath Deep from 2005, for which she received in 2007 Heidelberger Theaterstückenmarkt European Author Award, marked two important milestones, these two plays. Decalogue After Hess imagines the Last Supper before the suicide of the character as a monodrama in which Hess submits to an examination of conscience structured according to the commandments of the Christian Decalogue. Amalia, Breath Deep. Amalia is one of the first Romanian plays to deal with the legacy of communism and was staged in many versions in Romanian, all over Romania. Next author is Alexandra Felseghi, born in Cluj-Napoca. She is a bachelor in theater directing, a master in performing arts and film, and she is currently a lecturer at the Faculty of Theater and Film from Cluj, where she teaches dramatic writing. Her plays are all written for performances and fictionally develop real cases that she takes from the Romanian reality, inspired by the observation and diagnosis of traumas in the society. No longer hold the line occupied is the most committed text with the form and structure of an ancient tragedy. The conflict, the character, the ancient chorus, and the versified form of its sentences, as opposed to the epic character of the dialogues, descends from this model. The plot is documented by the Caracal case, the tragedy of the disappearance of a teenage girl kidnapped and killed by human traffickers. A real case still unsolved in Romanian society. From Ploiești and Bucharest, playwright Mihaela Mihailov and director Radu Apostol are co-founding members of one of the best-known independent space in Bucharest, Replica Educational Center. Since its foundation in 2015, they have supported educational art platforms, cultural intervention programs, and have become well known as promoters of social theater in Romania through performances on educational themes. Mihaela Mihailov's dramatic texts debate socio-political issues such as labor migration, power relations in the educational system. All the Quiet in the World is one of her most sensitive texts, which tells the story, the daily struggle in the life of a single mother with two teenager sons, the eldest is of which suffers from severe Down syndrome. All the Quiet in the World is a poem about the sacrifice of love of a mother who knows that she is fighting alone in a war where both she and her son have been defeated from the start. As a conclusion of my presentation, I will say that two generations which have consecutively asserted themselves in the years of transition and of Romania's European integration, these two generations share a common interest in the exploration of documented realities through fiction. Two categories are defined from the plays presented here. One concerns the struggle of the individual and the family. I include here Green Cat by Elise Wilk, All the Quiet in the World by Mihaela Mihailov and Radu Apostol, All the Things That Alois Took From Me by Cosmin Stănilă. A second category concerns recent history and social criticism, four political plays about enemies by Sekei Cioba, Enmity by Gabriel Sandu, No Longer Hold the Line Occupied by Alexandra Felseghi, and Decalogue After Hess by Alina Nelega. These playwrights cover defining points of the map of the new Romanian dramaturgy, with themes relevant to the countries of this geopolitical space, which share a close destiny in the social transformation after 1989. I want to say that all these plays I presented here were translated last year in Macedonian, after a cooperation with Perun Artists Publishing House with Sasha Ognenovsky. And I think this was for me a first step in strengthening the communication and each knowing better each one in this region. And I think we have a lot of sharing and understanding about our future through our past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation on the contemporary Romanian drama. And we follow with Elpida Zebedaki, postdoctoral researcher, University of Crete, the Laboratory of Theatre, Film and Music Studies. Her topic is the impact of significance of ancient Greek tragedy and ancient Greek myths on Balkan theatre in the 20th and 21st centuries.
Hello to everybody. I feel very happy that we managed to do this conference, and thanks a lot all the co-organizers. So we begin. Okay. The ancient Greek tragedy and mythology have played a decisive role in the cultural life of the Balkans since the distant Renaissance. A characteristic example is the first Slavic tragedy, Hekuba, composed by the great writer from Ragusa, Marin Držić, in 1558. Ancient Greek culture is encountered in our Balkan neighborhood in every era in different ways, with different perceptions and different meanings. This demonstrates its magical and timeless ability to express the social and political values and concerns of each society in its specific time and space. In the first half of the 20th century, ancient Greek tragedy begins to timidly chart its course in the broader region of the Balkans. Nevertheless, its influence should in no way be considered homogeneous, as its dynamics vary in each corner of the Balkans. Generally speaking, a common point is the fact that translations of ancient Greek tragedies that took place in the first half of the 20th century were quite limited, resulting in these works not being frequently performed in theatres. Despite its weak influence, ancient Greek culture was not entirely absent. In Slovenia, until Second World War, only two ancient Greek plays were performed on stage, Antigone and Oedipus Rex by Sophocles. In Croatia, translations of Antigone and Oedipus Rex appeared as early as 1904, and Zagreb's theatre scene featured Electra 1908, Alcestis 1909, and Agamemnon 1910. By 1913, most of Aeschylus' works had been translated into Croatian. In Serbia, Antigone was performed in Belgrade in 1925, while Montenegro staged it in Cetinje in 1946. In Bosnia, Oedipus Rex was presented on stage of Sarajevo in 1922. In Bulgarian language, Oedipus Rex and Prometheus Bound were translated in 1911 and Medea in 1914. Oedipus Rex was performed on stage in Stara Zagora in 1916 and Medea in Sofia in 1929. Romania saw the translation of Hekuba 1900s, Antigone and Oedipus at Colonus 1910, Alcestis 1921, and Oedipus Rex 1925. In contrast, Albania and North Macedonia had no translations of ancient Greek drama in the first half of the 20th century, with the first translations appearing later. Thus, in North Macedonia, Oedipus Rex and Antigone were translated in 1967. In Albania, Aristophanes' Wealth was translated in 1954 and Medea in 1956. Here you can see a book cover from Prometheus Bound in Albanian.
Here you can see some book covers from the Slovenian editions of Greek tragedies. Here are the first Romanian editions, also Romanian editions. And here you can see two posters from the performances in Zagreb. Okay. A comparative perspective reveals that several ancient Greek tragedies and comedies were not translated into all Balkan languages during this period, and performances remained scarce. The greatest influence of ancient Greek theatre is found in Romania, Bulgaria, and Croatia, while very little to no influence is observed in the areas of Albania and North Macedonia. Moving into the second half of the 20th century, translations of ancient Greek works gradually increased. However, Serbian theatre expert Jovan Cyrilov noted that in the 50s, tragic poets were still rarely staged in Yugoslav theatre. A major turning point came with Greek theatre companies touring the Balkans, presenting ancient Greek plays under renowned directors such as Alexis Minotis, Dimitris Rotiris, and Karolos Koun. Alexis Minotis presented performances of Sophocles' Oedipus Rex and Euripides' Hecuba in Belgrade and Zagreb in 1955 and in Bucharest and Sofia in 1965. The Romanian press of the time highlights the fact that Euripides remained unknown compared to Aeschylus and Sophocles for the Romanian audience. Rondiris with the Piraiko Theatre brought the Persians and Electra to Belgrade in 1959 and Electra and Orestia to Zagreb in 1962, and Electra and Medea to Sofia and Bucharest. The major Balkan cities of Belgrade, Zagreb, Bucharest, and Sofia served as stops for the Greek theatre troops, while the press of the time recorded the enthusiastic reactions of the audience and the packed theatres. These performances were particularly significant because they took place at a time when ancient Greek drama had not yet secured a place in the repertoire of Balkan theatres, and secondly, they served as a means of communication and acquaintance among the Balkan countries. It is worth mentioning that shortly afterward, in 1974, Karolos Koun participated in the Bitev Theatre Festival in Belgrade with Aristophanes Berts through the Art Theatre, while 4 years later, Minotis presented Prometheus Bound at the Summer Festival in Dubrovnik. In the following decades of the 20th century, translations of ancient Greek theatrical works gradually increased. In fact, the staging of ancient Greek classic plays was particularly significant in countries where strict censorship was enforced, such as Albania, Bulgaria, and Romania, as well as throughout the former Yugoslavia, where the boundaries between freedom and unfreedom in art were fluid and negotiable, often through indirect methods of halting a theatrical performance. Specifically, ancient Greek tragedies or the new Balkan tragedies written by the Balkan authors based on ancient Greek myths allowed artists to convey their camouflaged views that clashed with the socialist system through veiled references to the contemporary sociopolitical reality. A notable example is the writing of the New Antigone by the Slovenian Dominic Small in 1959. A hallmark of the work was the complete absence of Antigone herself. The audience learns about her actions and thoughts through the words of the other characters. Antigone, through the burial of Polynices, embarks on a journey of self-awareness and identity search. Small's poetic drama was linked to the current political situation of the time. The absence of Antigone was equated with the absence of the intellectual Joseph Puchnik, who was imprisoned for his political ideas at the time the play was performed. Similarly, the lost and unburied body of Polynices was associated with the executions of thousands of members of the National Slovenian Guard by the Yugoslav army after the Second World War. The collapse of socialist regimes, the Yugoslav Civil War, and the establishment of newly formed nation-states inaugurated a new era for the ancient Greek drama in the Balkans. The staging of ancient Greek tragedies has now become a staple choice in the repertoire of national theatres, while an increasing number of Balkan directors are experimenting with ancient Greek myths. Moreover, from the early 90s to the present, new Balkan tragedies have been written. The list of the new Balkan works based on ancient Greek tragedies, Homeric epics, and ancient Greek myths is impressively extensive. Notably mentioned are Odysseus by the author from North Macedonia, Goran Stefanovski, Medea by Montenegrin playwright Ljubomir Djurkovic, Archetype Medea by Croatian Ivana Saiko, Medea by Croatian Josip Vela, Antigone by Slovenian Dusan Jovanovic, Hrvatska Antigona by Croatian Miroslav Medzimorec, Antigona 2000 Godina Posle by Croatian Zeljka Udovicic, Oedipus in Corinth by Slovenian Ivo Svetina, Moja Domovina Sedam Snova by Serbian Nikita Milivojevic, Balkan Bordello by Kosovar Jeto Nezirai, and Ece Hekuba by Romanian Matej Visnjek. One characteristic found in several of the new Balkan tragedies is the tendency to demystify ancient Greek heroes and their mythical stories. The heroes are placed in the present day and influenced by the generally decayed sociopolitical system in which they operate, they have lost their heroic dimensions. A prime example is the Odysseus by the Macedonian author Goran Stefanovski. In this work, the renowned Greek hero is portrayed as a war criminal, old, depressed, suffering from arthritis and stomachache. The beautiful Helen appears as a prostitute, Nestor as a drug dealer, Athena as a lovesick virgin with Odysseus, Penelope as an alcoholic, and Telemachus, disillusioned by the image he has created of his father, tries to erase the tattoo of his name from his body. Moreover, the Yugoslav Odysseus, upon returning to Ithaca, is discontented to discover that his homeland has changed its name, flags, monuments, songs, and gods. The ancient Greek myth is used symbolically by Goran Stefanovski to express his nostalgia for his lost homeland, Yugoslavia, which has now been replaced by a new, morally and ethically decayed society that the main hero no longer recognizes as part of his identity. Similarly, the Kosovar writer Jeto Nezirai, in his work Balkan Bordello, adopts the basic elements of the plot of Aeschylus' Orestia to deconstruct the post-Yugoslav post-war society. His goal is to provide sharp criticism of individuals and institutions. In the Balkan Orestia, Agamemnon and his soldiers return victorious not from the Trojan War, but from the Yugoslav Civil War. The luxury of the kingdom in Argos has been replaced by a kids' motel run by Clytemnestra, who suffers from migraines. Her lover, Aegisthus, is portrayed as an unpublished poet who deserted but believes that with his pen he managed to save the nation, which must recognize the value of the intellectuals who served it. The provocative homosexual relationship between Orestes and Pylades serves as commentary on the conservative treatment of the LGBT community in today's Balkans. Pylades is presented as a choreographer from Berlin who travels to civilize the war-torn Balkans through European cultural programs. In the new Balkan tragedies, the concept of heroism seems to be questioned and reinterpreted through a postmodern narrative. The new Balkan tragedies, or the original ones through an innovative directorial perspective, express the conflicting ideological trends, the collective trauma of the war, the mechanism of communist and capitalist power, the search for a new national, multicultural, European consumer identity, and other related sociopolitical issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the interesting presentation for the relationship between ancient myths and the modern Balkan theater. And we follow with the next speaker, Anna Stoyanowska, professor at the University of Skopje. She will speak us with the topic, the relationship that needs to be established and activated. Modern theater as a connection between the cultures of the two countries. A case study, the directorial works of Slobodan Ankovsky in Greece.
Thank you for the opportunity to be part of this conference. I believe this is a great importance so that we are here today and have the chance to discuss such important topics. Theater, as an art form, teaches us that the dialogue is essential in the process of communication. I believe that from this dialogue today among us, many new and meaningful celebrations can emerge. This is a condensed version of my extended research, so I will bear it in 12 minutes. The renewed theater director, Slobodan Ankovsky, has directed 3 plays in Greek theaters. The Fourth Sister by Glovatsky, 2003, and King Lear by Shakespeare, 2005, at the National Theatre of Greece in Athens, as well as Orestes by Euripides at the National Theatre here in Northern Greece in Thessaloniki, in co-production with the Epidaurus Theatre Festival in 2008. Ankovsky is a professor emeritus at our Faculty of Dramatic Arts in Skopje and has also worked as a visiting professor at Brooklyn College, City University of New York, and Harvard University in the United States. You've met him yesterday here. In addition to his work in Greek theaters, he conducted a 2-month workshop with young Greek directors and actors at the National Theatre in Athens. His directorial portfolio spans classical repertoire, but he has also directed more than 30 contemporary plays, many as world premieres. Beyond the former Yugoslav region, his directorial work extends to the United States, Russia, Italy, Sweden, Germany, Greece, and other countries, with his performances being showcased at numerous theater festivals in Europe. This study aims to explore the significance of establishing and activating a cultural relationship between the two countries through theater. From the performances here. The term Balkan theater sphere was introduced in the contemporary theater studies by Professor Jelena Lužina in the year of 2000. She defines this concept based on the premise of, and I quote, undoubtedly millennial-old, contentious, and highly dynamic pulsation of theatrical tradition that are shared in various ways by all the theatrical cultures that have been developed in the Balkans, regardless of the national attributes that define them individually. End of quote. This phenomenon can be observed across all stages of development in national theatrical histories, as well as in theatrical conventions, including stage speech, movements, kinesthetics, acting techniques, costume and set design, dramaturgy, directing, theater architecture, and audience reception. From this perspective, the relationship among Balkan theater cultures can be examined through the lens of mutual exchange and communication. However, considering the region's historical tendencies toward conflict and division, this theatrical sphere must be continually re-established and activated. This highlighting the importance of openly discussing bilateral and multilateral theatrical connections. Having researched theater for nearly half a century, I have always been inspired by stories of intercultural dialogue in the performing arts. Establishing and activating the relationship. Modern theater is a link between two cultures. A case study of Slobodan Ankovsky's directorial work in Greece. As I said before, this study focuses on the correlation between our two countries and the performances that Slobodan Ankovsky staged here in Greece. The starting point underlines the necessity of institutionalizing cultural cooperation. While personal acquaintances and professional networks may initiate collaboration, sustainable exchange requires structured cultural policies between the two countries. Despite the significance of personal relationships, longer-term cooperation must be based on professional artistic exchange and institutional support. In the book Conversation with Unkovsky, Professor Zoja Buzalkovska raises the question of how his collaboration with Greek theaters began. Quote, if I'm not mistaken, your collaboration with Greek theater started when you were the Minister of Culture. No, he answers, it happened later in the year 2000. This foundational insight helps us identify key elements for developing future cultural partnerships between two countries. Given our geographical proximity, it is crucial to establish and expand a network of artistic exchange, especially considering that theater as an art form, as I said before, teaches us that only through mutual communication and collaboration can we reach both our cultural landscapes and our social structures. Quote, Unkovsky from this book, years later, Nikos Kourpoulos, a renewed Greek actor, often compared to Alain Delon, was the director of the National Theatre in Athens. He wanted to celebrate an anniversary of his acting career. So that's the beginning of their collaboration. The theatrical relationship between the two countries remains underdeveloped. While our theaters show interest in Asian drama, as Elpida said before, contemporary Greek playwrights are rarely staged. Conversely, Greek theaters have presented works only of one, I think, maybe it's three Macedonian playwrights. In this previous mentioned book, In Conversation with Unkovsky emphasizes the significance of his collaboration with Greek actors, describing it as a highly positive experience that allowed him to refine and further develop his directorial methodology. In Greece, for instance, quote, I work with a group of actors primarily engaged in television. They prefer specific, well-defined tasks with clear conclusions. However, for me, that is merely the first step in an ongoing creative process. These insights underline the importance of developing a structured and sustained cultural exchange between our two countries. By fostering dialogue and collaboration, modern theater can serve as a bridge between cultures, enriching both artistic expression and broader social connections. Case studies, case number 1, The Fourth Sister by Glovatsky. Again, quotation from the book. The Fourth Sister was a great success, said Buzalkovska. Yes, answered Unko. It had great success with the audience and won an award for Best Play in Athens that year. 2 actresses won awards for Best Performances. Angelina Atlagic won the costume design, Meta Hocheva for set design, and I received an award for direction. Overall, it was a major success, and it was very important for Nikos. The play, The Fourth Sister by Janusz Glovatsky, was staged in 2003, 3 years after the world premiere of this now highly significant work by the Polish playwright. The play was produced by the National Theatre of Greece in Athens. The director brought along his collaboration for set design, as he mentioned before, Meta Hocheva, and costume design Angelina Atlagic, with whom he previously worked in numerous productions. The cast here is from the Greek National Theatre Bay. Unlike Three Sisters by Chekhov, who yearned for the famous Moscow and are caught between their illusions and harsh reality, Glovatsky situates the play in the contemporary context with a society in transition. This is a quote from the interview in Ekaterini. But in case of the time, I will not read it. You can read it here. And it is an important point that he mentioned it. The photographs from the performance. And the award that they received. Case 2, King Lear by Shakespeare. King Lear is one of the Shakespeare's most famous tragedies, as you all know. The way the aging monarch deals with his heirs, and the way Shakespeare mirrors family tragedy through the family of Gloucesters, not only Lear's has continually intrigued the directors worldwide. The same 2 collaborators work on this production. In King quotation. In King Lear, there are around 40 roles. Of those 40 roles, the vast majority, about 90%, came from this play, which I believe to be a pinnacle of theatrical work. The lead actor, Lear, and I went through massive dramatic situations together. However, when I reflect on what the problem was, I think the main issue was understanding the play. His approach to working was classical, I would say traditional, conservative, not necessarily in a bad way. My attempt was to move it towards something more modern. The relationship between us very intense. He is Dimitris Katalifos, a fantastic leading Greek actor from Athens. Here, the directors didn't have much to say. He comes with his method. He explained this process. He represents this because how it's important is dialogue in the theater, especially when there is a connection between the director and the main actor. Rushing about a little bit for the time. So, stage. At case study number 3, Orestes by Euripides in 2008. The production of Euripides' Orestes unfolds on the circular stage of the now iconic ancient theater in Epidaurus, often regarded as a mystical venue. This space sets the stage for one of the most tragic figures of ancient time, Orestes, the son who kills his mother, as you all know, in vengeance for her murder of his father. This action is tied to a prophecy and the repercussions of the decision made by the great warrior Agamemnon to sacrifice his daughter Iphigenia, Orestes' sister and Electra's siblings. The performance was directed by Slobodan Ukovsky, a director who values the freedom of the drama itself. He believes that drama should remain a space of personal freedom. Quotation, nothing is final, nothing binds us. I never believed that there is only one truth. No one holds a monopoly on truth. What is written in the drama. Drama must remain a space for our freedom. End of quotation. Unkowski reflects on two key events that profoundly influenced his work. The first was his encounter with the goddess of the theater, as he said, at the birthplace of the theater itself during the premiere of Orestes at Epidaurus. One was that quotation, and the second was my premiere of Orestes in Epidaurus, where I seemed to collide with the goddess of theater, with the place where theater was born. When I arrived at that place, it felt as though my career had ended. It didn't end. I worked and I will continue to work, but it felt like I beat my own tail. It felt as though I had come to the end, as though I had come to retrieve my talent. End of quotation. This performance has 27 performances and was seen by nearly 24,000 people. In focusing on alleged moral, scholars have tended to discount the role of the Exodus in the emotional melodramatic structure of Orestes, but in fact, this concludes this innovative play, providing an appropriate climax to Orestes' growing frustration and outrage that was shown at the stage performance. The costume design that I'm getting needed. So, for my conclusion is from the aforementioned points, it can be concluded that theater serves as an excellent starting point, a platform for initiating and developing the idea of bilateral cooperation between the two countries. Since we belong to the same Balkan theatrical sphere, our cultures and theatrical practices can find a common foundation and further evolve together. Naturally, this mutual collaboration should be guided by the ministries of culture of both nations, as well as institutional theater houses in our country and in Greece. In this way, we can achieve that what Professor Unkowski initiated through his 3 directorial works in Greece, fostering creative and constructive cooperation. In the complex approach to theatrical exchange, we must start that we bring from our own culture, the culture we encounter and the connection between the two cultures. The production directed by Unkowski, foreseen among other functions, served to demonstrate that cultural collaboration is possible and should continue. This cooperation should not be driven by political decisions, but rather by institutions, artistic production that highlight the fundamental desire for exchange and collaboration. The Balkan Theatre Sphere helps us understand each culture within the region and facilitates collaboration, making it fundamental aspects of both future researchers and theatre practitioners. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the reference and a specific example regarding the cooperation between the two countries. And we follow with the next speaker, Chris Apsomiadou, art educator and NLP master coach. She will speak of her Dance Without Borders, the multicultural nature of movement.
Ωραία. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ. Εγώ θα μιλήσω στα ελληνικά. Χαίρομαι πάρα πολύ που βρίσκομαι εδώ και ευχαριστώ το Πανεπιστήμιο, το Ανοιχτό Πανεπιστήμιο και το Τμήμα μου Παραστατικών Τεχνών για αυτό το κάλεσμα και τη διοργάνωση που φιλοξενείται στην πόλη μου. Ο χορός είναι μία από τις αρχαιότερες μορφές ανθρώπινης έκφρασης, χρησιμοποιούμενος τόσο για καλλιτεχνικούς όσο και για κοινωνικούς, θρησκευτικούς ή πολιτικούς σκοπούς, από τις αρχαίες τραγωδίες ακόμα έως τις διάφορες επιτελέσεις αναπεριοχή. Από το Μεσαίωνα, από το χορό του θανάτου έως τον 21ο αιώνα, ο χορός αποκαλύπτει τον τελετουργικό θρησκευτικό του χαρακτήρα και όχι μόνο. Σε αρκετές χώρες, ο χορός αποτελεί ηροτελεστία και έτσι μας μεταφέρονται αρκετά χαρακτηριστικά ως προς τα ήθη και τα έθιμα του λαού, κοινωνικές συνθήκες, εθνολογικά χαρακτηριστικά και άλλα. Όπως αναφέρει και ο Radcliffe Brown το 1922 σε ένα από τα κεφάλαια για το χορό, μέσα από αυτόν ενισχύονται οι κοινωνικοί δεσμοί λειτουργώντας ως συλλογική κατάσταση έκστασης. Ο χορός είναι ένα πολύπλοκο και σύνθετο σύστημα, στο οποίο εφάπτονται αρκετές επιστήμες, όπως η φιλοσοφία, η ανθρωπολογία, η θεατρολογία, η κοινωνιολογία και άλλες για την ανάλυση του. Η κίνηση και ο χορός είναι μέρος του πολιτισμού, της κουλτούρας και κυρίως της σωματικής κουλτούρας ενός λαού. Η κουλτούρα διαφέρει από κοινωνία σε κοινωνία. Είναι ο χαρακτηρισμός του κάθε λαού, είναι τα ήθη και τα έθιμα που μεταφέρονται από γενιά σε γενιά. Ωστόσο, παρατηρούνται αλλαγές από εποχή σε εποχή και ανάμεσα σε κοινωνικές διαβαθμίσεις. Σε όλες τις ανθρώπινες κοινωνίες, ο χορός αποτελεί ένα κοινό σημείο που ξεπερνά τα σύνορα της εθνικότητας, της γλώσσας και της θρησκείας. Ο πολυσχηδής χαρακτήρας του χορού τον καθιστά αρκετά περίπλοκο ως προς την επιστημονική του εξέταση. Σύμφωνα με τη Λέισον Τζουν 1983, αν κατηγοριοποιήσουμε την έννοια των ειδών του χορού σε δύο επιμέρους, παραδοσιακούς και κοινωνικούς, μακροκοσμικό επίπεδο, έπειτα το κάθε είδος μπορούμε να το υποδιαιρέσουμε με διάφορους τρόπους, μικροκοσμικό επίπεδο. Μία τέτοια αναφορά κάνει και η Άτσχεντ με το παράδειγμά της στο θεατρικό χορό. Εξηγεί ότι αυτό το είδος μπορεί αρχικά να χωριστεί γεωγραφικά, Ανατολή και Δύση, και έπειτα με βάση το είδος, το στυλ και τις οργανωτικές έννοιες. Κατά το πρώτο μισό του 20ου αιώνα, μελετητές όπως ο Μαρέ, ο Μπόας και ο Τάκεμ και άλλοι πίστευαν ότι ο χορός αποτελεί μέρος της θρησκευτικής λατρείας και όχι ξεχωριστό αντικείμενο μελέτης. Ο χορός είναι μια μη λεκτική επικοινωνία, μέσω της οποίας το σώμα αφηγείται ιστορίες, εκφράζει συναισθήματα και επικοινωνεί πολιτισμικές αξίες χωρίς τη χρήση λέξεων. Μπορεί να λειτουργήσει ως μέσο συλλογικής ταυτότητας, αλλά και ως εργαλείο πολιτισμικού διαλόγου, συνδέοντας ανθρώπους από διαφορετικά υπόβαθρα. Ο πολιτισμός έχει πολιτικό φορτίο, ενώ ο χορός είναι αυτός που συνδέεται με την κοινωνία. Είναι το στοιχείο με το οποίο οι άνθρωποι εκφράζουν και εκδηλώνουν συναισθήματα, πράξεις, σκέψεις και συμπεριφορές. Για κάποιους λαούς αποτελείται λειτουργία, ιεροτελεστία και έχει θρησκευτικό χαρακτήρα, ενώ για κάποιους άλλους είναι ψυχαγωγία και κοινωνικοποίηση. Το σώμα και η κίνηση μπορεί να γίνει το όχημα για να αντιληφθεί κάποιος το πώς τον βλέπουν οι άλλοι και πώς βλέπει εκείνος τον εαυτό του. Ο ορισμός του χορού, έτσι όπως συνοψίζεται από την ανθρωπολόγο και ερευνήτρια του χορού και η Λινοχαμόκου,
είναι ένας εφήμερος τρόπος έκφρασης, ο οποίος εκτελείται με μια συγκεκριμένη μορφή και στυλ από το ανθρώπινο σώμα που κινείται στο χώρο. Το αποτέλεσμα αναγνωρίζεται ως χορός τόσο από αυτόν που τον εκτελεί, όσο και από τους θεατές, μέλη μιας συγκεκριμένης ομάδας. Τι εννοούμε όμως πολυπολιτισμικό χαρακτήρα? Όταν μιλάμε για πολυπολιτισμικό χαρακτήρα του χορού, αναφερόμαστε στην αλληλεπίδραση, τη σύνθεση και τη συνεχή εξέλιξη των χορευτικών μορφών μέσα από τις πολιτισμικές ανταλλαγές μεταξύ διαφορετικών κοινωνιών. Ο χορός δεν είναι ποτέ απομονωμένος. Αντίθετα, αποτελεί ένα δυναμικό πεδίο πολιτισμικού διαλόγου, στο οποίο επιρροές, τεχνικές και αισθητικές συναντιούνται και αναδιαμορφώνονται. Ο πολυπολιτισμικός χαρακτήρας του χορού στα Βαλκάνια είναι ιδιαίτερα έντονος, καθώς η περιοχή έχει ιστορικά υπάρξει ένα σταυροδρόμι πολιτισμών. Χοροί όπως ο ζεμπέκικος, το κότσαρι, το χασάπικο ή τα χορευτικά σχήματα της Σερβίας και της Βουλγαρίας φέρουν επιρροές από βυζαντινές, οθωμανικές, σλάβικες και μεσογειακές κουλτούρες. Η χορευτική παράδοση στα Βαλκάνια αποτελεί ένα ζωντανό αρχείο πολιτισμικής μνήμης, όπου κάθε κίνηση και ρυθμός και δομή αντανακλά μία μακραίωνη ιστορία πολιτισμικών συναντήσεων και αλληλεπιδράσεων. Ένα παράδειγμα αποτελούν τα αναστενάρια, το οποίο είναι παραδοσιακό ελληνικό αλλά και βουλγάρικο έθιμο. Κύριο χαρακτηριστικό τους είναι η πυροβασία, δηλαδή το βάδισμα με γυμνά πόδια πάνω σε πυρακτωμένα κάρβουνα. Το έθιμο είναι συνυφασμένο με τη γιορτή του Κωνσταντίνου και της Ελένης. Παρόλο που ξεκίνησε από τη Θράκη, παρατηρείται και σε άλλα μέρη της Ελλάδας αλλά και στη Βουλγαρία. Τα αναστενάρια πιθανολογείται ότι εκκινούν από τις οργιαστικές τελετές προς τιμήν του θεού Διονύσου. Όχι μόνο επειδή η Θράκη αποτελούσε το επίκεντρο της βακχικής και διονυσιακής λατρείας, αλλά και επειδή σύμφωνα με το Θεόφιλο, επίσκοπο της Καμπανίας, οι χορευτές τρέχανε μενόμενοι στα όρη, κρατώντας στα χέρια τους εικόνες τιμόμενων Αγίων. Οι χορευτές του εθήμου, αναστενάριδες και αναστενάρισες όπως αποκαλούνται, βρίσκονται σε εκστατική κατάσταση. Ένα άλλο παράδειγμα αποτελούν οι δερβίσιδες. Ο χορός των δερβίσιδων, Σούφι, γνωστός ως Σεμά, αποτελεί μέρος των θρησκευτικών τελετουργιών του τάγματος των Μεβλεβί στην Τουρκία. Οι περιστρεφόμενοι δερβίσιδες εκτελούν μια κυκλική κίνηση που συμβολίζει την πορεία της ψυχής προς την ένωση με το Θείο. Η κίνηση αυτή ακολουθεί μια αυστηρή τελετουργική δομή, όπου κάθε στοιχείο του χορού, ο ρυθμός, τα βήματα, ακόμα και η ενδυμασία, έχει συμβολικό χαρακτήρα. Ο Σεμά αναδεικνύει τον τρόπο με τον οποίο ο χορός λειτουργεί ως θρησκευτική πρακτική, ξεπερνώντας τα όρια των πολιτισμών και επηρεάζοντας τόσο τη μουσική όσο και τη χορευτική παράδοση των περιοχών που τον περιβάλλουν. Αν και έχει τουρκικές ρίζες, επηρέασε ευρύτερα τη μουσικοχορευτική παράδοση των Βαλκανίων και της Μέσης Ανατολής, όπου οι Σούφοι είχαν παρουσία. Περνώντας στους σύγχρονους χορογράφους, δύο στιγμιότυπα θα δούμε ένα αμέσως τώρα. Στο απόσπασμα παρακολουθούμε την ομιλία του σώματος του Μακόμα. Αυτό που αναδύεται από τη δημιουργία του Μακόμα συνοψίζεται στην άποψη των κοινωνιολόγων Μπέρτζερ και Λούγκμαν, όπου τα άτομα και οι ομάδες αλληλεπιδρούν και δημιουργούν με το πέρασμα του χρόνου νοήματα και κοινωνικές αναπαραστάσεις του κόσμου και του εαυτού τους. Τότε οι δράσεις και τα νοήματα και οι αναπαραστάσεις αυτές θεσμοποιούνται και ενσωματώνονται στην κοινωνία ως φυσικές. Ο Μακόμα μοιάζει να παράγει ο ίδιος μία σωματική μελωδία, η οποία ενσωματώνεται στη συνέχεια με τη μουσική του κιθαρίστατου και σε συνδυασμό με τα φωνητικά του κουαρτέτου ολοκληρώνουν το σκηνικό. Με μεταξωτά κοστούμια και κρατώντας πιάτα, ενώ ο Μακόμα με φορεσιά που θυμίζει παράδοση αποτυπώνει το ethnic στοιχείο με έναν ακόμη τρόπο. Με μία τελετουργική αποτύπωση, θα λέγαμε, ο σύγχρονος χορευτής Μακόμα γίνεται ο αρχηγός των Ξώσα. Επιπλέον, μία εικόνα στο εκράν μόνιμα ως φόντο μας μεταφέρει στην απικιακή γη της φυλής, η οποία τότε τους κατέστρεψε. Ωστόσο, το κομμάτι τοποθετείται ως φόρος τιμής στους προγόνους μέσα από την αναγνώριση του αγώνα τους και αυτός είναι ένας τρόπος ενός απίστευτου μαθήματος για την ιστορία. Το έργο Exit ή Exist φαίνεται περισσότερο σαν να τιμά με ένα λαϊκό χορό τον ηγέτη παρά να αποτελεί μία σύγχρονη χορογραφία. Και ένα ακόμη παράδειγμα είναι αυτό του Άκραμ Καν με το χορευτή του. Το απόσπασμα αυτό του Καν που θα παρακολουθήσουμε με τίτλο «Zero Degré» είναι μια πρόσκληση του χορευτή Σίρι Λάρμπι Τσερκάουι να μοιραστεί με τον ίδιο το κοινό τους βίωμα. Και οι δύο είναι Ισλαμικών οικογενειών, οι οποίοι ζουν και εργάζονται πλέον στην Ευρώπη. Συνδυάζοντας τον Ινδικό Κάθακ με το σύγχρονο χορό, είναι σαν να προτείνουν μια νέα σύμβαση, τοποθετώντας το folklore μέσα στο ethnic. Προσθέτοντας τον Άντονι Γκόρμλεϊ στη σκηνογραφία και τον Νίτιν Σόνι για τη ζωντανή μουσική, η σκηνή μετατρέπεται σε πεδίο μεταμόρφωσης. Οι κοφτές κινήσεις των χεριών, οι στροφικές φιγούρες και η φωνή στον ήχο της μουσικής είναι ορισμένα στοιχεία που χαρακτηρίζουν τον Ινδικό Κάθακ χορό. Ταυτόχρονα η ενδυμασία των χορευτών, το λιτό σκηνικό και η απλότητα στο φωτισμό είναι η σύγχρονη τοποθέτηση που προτείνουν οι χορογράφοι. Αν βασιστούμε στην εθνογραφία της ανθρωπολόγου Γουλφ, τότε σκόπιμα θα χαρακτηρίζαμε και τα δύο έργα ως ethnic. Μπορούμε να έχουμε ηχό.
Μπορούμε να έχουμε ηχό.
Okay. Δεν πειράζει, θα το παρακολουθήσουμε χωρίς ήχο. Ευχαριστώ. Ωραία. Συμπερασματικά, εξετάζοντας τα παραπάνω, δημιουργούνται διάφορα θέματα προς περαιτέρω διερεύνηση. Ερωτήματα όπως πού τοποθετείται η έννοια του ethnic απέναντι στην παγκοσμιοποίηση, τη μετανάστευση, μετακίνηση και την εμπορευματοποίηση είναι μερικά από αυτά. Η αναγκαστική κάποιες φορές μετακίνηση των ανθρώπων σε μεγάλο ποσοστό των καλλιτεχνών κατευθύνει την τέχνη στα πλαίσια της παγκοσμιοποίησης. Στη σύγχρονη εποχή, η παγκοσμιοποίηση και η μετακίνηση των πληθυσμών επιταχύνει αυτή την ανταλλαγή, κάνοντας το χορό ένα δυναμικό πεδίο πολιτισμικής συνάντησης. Ωστόσο, ο χορός συσχετίζεται και με άλλες σφαίρες του κοινωνικού, όπως πολιτικές διαχείρισης ταυτοτήτων, μεταναστευτικές επαναδιαπραγματεύσεις της παράδοσης και κοινωνική κατασκευή του φύλου. Σύμφωνα με τον Κάβουρα 2010, αυτή η ethnic διαχείριση της πολιτισμικής διαφοράς μπορεί να ακολουθήσει δύο δρόμους. Πρώτος είναι η ένταξη των καλλιτεχνικών προϊόντων στο καπιταλιστικό σύστημα, ενώ ο δεύτερος είναι η κριτική διαφοροποίησή του από αυτόν. Στη δεύτερη περίπτωση εντάσσονται κυρίως σύγχρονοι καλλιτέχνες, όπως ο Καν που παρακολουθήσαμε προηγουμένως, οι οποίοι επαναφέρουν την πολιτισμική τους παράδοση στη σύγχρονη εποχή, περισσότερο βιωματικά. Απ' την άλλη πλευρά, έχουμε την παγκοσμιοποίηση, η οποία αναδεικνύει την πολιτισμική διαφορά, την εμπορευματοποιεί και στη συνέχεια την καταναλώνει. Όπως είδαμε στα παραπάνω αποσπάσματα, και όχι μόνο, τονίζεται η έννοια της παράδοσης των εθήμων και του πολιτισμού των λαών. Ο κάθε άνθρωπος κουβαλά την κουλτούρα του λαού του και την υποδηλώνει σε οποιαδήποτε συνθήκη. Και ενώ το φαινόμενο της παγκοσμιοποίησης είναι πλέον στο επίκεντρο, ωστόσο τα τελευταία χρόνια παρατηρείται μια σταδιακή επιστροφή στην παράδοση και την έθνικη κουλτούρα. Παρόλο που οι έννοιες εθνοτικός, εθνικός, εθνολογικός χρήζουν περαιτέρω διερεύνησης, η οπτική με την οποία προσεγγίζουμε τους όρους κάνει τη διαφορά. Ο χορός δεν έχει σύνορα, ο χορός ενώνει. Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much for the presentation and promotion of dance as a dynamic intercultural medium of communication. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ για την προώθηση και την προβολή του χορού σαν ένα δυναμικό μέσο επικοινωνίας των ανθρώπων. And we move on the next speaker, Stefan Prohorov, online stage director at the Playwright, artistic director of the ACT Independent Theatre Festival, and vice president of the European Association for Independent Performing Art. He will speak as the Bulgarian Independent Performing Arts, a story of resilience, innovation and precarity. Δεν, τίποτα. Μάλιστα. We will await and let us discuss questions about the speakers. No questions, no questions. Είμαστε πολύ καλοί. Thank you very much. Κύριε Ρίγα, θα πείτε εσείς κάτι, θα κάνουμε διάλειμμα, τι θέλετε. Ωραία. Five time we will have performance by the yes, few minutes. Yes, 10 minutes after a performance, the School of Thought. Ευχαριστούμε πολύ για την προώθηση.
Hello. Of less sunny Sofia than it used to be. I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for the opportunity to speak to you today and to present a curious case. I have been following the panels in the last 2 days, which led me to a slight change in the presentation for today, deciding to focus not only on a story of national development in the field of the performing arts, but rather to discuss a topic that I have found consistently absent in most of the presentations, which is the relations between working conditions and artistic output. I just wanted to make sure that you hear me well. I'm going to share my screen and start the presentation itself. A story of resilience, innovation, and precarity. But I would love to keep in mind that the very term independent performing arts seems to be as lesser known and less recognized in terms of critical studies and theater studies as it is needed. So I was what are the independent performing arts? We usually define them as any forms of performing arts that operate, meaning being produced or represented outside mainstream or institutional structures. These performances are typically crafted by artists, collectives, or small organizations. Think of NGOs or informal collectives that prioritize artistic freedom, experimentation, and alternative modes of production, distribution, and funding. When we think of this definition, and undoubtedly you might equalize it to what we would call underground culture or different forms of subculture. The difference being, in this case, that we refer to the independent performing arts as a mode of production predominantly. What their key characteristics are that they are artist-led and non-institutional, meaning that it is the artistic input and creative impulse that is the key factor. They can be characterized as experimental and innovative, meaning that they do try and they do provide forms of performance that are usually deemed unsuitable or considered as unsuitable for institutional scenes like national theaters, municipal theaters, etc. They have a very important aspect of having alternative funding and production models. If we are to compare a traditional state theater, for instance, any national theater in Europe, it would have a dedicated annual budget or multi-annual budget with a certain segment for production, and from this production budget, the artistic director or curator, or depending on the case, would compile a program. In this case, in the case of independent performing arts, this is impossible since these organizations or artists use alternative fundings, meaning that these are different kinds of grants, crowdfunding, sponsorships, or sometimes entirely they rely on ticket sales rather than large institutional budgets. In that aspect, the independent performing arts obviously would operate on a much smaller scale than institutions. Very often they are site-specific and pop-up, meaning that the independent performing arts are usually a key vehicle into transforming urban environments like warehouses, outdoor spaces, or even the online environment into recognized performing arts space. For instance, we can find a great example of Dimitris Papaioannou and following his artistic career from the very obvious occupation of abandoned spaces up until some of the largest performing arts venues in the world. The independent performing arts are usually politically and socially engaged, frequently addressing social issues. They have a predominantly activist character, and they do underline marginalized perspectives as a key aspect of their work, meaning that the independent performing arts, with all of these conditions that I'm describing here, are usually the voice of the underrepresented narratives, the narratives that are not allowed into institutions, or that are less represented without being additionally censored. The independent performing arts are also community-oriented, meaning that they very often focus on audience interaction, participation, and different forms of grassroots cultural movements. Examples will be most of the fringe festivals that you can think about. Most of contemporary dance on the Balkans is being produced and represented in the context of the independent performing arts. For instance, Bulgaria does not have a dedicated dance center, so all of the contemporary dance practices are being presented as a part of the independent performing arts context. Improvisational theater, theater of the oppressed, and all kinds of para-theatrical forms, community-oriented, are usually also operate in the same framework. Site-specific performance is rarely commissioned on an institutional basis, meaning that it is more often than not also falls into the circle of independent performing arts. Contemporary circus, definitely absent from institutions in most of Europe, with very few notable exceptions. And of course, all kinds of independent music and experimental sound art that follow and explore different aspects of creativity that are less defendable in what you would call conventional venues. The key values of the independent performing arts would be the artistic freedom and innovation. And this is, I would say, their most important asset, keeping into account that, of course, artistic freedom and innovation are not necessarily merits on their own, but they are something that is subsequently lacking in institutions, given the fact that institutions are usually burdened with a form of social responsibility that is especially viable to political inclination. Therefore, any radical performing opposition is very rare, or at least seldomly represented in institutional spaces. The social and political engagement of independent performing arts is the very key definition, or at least the most definitive aspect of them that guarantees, or I would say validates, their social value. Accessibility and cultural diversity. These are, of course, also hot topics that we often explore once again in this field. I would like to emphasize that all of these key characteristics that I'm mentioning right now can sometimes be found in institutional environments, and the independent performing arts are not the enemy or the antagonist of institutional context. They are rather the civic and artistic supplement that guarantees a healthy environment where the whole community centered around the performing arts, regardless if it's theater, dance, circus, or whatnot, can actually not necessarily progress, but at least not stay static in its aesthetics and in its research. The economic and professional opportunities in independent performing arts are extremely varied, but as we will see slightly later in the presentation, also extremely precarious, which is the main point that we're going to cover in a bit. Coming to Bulgaria, the story of the independent performing arts in Bulgaria would mirror the story of the independent performing arts in all of Central and Eastern Europe. We are actually, I would be inclined to say that the very definition is something typical for Central and Eastern Europe, especially due to the fact that after the fall of socialism, or at least for the different totalitarian regimes, the established system of producing theater centered around state, municipal, and regional theaters did not allow easily for new and innovative forms of artistic expression. Therefore, independent performing arts were self-defined as an antagonism in the way they are being funded. So rather than being, I would say, relying on a healthy budget provided by the institution, on a salary, on a guaranteed well-being, the independent performing arts would project fund their work and rely on the flexibility that could arise. We can easily compare them to all kinds of resistance or alternative performing practices dating back from the early 20th century, but we do pin the term independent performing arts in the late 80s and early 90s, especially due to this self-determination of the way that things are produced rather than a singular aesthetic statement. The origins are, of course, in a form of resistance against social norms, and in the case of Bulgaria, they have been strongly supported by the apparition of grants and other funding programs related to the EU inclusion process. The same case was in Hungary or Czech Republic or in Romania. So once these countries would steer the wheel from the totalitarian sphere of influence towards the European Union, different forms of grants from foundations such as Pro-Helvetia or, of course, the other pre-inclusion union would partially be dedicated to culture, and the independent cultural sector in general would heavily profit from them. Gradually, this led to the establishment of national and municipal fundings, and of course, the gradual and inconsistent development of infrastructure, meaning venues, funding programs, and all other aspects of predictability in professional life. We can, what is very characteristic of this field in Bulgaria is that it is strongly festival-centered in its promotion and distribution. I have listed some of the key venues around the country. I have to keep on point what I believe is the very gestus or gist of the action for promoting and working in independent performing arts. Here you can also discover when you research or decide to visit cultural venues in Sofia, such as Toplo Centrala, Sofia Stage, Yalta Art Room, and actually most of those who are listed on your screen are in Sofia, with only 2 exceptions outside of the capital. But we also need to underline that these are venues that are dedicated, or at least predictably programming independent performing arts, whether all around the country there are infrastructures that are sometimes being repurposed or singularly dedicated to the usage for the use of different theatrical representations or others. We do have an abundance of festivals. You maybe notice that we have more festivals than venues, and this is just, I would say, a very strict selection of them. Festivals have been the actually only way to legitimize in front of society, institutions, and in front of theater critics the existence of the whole movement. With some of the key festivals being the Anti-Static Festival for Contemporary Art and Performance, which has been going on for 15 years. The ACT Independent Theatre Festival, of which I have the honor of being the artistic director, which will have its 15th anniversary edition this year. One Dance Week in Plovdiv, extremely dedicated in the last few years to showcasing some of the most exciting works of contemporary Greek choreographers, and also digital arts festivals and mostly dance. We would say that in our environment, we would have several key stakeholders, which would be the ACT Association for Independent Theatre, which is the umbrella representative organization of independent artists working in the country. All the festivals that are actually the ones who validate and provide the visibility given the lack of venues and the promotion infrastructure. And of course, the international aspect of our field, represented by the European Association for Independent Performing Arts, the ITM, Trans-Europe House Networks, and UNIMA, the Union of Puppeteers, which is also deeply involved in this process. If I am providing a lot of factual information, trying to sketch a context.
Please, the time, please.
Yes, I'm very trying to follow very strictly the time, even though we were also quite late. So thank you so much for reminding me. How is this all of this possible to exist in a nutshell? The independent performing arts are only strong and predictable in Western and Northern Europe. In Central and in Eastern and Southeastern Europe, in countries like the ones that are represented at this conference, institutions are the ones who get the lion's share, whether the independent performing arts, with all of the value that we have represented already, are actually underfunded, and most of the professionals working in them are practically on the verge or under the line of poverty most of the time. It is only EU and international funding that provides a sustainable lifeline. But as we know, with the process of rearmament, this is going to slowly disappear, or at least be strongly diminished. So, while public funding remains a cornerstone of cultural support in many European countries, our sector needs to once again regain its critical appreciation given its social relevance in that case. Let's not forget that cuts in the cultural funding are the result of the difficulty to prove the relevance of cultural expenditure. In this context, I would like to strongly remind our responsibility as people of academia, researchers, activists, and theater makers to constantly underline the relevance of artistic work beyond its artistic excellence. Artistic excellence is a consequence of working conditions. Thank you for all of for your appreciation. And if I'm to follow up on this statement, I'm just going to quote the great Marcos Van Vakaris with his question: "Όσοι έχουν πολλά λεφτά δεν ξέρω τι τα κάνουν." The underfunding of culture is a sign of corruption in culture. I'm stopping to share the screen just to prove that this is not AI speaking. And thank you so much for your patience. I know that the coffee break is coming and we are all coffee cultures.
Thank you, Stefan. Stefan, thank you for the interesting report to the Bulgarian Independent Performing Arts. After we have a performance, κύριε Ρίκο, να το πείτε εσείς, performed by the drama school of
of Parastatiques. Consequences. Well, ένας πελώριος άντρας, μοναχός και ακόμα προσκυνάει το κομμάτι. Μάλλον δεν σύνταζε και ζώντας ολομονάχος βρισκόταν έξω από τον καθρενό. Σε έκανε τέλος να τον πεις θεόρατο. Δεν θύμιζε καθόλου, θνητό που τρέφεται με στάρι. Μάλλον μετασχομένο από το τύρι. Φάνταζε που σε χωρίζει μόνο το επάνω στα ψηλά βουνά από τις άλλες κορυφές. Τότε μπροστά οι άλλοι τιμημένοι σύντροφοι αυτού να μείνουν. Στο καράβι του αέρα, στου καραβιού τη φύλαξη δοσμένη. Όμως εγώ, διαλέγοντας 12 εταίρους, ξεκίνησα. Μαζί μου κουβαλώντας και ένα σκύλι δίσιο, μαύρο κρασί γλυκό, που ο Μάρων μου το χάρισε.
Το Ευανθαίο γιος.
Ο λειτουργός του Απόλλωνα, εκείνο που τον Ίσμαρο σχέδι και προστατεύει. Με τούτο το κρασί γεμάτο, ένα μεγάλο ασκή κρατούσε. Και μέσα στο λεφάλι κάποιες θεωρές. Γιατί η γενναία μου γνώση αμέσως, το φαντάστηκε πως θα ταμώσω κάποιον με φυσικό του τη μεγάλη δύναμη. Άγριο και βουνίσιο, που λέτε καλοψέρι. Είναι το δίκαιο, μείνε και θεσμή.
Φτάσαμε τότε με σπουδείο στη σπηλιά.
Εκείνον όμως μέσα δεν τον βρήκαμε. Έπρωσε στο λιμάνι τα βασιά του πρόγραμμα.
Μπαίνοντας στη σπηλιά, κοιτούσαμε εκθαμβήτω κάθε τι. Γεμάτα από τυριά, παλέτια, καλαμένια. Στις μαντρές να στεγάζουν ερήφια και αδεινά.
Με πέρασε όμως μεταξύ τους χωρισμένα.
Αλλά τα πρωτογέννητα και τα μεσαία, αλλού τα νεογνά τους.
Η πρώτη ψέχη με τον υλόπαλο, καρνάρες και σκαφίδια, έτοιμα όλα τα μομένα, μέσα τους καταραβαίνει. Τότε λοιπόν οι σύντροφοι με τραβαίνουν. Παρακαλούνται με τα λόγια τους να πάρουμε όσα φυγιά και πίσω με τους.
Παιδιά, να φορτώσουμε το γρήγορο καράβι, ερήπια και αρελιά. Από τις μάντρες της σηκώνοντας τα αμέσως να ληφθούμε στην αλμυρίνη θάλασσα.
Όμως εγώ δεν άκουσα. Δράμα μου θάλασσι πέρα. Ήθελα να το δω. Μήπως και μου φανεί φιλόξενος.
Αλλά δεν έμενε.
Μόλις τον είδαμε.
Να δείξει καλοσύνη στους συντρόφους.
Τότε, ανάβοντας φωτιά, πρώτα θυσία θέλουμε.
Ύστερα μόνοι μας,
περιμένοντας, διπνήσαμε και μείναμε εκεί.
στην άκρη της σπηλιάς.
Ως πότε φάνηκε κι αυτός, με το κοπάδι του. Όμως το ξεφορτώθηκε στη μέση της σπηλιάς, σε σήκωτη ο πυρμαχό.
Τρομάζοντας όμως εμείς, βρεθήκαμε στο βάθος της σπηλιάς. Εκεί το φάνηκα. Αυτή να σας αρέσω.
Έπειτα, βράζικο άνοιγμα. Ψηλά σηκώνοντας τεράστιο λίθο και βάλει αμάξια 22 γερά, τετράτροπα, δεν θα μπορούσαν καν να το κουνήσουν από τον τόπο του. Τόσο σοβράκος ο τραχής σφράγισε τη θύρα της σπηλιάς.
Ύστερα, γονατίζοντας, πήραν εκεί πρόβατα και γύρια που βελάζουν, όλα με τη σειρά, βάζοντας κάτω από τη μάνα τους και τα μικρά, για να βυθάξουν.
Μετά ζεύοντας συγχρόνικο μισό λεπτό και το αποθέτησε μπλεχτά μανέρια.
Το άλλο μισό το κέρδισε σε κάπως. Να δυναμεί παίρνοντας σαν να τεχνούσε.
Κι όταν μετάξει και σπουδή αυτά τα έργα του αποτέλειωσε, άναψε την πυρά. Ρίχνει το μάτι του σε εμάς και μας ρωτά.
Είμαστε. Από πού σας φέρνουν κατά το εκλογή σας λέγαμε. Τι δώσει κανένα εμπόριο. Και από από το πλάνο μιλήσετε στα βέλαγα, στους άλλους όμως προξενούν κανένα. Έτσι μιλώντας, η δική μας καρδιά πήγε να σπάσει από τον κόπο της βαριάς κορύφη και της πελώνιας κοριάς του. Εμείς, από την πείρα μισεύοντας, και είναι περιπλανόμενοι που μας εθύμισαν κάθε λογή σαλέμι, το μέγα κύμα περνώντας τις θαλάσσης, πέσαμε σαν εδώ και σαν τους δρόμους. Έτσι ασφαλώς το θέλησε ο Δίας αποφασίζοντας. Κι όμως αγίνουμε και το καθόμαστε στο μέγα σάλεμα του ακρίβεια καμένωνα που τώρα απέναντι δεσπόζει η δόξα του κάτω από κάθε ουρανό, αφού εκείνος πάτησε μεγάλη τυχισμένη πόλη και απάντησε τόσους και τόσους.
Η τύχη εδώ μας φέρνει, όπου οικεντεύοντας προσπέφτουμε στα γόνατά σου.
Καλής οσύρες να μας φιλοξενήσεις.
Και ακόμη να μας δώσεις κάποιον ρόλο. Όπως το ορίζει η τιμή στους ξένους. Αλλά σεβάσου, όσο μεγάλη είναι η δύναμή σου, τους θεούς. Είμαστε οι οικέτες σου. Και ο Δίας εκδικείται και τους οικέτες και τους ξένους.
Ο Σέλιος Δίας, που λιγότερα στους ξένους συντροφεύει.
Έτσι του μίλησα. Εκείνος όμως απάντησε εμάς λατροποφυσικό.
Είσαι μόνο. Σας μένω από το μέρη μακρινά εσύ, που παρακάνεις να αποβάλλετε τους θεούς ή να αποφεύγουν την οργή τους. Μάθε λοιπόν, οι γίγαπες δεν χάσονται, η ερωτήρα σου και την αιγύρα του μήτε οι μακάνοι θεοί. Είμαστε εμείς κατά πολύ πιο δυνατοί. Γι' αυτό και ακόμη περιμένεις από το τόπο του Διός και της οργής του να λυπηθώ κανένα. Εσένα μήτε τους συντρόφους. Αν η δική μου πούληση δεν το θελήσει. Μα τώρα πες μου, αναπτυσμένο το καράβι σου, πού το κρατάς, κάπου στην άλλη άκρη, μήπως κοντά, δεν το ξέρω.
Μιλώντας έτσι γίνεται να με εξαρέσει. Εμένα όμως, που πολλά ο νους μου κόβει, ο δόλος δεν μου ξέχεται. Γι' αυτό και αμέσως αποκρίθηκα με δόλια λόγια. Το καράβι μου το σύντριψε ο κοσμοσύστης Ποσειδώνας. Όμως αυτός καμιά απόκριση δεν δίνει. Άσπραχνη καρδιά, μόνο πετάει και καπλώνει τα δυο του χέρια στους συντρόφους.
Αρπάζει δυο μαζί και καταγείς σαν το σκουτάκια του σιπά. Και καλώς τους λέει, χύθηκε κάτω.
Σκέψε το χώρο.
Κοιτάζει τους διαμελίζει και με τα μέλη τους τρώνε τον ύπνο του. Ψάχνω ζωγάρι ώρες ύπνο τους καταπρόκτησε. Τίποτα να μην μείνει. Υπόλοιπο σπλάχνα και σάρκες, σκόκαλα και μερκουλί.
Εμείς, θελώνοντας, τα χέρια μας υψώναμε στο βήμα, βλέποντας μπρος τα μάτια μας εκαθριτά, ανήποροι και σαν παραλυμμένοι.
Ως που ξεφύλισε ο κύκλοπας στη φουσκωμένη του κοιλιά, μασώντας κρέας ανθρώπινο και καταπίνοντας άμυντο γάλα.
Τέλος, ξαπλώθηκε παρδίστρα στη μέση της μοιράς, ανάμεσα στα πρόβατά του.
Τότε περνέμεσε σαν στη γενιά ψυχή μου, να το σηκώσω και
τραβώντας το πρωινό σπαθί από μηνό, να μου το πίσω εκεί τα θρύος.
όπου η βρέφεια συγκράτει το σκότι, το μέρος τσάντοντας και με το χέρι.
Δεν θέλω να στέψουμε στην
κράτησε.
Γιατί και εμάς φρικτός χαμόφρονος περίμενε επί τόπου. Αφού πώς θα μπορούσαμε από τις στήρες τις ψηλές και μόνο με τα χέρια μας τον λίθο εκείνο τον βαρύ να τον μετακυλήσουμε, που αθετός είχε προλάβει να τον βάλει.
Γι' αυτό και περιμέναμε, στενάζοντας πότε θα παίξει η θεία αυγή.
Κι όταν, χαράζοντας την άλλη μέρα, ρόδινα φάνηκε στον ουρανό η αυγή, εκείνος άναψε πυρά και άρμεξε τα καλά του για το προχώρα με τη σειρά.
Βάζοντας κάτω από την κάθε μάνα το μικρό της. Αποτελειώνοντας, με όση σπουδή μπορούσε το έργο της ημέρας, άρπαξε πάλι δυο συντρόφους. Έβγαλε το μαγικό πάνικο από τη σπηλιά, εύκολα φερώντας τον βράχο της βασιάς.
Ύστερα, εύκολα πάλι, τον ξαναέβαλε στη θέση του, σαν το συνάντησε του πόμου στην παρέα.
Πετάξει έγνωστος, σφυρίζοντας με βάση παχιά τα πρόβατά του, το βουνό. Δίγο.
Και εγώ που μολυμένος ισοδομούσα το κακό. Πώς θα μπορούσα εκδίκηση να πάρω, αν ήθελε και Αθηνά με το ψάσει. Κι όπως σκεφτόμουν μόνος μου, αυτή μου φάνηκε η πιο καλή βουλή.
Ήταν εκεί του κύκλου παγόρμος μεγάλο, αφημένος στη μέσα μάντρα, χλωρόχακο.
Στήλο ελιά, τον είχε κόψει να κάνει ρόπα.
Όταν στεγνώσει για καλά.
Εμείς το βλέπαμε μπροστά μας και φανταστήκαμε κατάρτισε καράβι μαύρο με 20 κουπιά.
Πες φορτηγό γρήγορο, όπως αυτά που σκίζουν το μεγάλο κύμα.
Τόσο το μαύρος, τόσο το πάγος μας φάνηκε βασικά.
Τότε πήγα κι εγώ κοντά, από καμιά λογιά, ένα κομμάτι, το παραδείγμα στους συντρόφους.
Τους είπα να το ξεπλουτίσουν, κι αυτοί το φτιάξαν λίγο.
Μετά στα χέρια μου το παίρνω εγώ, το ψήσα για να γίνει μητερό και πιάνοντας από την άκρη. Το πέσω, το βάζω αμέσως της φωτιάς στην πλόγα.
Πιο καλά, το κρύψα κάτω από την κοπριά.
Ήταν μέσα στη σπηλιά παντού χυμένη, μαζεμένη, σε σωρούς φέρνατους και πολλούς. Συγχρόνως παραγγέλω κλήρωση στους άλλους μου συντρόφους.
Να δείξει ποιος θα το τολμήσει.
Το βάζανο σηκώνοντας μαζί μου να το σφινώσουμε στο μάτι του. Όταν γλυκός ο ύπνος τον αρκώσει.
Και ο κλήρος πέφτει ακριβώς εκείνους που θα τους είδαν διαλέγοντας και μόνος.
4 βγήκαν. Μαζί της λογαριάς στην καπέλα, έντος εγώ.
Εφτάνει κλήρος οδηγώντας τα μαλλιανά του σχήματά του. Τα φέρνει γρήγορα στο μέγα σπήλαιο. Αμέσως λέγει το πρόβατα. Ένα προς ένα. Όλα. Απ' έξω. Και τούτη τη φορά δεν άφησε κανένα. Ποιος ξέρει αν κάνει μόνος του. Φαντάστηκε. Ή μήπως ένας θεός το παρακίνησε για να το κάνει.
Μετά, ψηλά σηκώνοντας τον μέγα βράχο, την είσοδο σφραγίζει. Ύστερα κάθισε. Αρνιά και γη διαρμέγοντα.
Έχει να μετράσει.
Όλα με τη σειρά. Και έσπρωχνε στην κάθε μάνα το μικρό της. Τελειώνοντας μετάξυ και σπουδή αυτό του το έργο, άρπαξε πάλι δυο και έλειψε. Τότε κι εγώ,
από πολύ κοντά, προσπόλησα το τίτλο. Στο μου κρατώντας μία πατάτα μαύρο κρασί. στα αγώνα. Ο Άλλη καλός.
Και μόνο όταν πια το ανέβη και του κύκλωμα στα φρένα το κρασί, γύρισα προς το μέρος του, μιλώντας με ελληνιστάλατα.
Με ρωτάς το ξακουστό μου το όνομα. Λοιπόν και εγώ θα σου το φανερώσω. Όμως και εσύ δώσε δώρο φιλόξενο, όπως το υποσχέθηκες. Ούτι στο όνομα μου. Με φωνάζουν Ούτι. Άρα, Βαλέρος και όλοι άλλοι. Έτσι του μίλησα. Και αυτός μου δίνει αμέσως την απάντηση σκληρή καρδιά. Το νομίζει. Θα τον βάλω τελευταίο ανάμεσα στους άλλους τους συντρόφους. Πρώτα θα πάω τους άλλους. Τώρα το ξέρεις το φιλόξενο μου δώρο. Μιλώντας, έρθει πίσω ανάσχετα, με το χοντρό λαιμό στο πλάι και αμέσως βυθίστηκε στον ύπνο που μας αμάζει όλους.
Στο μεταξύ, κρασί και μπούκες από κρέας ανθρώπινο ξέρνουσε το λαρίκι του. Λεγόταν άσχημα, με το κεφάλι του φαρί από το μεθύσι.
Τότε και εγώ παράκουσα τον Πάσχαλο στην πλούσια απόκολη, ώσπου να πληρωθεί. Συγχρόνως τους συντρόφους όλους τους δίνω θάρρος με τα λόγια μου. Μήπως κανείς τους φοβηθεί και κάνει πίσω. Κόβε με το παλουκιά στην πυρωμένη κόβολη να ανάψει. Όσο πλόκαν ήταν, έκαμε τώρα και κοκκίνησε. Στην ώρα που και εγώ το τράβηξα από τη πυρά, το φέρνω πιο κοντά. Και οι σύντροφοι τριγύρω μου στημένοι, μεγάλο βάρος ένας δαίμονας μας είχε πνεύσει. Εκείνη κονταρά το δευτερικό παλούκι, στην άλλη κιόλας λιπερό, το άρουμε στο μάτι. Και εγώ, πιασμένος πάνω του, το στριφογύρισα. Όσο τεχνίτης τρυπάνε το τρυπάνι του, μα δεν ταραμίσω.
Πιάνουν οι άλλοι από κάτω, τραγώντας τον ημάτα κι απ' τις δυο μερικές. Και το τρυπάνι, σταμάτα το γυρίσει σαν τρελό.
Όμοια κι εμείς, τον πυρωμένο Πάσχαλο γερά κρατώντας, μέσα στο μάτι περιστρέφαμε. Και του πλημμύρισε το Πάσχαλο, καυτό το νεφά.
Ψήνονταν από τη φλόγα του το λιμόνι. Τρίζαν και τσίριζαν οι ρίζες στο μαχιό τη φωτιά μας. Ένα πελέκι και σκεπάρι, το πρώτο είπε στο κρύο και το τσίριζε ποτέ να βγάλει.
Μου πήξε τότε από τον πόνο και άγρια κολλή πατήχησε γύρω στην πέτρινη σκυλιά. Εμείς κάνουμε πίσω από τον δρόμο, απομένει. Τράβηξε αυτός από το μάτι του κρεμόφρυτο παλούκι και αλόφρον το άφησε να πέσει από τα χέρια του.
Αμέσως βγάζει φωνή μεγάλη. Τους κύκλωμες καλώντας. Όσοι τριγύρω κατοικούσαν. Κι αυτοί μέσα στις σπηλιές, στις ανεμόδρατες κορφές. Εκείνοι τη βοή του ακούγοντας μαζεύονται, καθένας κεφαλού, και μένουν εκείνο από τη σπηλιά να το ρωτούν ποιο πάθος να το βρήκε.
Ποιο τέλος πάντων το κακό του, όλοι είναι που ξέρουν και εμάς. Μέσα στη διαβρύτα, για τους μασκεράδες, μήπως κάποιος πλητός, παρά τη θέλησή σου, άλλαξε το κομμάτι σου. Μήπως και κάποιος θέλησε να σε σκοτώσει με δόλο, τη μία. Μέσα από τη σπηλιά του στην απόκριση ο δυνατός πολύτιμος.
Φίλοι μου, με σκοτώνει ο Ούτης με δόλο και όχι με τη βία.
Και εκεί καταπατώντας λούνε το αντέλο αγόρυπα. Αν ο κανείς δεν σε πειράζει και δεν είσαι μόνος, τρόπο δεν έχει να γλιτώσει στην όσο του μεγάλου βία. Έχεις μόνο το δεσποτικό πατέρα σου, το Βασιλόνα.
Μιλώντας, έφυγα. Εμένα ωστόσο αναγέλασε η καρδιά μου, που το όνομά μου τους απάντησε και η τέλεια έμπνευσή μου. Στο μεταξύ ο κύκλωμας.
Okay. Feel free. We are on track number 5. The title is Balkans, Localities, Education and Culture. I'm the moderator, and we have the honor to have with us Liviu Lucaci, who is a professor, Habil, PhD, rector of IL Karagiale National University of Theatre and Film, Bucharest, Romania. And the title of his paper is Education Through Culture for Integral Trainings.
Okay, hello everybody again. Thank you for inviting me on your meeting. Like it's called Creation of an Inter-Balkan Network of Performing Arts Terms and Conditions. And that's why I would like to share to you some of our experiences. And when I say ours, it's a National University of Theatre and Film Ile Karagiale, Bucharest, but also the Ministry of Culture and Ministry of Education in Romania in last years. So my intervention is called Education Through Culture as an integral training. The things and ideas are these. In February 2024, it was the first UNESCO major meeting, global meeting, and the issue was education and culture together. It was for the first time in the world when education and culture under UNESCO frame were together. And it was a very important meeting because there were 900 official delegates, 160 countries, 90 ministers of education and culture from all over the world. And they discussed the problem of culture in education or the integral training for being, as the final of education, a human being. That was, and that is a very important moment. So I was there and as an UNESCO expert from Romania, in Romania delegation. And they made this meeting because they, after decades of education as it is in our world, they saw that it was a failure in making a human being after this kind of framework nowadays, as we have it nowadays. And what is missing? It's missing the links between knowledge and human life. This link, education doesn't provide it anymore. There are people who has a lot, people who know a lot of things, but they are not ready to be good citizens. They are not ready to be a part of the community. They don't want to be, they don't know how to be members of community. So they don't provide a well-being. That's a big problem. That's a big issue. And for the first time in decades, the solution proposed was culture. This is a big step, I think. If culture is a part of a solution in our disturbed world, we, as part of culture in our countries, we can be important agents of changing the world. Okay, it was a document signed And it was a lot of actions that were talked about. What we are doing in Romania about this subject for me is very, very important. We have in Romania, as you have probably in your countries, problems with coherence, problems with communities, problems with the importance of culture in everyday life of people. So we have students for theater, film, and research, artistic research. But we have a problem with the society. So my university decided to have two directions for developing. One is to make great artists, as we try to make them. So excellence in level. And the other direction is to make links between arts and society. And we have a lot of programs for this. What's the philosophy? And I'm here in the land of philosophy, where philosophy was born. The philosophy in my country, Romania, is that the actor is equal a human being. What means that? That we develop the actors like human beings with emotions and thinking. And what's a character? A character for us, it's a human being like me who is thinking, who has another way of thinking. That's all. The behavior of the character comes from the way he's thinking, she's thinking. So the behavior is not something that we imitate. It's something that it's developed by nature, from my nature, my specific nature, like me, you, okay? A specific human being with my needs, with my body, with my emotions. So the character is born in my nature, and my nature was changed by another way of thinking. In this highway, they begin to appear important changes. What are these? I call actors agents of change. Why do I say this? Because if the actor is a human being who knows his needs and is capable to change his way of thinking in specific situations, he can understand the terms of situations. And if the situation is not, it doesn't fit for him, he's trained to change it. So in this way, the actors are agents of change. This is in theater, in film, in TV, television, but also we proposed in society. If my colleagues, my students are trained to be agents of change, why don't we use them for social programs? And we began to do it a lot. We are working with prison people, with teenagers with problems in centers to redefine their behavior, in high schools, in asylums, everywhere, hospitals, a lot in hospitals. For example, we have a program, it's called, there are only 2 years in our law, we changed the law in education 2 years ago. And in the law of education in Romania, it appeared the hospital school was that. There are thousands of children who, because of their illnesses, they stay in hospital for months or years. And the education doesn't touch them there. So the system decided they need and they deserve to have education even in their bad hospitals. So my university, UNATC, is there to make our part in that hospital schools. For example, examples. So we try to be everywhere in the society where we have to make changes. And there are a lot of spots who need changes. Actors, if are trained as human beings, capable to change, they are capable to change not only themselves, but others who need this change. This is a philosophy. And in this way, we try to change the way communities are. We work with cities, with regions, different, with their needs, with their expectations. And we make programs for each. What's the goal? The goal is to make artists, young artists, people from culture to be relevant for the society, to have their audiences who will grow with them year by year. Audiences that know them from the beginning, not just when they are, I don't know, by accident, they enter in a movie hall or in a theater, by accident. Because we saw in Romania, but I'm sure it's a problem everywhere, the numbers. There are not so many people who come to cultural events. And we have to change these. If we train some agents for change, we can use them for their benefits and the benefit of the society. That's the philosophy. So why I told you about Abu Dhabi meeting UNESCO, because it was a point that emphasis that our way of thinking in Romania about arts and society, it works, it's important. There are other countries that feel the need of change. And people from performing arts are, we think, are people who can do this change, who can help to be things better. That's the philosophy. We have a lot of programs with medicine, with the Ministry of Justice, Internal Affairs. We have caravans, for example, it's called UNATC Caravan for Romanians abroad. We have around 8 million Romanians in different countries, Spain, Italy, Great Britain, Germany. And with our Ministry of External Affairs, we were there in those countries to work with children, Romanians there. So I think, and I will end with this, and if you have questions, I think that the communities need us because the artists, if they understand this goal and they want to enter in this battle, the society is thinner every day. The links between communities are not so strong as we wish to be. And artists and people in culture can do better, can do this change if they take this as a goal. Thank you.
I want an explanation. What do you mean by changes? First, and secondly, what do you mean by better?
So changes. If I know how to change myself, if I know how to change my behavior because I understand and I'm trained to change my way of thinking, taking ideas and those ideas, let these ideas to change my behavior, I can change. If I can change myself and I'm trained to change, I can change others. This is the first answer. And the second, better, it's a whole discussion about values. What are the values that we want as a university, for example? We have some values that we want to share, we want to emphasize, we want to sustain. First is respect. The first value is respect. If we train, if we explain that you need to respect others, you will be respected. This is the first. Other is courage. Courage is the value that is not so easy to find in our communities. Maybe it's yours, it's okay. But courage, you know, these values can be trained, and they need to be trained. They need to have somebody to sustain them. Yes.
I'm sorry. I mean, my students, they might respect me in a different way from the one I want. That's why I ask, what exactly do we mean? Because maybe an older one, he needs a respect as he was taught from his parents. But now the kids, they respect in a completely different way. That's a problem. That's a problem. I mean, we are in 2025 and everything is different.
Yeah, yes and no. Yes and no.
Yes and no. And sometimes, I'm sorry, I agree, but I want to explain many things. But living in our time and in our age, we think completely different from the age of the 20 and 25.
Sure.
And we don't understand many things. We are not able to understand them. I mean, the way they think for many things. So sometimes we do the mistake to believe that they are wrong.
Ah, yeah, sure. I understand this, but it's, you know, can I?
Yeah.
I understand this very well, but this is why we have to put people to work on levels of age, on levels of needs, on levels of regions, ethnics, and so on. So we have to have programs for each community with their needs, specific needs. If we are doing this, they will obtain, they will they will coagulate their values. This is their values they have to fight for. They have to understand and to see what are they.
First, they have to discover which are their values.
That's what I say.
And then fight for them.
Yes.
Because their values are different from our values.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. We continue with Ion Thomas, Professor Lucian Blaga, University Sibiu, and the title of his paper is Translating I.L. Karajale's Plays. He is online. Can you listen to us?
Yes, I can hear you. I hope you can also hear me. And I also hope you can see my presentation. Looks fine with me here. So I'm going to start by congratulating the organizer for this conference. And I think the establishment of such a Balkan network in theater and performing arts is something very important for our contemporary times, especially in this complicated global environment that proves that the Balkan region and Eastern Europe is getting more and more important culturally, politically, socially, ethnically, and so on and so on. In my presentation, I'm going to be very specific, and I'm going to talk about translating Ion Luca Karajale's plays, about translating the untranslatable. And my main objectives in this presentation, my main objective would be to explore the challenges, to explore the strategies, and also all the cultural implications of translating Karajale's plays into other languages. And I think up to a very certain point, my presentation is somehow linked to Professor Lukac's presentation read before me, because he was talking about the UNESCO meeting that focused on education and culture. And I think translating major landmarks in literature and in theater into different languages, into different modern languages, I think this also should be a priority for culture, for education, not just in order to market ourselves, not just in order to make our literature, our dramatic literature, become more visible, but to adapt our texts, to adapt our focus on different frameworks within theater and performing arts. So I think as far as UNESCO would be concerned, I think there should definitely be some much more coherent program of translating major authors. Karajale was one of the most important Romanian writers. He's very well known for his short stories, for his poetry, and for his plays. Unfortunately, his poetry is pretty much less well known, but it's such a beautiful and very lyric poetry, so totally different from his plays that are acid, that are full of satire. And he was the first major Romanian playwright. He's kind of a delayed classicist and realist, and I say he was a delayed classicist because we all know we had a late classicism because we were delayed by being in the intersection of somehow great and powerful empires like Austrian Empire, Russian Empire, Ottoman Empire, and this caused a very long Middle Age and a very late start in classic literature and culture. His plays were very strong, and still are very strong, on social criticism, and they were very acid and sarcastic, with their considered to be very sharp satires, not only of his time but also of our times. And he also had some very strong influence on Romanian theater. Our most important theater university today still bears his name. Further on, I will focus on Karagiale's strong connection to the Balkan environment, because we are in a conference that focuses on a Balkan specificity. And I think there are at least these three main points that prove Karagiale is very well linked to the Balkan cultural environment. So the first one would be the humor, because his texts, his plays are full of sarcasm, they are full of, word games, and they're full of confusions. And all these sarcasms and all these word games that are part of our Karagiale's texts create this couleur locale, which again prove a very strong connection to the Balkan cultural environment. The second connection to the Balkan, the second important connection between Karagiale and the Balkan environment would be the approach on life, because his comedies, his plays are full of local pride. They're full of skepticism, of cynicism. You can feel an enjoyment of life for some characters. You can feel a very strong sense of community and a very strong sense of family ties. And at last, there's this multicultural connection that proves between Karagiale and the Balkan environment, because of the linguistic richness in his plays that become a very huge problem in translation. And this linguistic richness often gets lost in translations. Further on, I think there are some challenges in translating theater in general, and I'm going to talk very shortly, very briefly about these challenges in translating theater before moving on to the challenges in translating Karagiale, that are much more specific. So the first, as far as I'm concerned, the first challenge in translating theater would be performability, because theater is meant to be spoken and performed, not just read. The translated text must be actable, with dialogue that flows naturally and that fits physically and timing of the performance. I think all this requires a very deep understanding of both languages and of theatrical conventions. Then I think we have the cultural nuances and context, because theater often reflects specific cultural, historical, or social realities that may not directly translate into another language or into another culture. I think translator must find ways to adapt those elements so they resonate with the target audience without losing the original's meaning and impact. Then again, we have language and rhythm. The rhythm, meter, and the whole musicality of dialogue are crucial in theater, especially in plays with poetic language, or especially in comedies, which is the case for Karagiale. Then we have the audience engagement, because theater is a communal experience, and the translation should engage the audience emotionally and also intellectually. And I think this often involves adapting humor, adapting idioms, or adapting references that might not translate directly. And at last, which is very important, I think we have the collaboration between directors and actors. Unlike literary translations, theater translation often involve the collaboration between directors and between actors and between set designers. And I think the translator may need to revise the text in order to suit the production's vision, which adds, I think, adds up another layer of complexity. I'm going to talk very short about the challenges in translating Karagiale's plays, because there are some challenges that really need to be discussed. I think the first one would be the linguistic complexity, because he makes use of a lot of Romanian idioms, a lot of Romanian proverbs and wordplays. The regional dialect and social act is that of the speech of Bucharest's lower classes in the 19th century. And this is something that is lost today and needs a special attention when translating. And I think the language Karagiale uses in his plays also has a complex French, Greek, and also Turkish influence. So this only complicates things most. Again. Then there is the cultural specificity, because all the references to the 19th century Romanian politics and society and traditions and humor is rooted in local context, a Romanian local context, and also a wider Balkan cultural context. And then again, we have the tone and the style, because balancing satire, irony, and farce without losing the original's nuance is very, very important. And it's also very important to try to maintain the rhythm and the musicality of the original dialogue. There are some possible strategies for translating his plays. The first one would be to domesticate the domestication versus the foreignization. The domestication would be to adapt the text to make it more accessible to the target audience. By example, replacing Romanian idioms with equivalent ones in target audiences. And then there will be the foreignization. That would be the preserving of the original cultural and linguistic elements to maintain the authenticity. Then there would be the transcreation that implies rewriting certain passages to capture the spirit of the original, especially for humor and for wordplay. Then there's the collaboration as a strategy for translating Karagiale's plays, and the collaboration works together. The collaboration implies working with Romanian scholars or native speakers to ensure accuracy and cultural sensitivity for the newly translated texts. And then again, we have annotating, but this last possible strategy is not that important for theater, because annotating implies using footnotes or glossaries to explain cultural or historical references. I think annotating only works in the case of publishing plays, not for performing plays. And then again, we have the role of the translator that I'm going to talk about very shortly. The role of the translator is something very important, because the translator should be a cultural mediator. The translator must somehow bridge the gap between Romanian and target language audiences. The translator needs to be a creative artist, because translating Karagiale requires creativity to preserve the humor, to preserve the tone, and to preserve the style of the original. And then, of course, the translator needs to be a scholar, because he needs a very deep and solid understanding of Romanian history, of Romanian culture, and Romanian language. This would be essential. I'm getting close to the end of my presentation, and I'm going to talk about some possible future directions in translating Caragiale into different modern languages and for different new audiences. And the first possible future direction would be that of the collaborative projects, because encouraging partnerships between Romanian and international theaters, this would very well work, and this would very well help in the context of the new audiences. And then there are the new audiences in itself, because expanding translations into less commonly translated languages, such as Asian languages, would gain access to a huge market that would profit from this cultural and scholar endeavor. And then we have the digital tools that are very special nowadays. There's the usage of AI and of machine translations as aids, but not as replacements for human translator. And I think this is a very sensitive but very important topic, or part of the topic, because one may think that using AI in translations is like sort of cheating, but of course AI is learning, and AI is learning from us. And I think the huge challenge would be to create the specific prompt for a user-friendly AI that would help translating not only Caragiale, but any other problematic playwrights. And as far as we would use AI for aid, not for replacement, I think it might work. And I would be very curious and excited to see how it works. But this would be a very collaborative and very complex research project, and it would imply not only performing arts scholars, it would also imply scholars from all sorts of different fields, like philology, maybe computers program, and so on and so on. So this would be my presentation. I would like to thank you, and I would be happy to ask any questions if there are any questions. And again, I would like to thank the organizers for this very exciting conference that we had. Thank you again. I'm going to stop sharing now.
We thank you so much for your presentation, Professor. And here we want to add that Caragiale and Panait Istrati both were born in Romania. Both had fathers who were Greek, while their mothers were Romanian. And both were originally from the Greek island of Kefalonia, where Professor Markadonatos and Professor Georgopoulou come from. And thank you so much for this.
Thank you. Thank you.
We want to continue with Stefana Pop-Courseu. She is an associate professor, artistic director of the National Theatre in
Cluj.
Apoka Popes Polia University. Yes, it's okay. And the title of her paper is Shadows and the Magic Role in Romanian Contemporary Theatre. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can hear me. I'm very happy to be here with you, at least online. Thank you for inviting me. I will share too. I'll try to do it. Let's see. To see what I can do. Okay. Do you see now? Do you see the PowerPoint?
It's okay.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so I will talk to you today about shadows in theater in Romania through a few examples of performances, very successful performances in Cluj and in Piatra Neamț, signed by the artist Ada Milea. Shadow theatre was mostly associated with children audience in Europe since the 19th century, when it was imported under the name of Chinese shadows. But their living history is linked to a deeper human experience of the sacred relation to the unseen world of the divine and to the hidden realm of the ancestors and of the afterlife. Max Milner, in his beautiful essay on shadows, L'envers du visible, rightly asserts that beliefs, I quote, beliefs in the profound solidarity and community of destiny between the human being and his shadow lead in religions that believe in an existence after death to the idea that the shadow constitutes the part of man that survives him and represents him in the afterlife. Not his soul in the spiritualist sense, but an emanation of his being that remains material, though not subject to corruption and inaccessible to the sense of touch. End quotation. This observation, which ties in with the core of the oldest legends of the birth of shadow theatre in the East, is also valid for contemporary stagings, which give a central part to symbol and suggestion, and which need to make visible what survives in the human being when he or she is no longer there physically, but when he or she has left a trace in the world, thus becoming a graspable but untouchable presence. We propose to follow its nowadays use on Romanian stage, usually tightly linked to music and choreographic movement in front or behind the screens. Not always targeted for youngsters, large shadows and shadow puppet theatre give shape to a multi-level approach to fiction, magic, and subjective relationship with the mysterious side of human existence. Through the examples of Ada Milea's concert performances, answers are proposed to how shadows continue their voyage, reinventing themselves and their creative part in stage dramaturgies, charming all-age audiences. We will thus focus on 3 concert performances as they offer a concise perspective on the contemporary shadow landscape. And we want to present it for several reasons. First of all, the use of shadow theatre technique is because all these performances use shadow theatre techniques in a very creative way, each time new and adapted to diverse dramaturgical needs. Secondly, the constant association with music and rhythmic movement. Then the aiming at a large audience of all ages. And fourthly, the richness of shadow performance within the comic as well as the dramatic genre that are characteristic of Ada Milea's shows. A poetic and dramatic use of shadows can be found in one of her most recent concert performances, Songs That Scare Away Fear, based on text by Nobel Prize winner Herta Müller. Here, shadows are multifaceted, inhabiting the writer's inner world and detaching themselves from her memory, taking shape in her writings, becoming characters in a collage where the weight of overly painful reality is etherealized by the interplay of translucency and opacity on the screen of the blank page of the book of her life. Memories and mental projections, desires and fears all come together in the highly visible background. The ever-present screen in the center with its dual function, that of shield or screen behind which the main character can retreat to protect himself or find himself or herself, and that of an open window or mirror which allows her and us as spectators to take a look into her soul to see this character a little more uncovered. The characters who pass from the stage beyond the screen, including the young writer who leaves her country to escape the trap of communist security, become memories, cherished or frightening projections, but from which the main character can detach herself and rediscover her courage. The shadows, sensitively blended with the music, come to life, recomposing a reality that the exiled soul can face with the cutouts of dear but painful words. Words like snow, sky, carousel, fabric, fright, handkerchief, shimmer and respond to each other as song lyrics, cardboard cutouts and shadows, and thus take on a choreographic consistency of their own, since in the scenography created by Alexandra Mureșan, they emerge from behind the tables, slide across the floor, as you can see in the image here. They're projected into the air. They allow themselves to be trodden on by the security officer, appear on the walls, and dance in the hands and in the songs of the characters. The role of the shadows in this performance is paradoxically very complex but ingenious, simple and unpretentious. It's a way of artistic expression that fits in well with the spirit of the songs and music composed by Ada Milja. The shadows are a support, a reminder, a help, a joy, for they represent not only the memory of sadness, but also an unerasable trace, the sediment of a life composed of feelings, decisions, broken ties, but also mental projections. In other words, the visible outlines of fears to be overcome by the artistic act. The history of theatre shows us that for shadows to produce a theatrical effect, they must move, dance, speak, or at least appear and disappear. Indeed, even though we are dealing here with a theatre that uses and integrates shadow, rather than a fully fledged shadow theatre, René Simond's assertion that, I quote, "the theatre, more than any other, has to do with witchcraft, magic, and mystery," still holds true. In Ada Milja's work, the magic of these shadows is also due to the permanent invitation to travel, which they launch to the audience with all the unexpected, mysterious, and even frightening aspects of that journey, whether it's the mental journey back to the communist past of writer Herta Müller's character, Alice's imaginary journey in the free adaptation of Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland, or the journey of the penguin Apollodor, based on the homonymous book by Romanian surrealist Gelu Naum. It's on these last two shows that we'll stop now, for here we return to the world of childhood that European shadows have populated throughout their history and still do. In Apollodor, a concert performance for children produced by the National Theatre in Cluj in 2014, there's no set. One half of the stage is taken up by the actor musicians and singers who play the role of storytellers, but also don a few costume elements, thus becoming more credible witnesses to the improbable adventures of the penguin Apollodor. The other half is the empty space where the penguin moves, the very large screen at the back, the actor playing Apollodor in front, who talks, reacts, relives his own journey over and over again with the help of Lumi, a mobile refrigerator that accompanies him everywhere. The show begins in complete darkness, with only the screen lit in a warm color, projecting the shadows of 3 characters, as you can see them here, large-scale figurines cut from cardboard. Apollodor, Tits the cat, and Susie the camel, his friends from the Bucharest Zoo. From these 3 black shadows, drawn by visual artist Paul Mureșan in a non-realistic way, hyperbolizing the cat's head and bringing it closer to the mask, but leaving the camel in profile standing, as if it were bipedal, stands out the penguin who advances towards the audience, abandoning his animal head. He won't join his 2 friends until the end of the show, when, having traveled around the world and reunited with his long-missed family, he realizes that he belongs actually in the heart of the zoo, where he was singing with his 2 friends. As Adamilia explains in the show brochure, Apollodor is the kind of a musical map of Gelunaum's penguin travels. Instead of photos, there's a screen with moving shadows. In this zone, any human being can change shape and become a character. And there are also characters, mostly animals, who, as soon as they emerge from behind the screen, can resemble human beings. In fact, there's a perfect symbiosis between the animals and humans on stage, as the convention works perfectly, thanks to the masks, combined with shadows, music, and movement, the rapid passage from one character to another and from adventure to adventure. In fact, the shadow screens works better than a classic photo album. It's a living album, and the photos surprise young viewers by moving a hand, a head, or transforming themselves into real animations. For example, the palm tree Apollodor finds in an African oasis is inhabited by several monkeys, one of whom falls in love with him, and builds a whole story around it, which is translated into shadow images in a delightful visual mise-en-scène and mise-en-abîme that triggers laughter from the audience. One might ask why Adamilia did not choose video projections or cinematic animations to tell the story of Gelunaum's young hero's travels. There would have been more color, more movement, more enchantment, perhaps. In fact, this is where the difference between entertaining art and mere entertainment lies. The use of shadow theatre here shows a double respect, both for the author's avant-garde spirit and for the spectators, for the audience, who thus become partners in the theatrical creation. So, on the one hand, the show remains faithful to the playful, deliberately artisanal vision of the early avant-garde that inspired the surrealist Gelunaum, and on the other, the staging is very much in the almost radical direction proposed by Alfred Jarry in 1896 in his article De l'inutilité du théâtre au théâtre, about the uselessness of theatre in theatre. A stage without scenery, with written panels to indicate changes of space, because, as he said, I quote, "It's right that each spectator should see the scene in the scenery that suits his vision of it." End quotation. The signs here are derisory, colored post-its notes that you can see on the planet, just around the Earth, the ball there on stage. So all these post-its, they mark the penguin's journey and he stops on this enormous globe. But the principle is here. Similarly, the shadowy characters mark a new stage in the main character's progress with each appearance, and are easily held by the spectator's gaze thanks to their character as effigies of the character, in Jarry's words. The rhythm of the spoken word alternated with and supported by the sung word, accompanied by shadows that, like the masks used, are simple but highly expressive and therefore universal. Leave space for the young audience's imagination without offering them a ready-made sequence of filming images. The mental film has to be made by each young or not so young spectator, as the show respects the specific temporality of the story being told, with its moments of expectation, surprise, and repetition. Thus, with the help of the shadows, the child spectator travels from Africa to the United States, escapes the Connecticut bandit, is sent to the moon by members of the Ku Klux Klan, becomes a hero, falls back to Earth, and rescued by an African American, sets sail again for the South Pole, escapes the pirate, ends up in the hands of a mad scientist and his robot, and finally finds his family in Antarctica, that family being the audience itself. The circle of the tale closes in on itself as Apollodore returns behind the screen to the state of eternal shadow, so that the story can begin again ad infinitum with each new performance. There's a beautiful childish poetry of these shadows. The contrast between the black outline of the figures and the whiteness or color of the lit screen defines the puppets' shapes and moves with their movements, looking both liquid and solid. Adamila's performance, where the eye is no longer distracted by in Adamila's performance, the eye is no longer distracted by superfluous details, but focuses on the appearance, movement, and disappearance of this mysterious being made up of choreographed blend of presence and absence. And as with traditional shadows, music is essential, accompanying the shadows as they move. In our third, here's Adamila and the singers. In our third example, Adamila's musical Alice, the set design by the most regretted Alexandra Constantin places the screen in the middle between the two other sections of the wall, which in turn act as a backdrop for shadows cast by objects and characters on stage before disappearing to make way for the beautiful, strange, luminous, almost phosphorescent, human-sized mushrooms that mark the landscape of Wonderland. The central screen proves to be the spatial pivot of the show. Taller than it is wide, it sometimes functions as a wall, separating the visible stage from Alice's invisible room, sometimes as a door or dozens of imaginary doors, counterbalancing the only real door, some other times as a rabbit hole into which Alice falls, sometimes as an elevator between the levels of the world, some other times as a prison, locking her in by order of the Queen of Hearts. It is also the main character's privileged space, enabling her to juggle the realities, objects, and beings she encounters, and to return to the starting point of the mental labyrinth in which she embarks. The profound justification for the presence of living shadows in this show seems to be the very doubling of this little girl who, on the one hand, suffers from loneliness, and on the other, is in need of images, as the book she's forced to read contains none. Naturally, Alice turns to her own shadow for a discussion partner, and to her cat. In fact, it's in her shadow state that Alice makes her first appearance on stage with her gigantic pet. The solution is a clever one, as the spectator, led by the playful song of the narrator, had from the outset. From the very start of the show, Alice's ambiguous relationship with reality is marked by her comings and goings between her bedroom and the stage, an open-air setting for the most far-fetched encounters. Part shadow, part three-dimensional presence, Alice can't stay still. She quarrels with herself because she can't quarrel with her mother. She contradicts herself, she hits herself, she encourages herself, but above all, she plays. The shadow theater allows her to play with this double role while remaining credible, since she is, in a way, her own puppet. She practically emerges from her shadow state to become the character of her own story. But it is in her shadow state that she moves from one stage to the next, and Many of the imaginary characters in Alice's world appear in their shadow state before entering stage, like the White Rabbit, who is also doubled by hair. The characters move in and out from behind the screen. They themselves become shadows, marking their entry into a different world, the subjective, intimate mode of Alice's chaotic imagination, fears, and desires. Adam Hiller and Alexandra Constantine proved to make intelligent use of shadows without overdoing it or adding too many video tricks. For example, Alice's fall down in the rabbit hole is shown through a simple, convincing visual effect that superimposes the actress's moving shadow, mimicking the light or fast fall, with slow video projections, with objects and animals she sees floating around her, and fast ones, which reveal only colored lines, a nod to specific cartoon falls. Once at the bottom, the various images of the door follow one another, and the shadow of the key in Alice's hand obviously doesn't reach the lock. This is where we see the original effectiveness of shadow theatre, which plays with size of the images simply by moving towards or away from the light source. In the blink of an eye, Alice can become tall by drinking the contents of the bottle labeled "Drink Me," or become small again by eating the magic cake. At the end of the adventure, she makes her way back to her room and the music stops. Alice's shadowy shadow saying, "I don't want to play anymore. It's over." And the magic of the show comes to an end as the screen lights fade. Let's recall the great French theatre maker Gaston Batty's answer to the question of the marionette's very definition, which goes for the shadow figure too. I quote, "What is it, then, in the end? A doll, apparently, but capable of assuming diverse personalities and endowed with an intelligent and powerfully expressive mobility. A playful doll." And here, Alice is her own doll, her playful shadow. In conclusion, all the examples discussed here merely underline the continuity, longevity, and relevance of shadow theatre, which endures in its traditional forms as a priceless cultural heritage of the world's civilizations, but also in its modern forms as a metamorphic theatrical art that reinvents itself, creating new shapes and content, or recycling old forms in new outlines, choreography, and lighting. Sometimes unjustly relegated to the status of a minor sibling of dramatic theatre and even of puppet theatre, shadow theatre encapsulates the essence of the art of theatre. Remember what Edward Gordon Craig said to his acting students: "Only a born actor can truly understand the puppet, so it follows that all of those who can try their hand at this craft, only born actors will succeed in mastering it." Indeed, educational practices have understood the importance of the puppet, be it the three-dimensional doll or the flat figure in the shadow play. It's not hard to see that shadow puppetry has developed considerably in children's theatre throughout the 20th century and today. There are numerous puppet and shadow theatre companies in every country, offering not only shows for the young, but shows that combine dance, music, and animation, also courses and workshops for different ages. This contributes to both the education of artistic sensibility and the personal development of young people, enriching their imagination and know-how. In this sense, we can only agree with Agnès Pierron's assertion that, I quote, "The puppet remains one of the most beautiful objects for arousing phantasms that man has ever made. It offers variations on space and time, preserving a marvelous ambiguity. A typology, however exhaustive, cannot account for a phenomenon that gives the impression of limits never reached by creativity." End quote. Indeed, limitless is the journey that shadow puppets take us on between dream and reality, vision and image, object and projection. A playful, magic, deeply theatrical, and profound human journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now we go to Octavian Salad. He's a PhD candidate at Karajale University. And he will present the Greek myth in Romanian puppetry for children case study.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, and thank you, everybody, for having me. I will try also to make a screen share in a moment. Just a bit. It doesn't seem, I can't seem to figure it out how it works. But it's a. So I will talk about myth in the Romanian puppetry for children, and more precisely on the labors of Hercules by Alexandru Mitru in comparison with the other stagings of Greek myths in the communist period, and then some stagings after the fall of the Berlin Wall. When talking about Romanian theater, the connections between modern Greek language theater and the early development of the national Romanian theater movement in the first decades of the 19th century are crucial to the subsequent evolution of Romanian theater. In the drama theater, a notable example is the Redwell Theater, the theater Cismeaua Roșii in Bucharest, founded by Greek Princess Ralu Karaja. It was here that a young Costache Aristia, who would later become a professor to Romania's first playwrights and actors, performed in Greek. This theater played a pivotal role in the shaping the future of Romanian theater. While the influence of Greek language drama on Romanian theater is undeniable, in the case of puppet theater, the Balkan influences stem from another significant cultural force of the period, this being the Ottoman shadow theater tradition of Karagöz. Although Romanian puppetry does not directly follow the Turkish or later the Greek forms of the shadow theater, the Romanian tradition rooted in hand puppetry retains essential character details from the Karagöz, as noted by Professor John McCormack in his seminal work, Popular Puppet Theater in Europe. This presentation focuses on the role the Greek myths played in the development of Romanian puppet theater. In this context, the differences between drama and puppet theater are once again significant. While ancient tragedies have been a foundational element in the repertoire of Romanian theaters from the outset, their presence in puppet theater became evident only in the 1960s or 1970s, after the early decades of Romania's modern puppet theater movement. The modern period of Romanian puppetry formally began with the establishment of the Țăndărică Puppet Theater in Bucharest in 1945. During the early years of the communist regime in Romania, this context of growth was replicated, and by the late 1950s, 22 state-owned puppet theaters had emerged across the country. One of the primary goals of these institutions was to create a Romanian dramaturgy for puppets. with Margareta Niculescu, the director of the Tsandarica Puppet Theater, playing a central role in this effort. Through her persistent dedication, well-known Romanian authors were introduced to the puppet theater scene. Among them was Alexandru Mitru, a renowned children's book author from the interwar and communist periods, whose works retold world myths for children and youth. The influence of Alexandru Mitru on the Romanian collective consciousness, even after the fall of the communist regime, cannot be overstated. His books on the legends of Olympus provided many generations of Romanians with the deep connection to the essential myths of the Greek world, embedding them in the nation's cultural fabric. When discussing the Greek myth in Romanian puppetry for children, the research reveals that the body of work is quite limited. Leading the way are two plays written by Alexandru Mitru: The Labors of Hercules, staged at Tsandarica in 1959, and in Constanța in 1960, and Prometheus, staged at the Galați Puppet Theater in 1973, as well as Valentin Silvestru's Hercules in Search of the Golden Apples, staged in Iași in 1973, and in Bacău in 1975. The only other production from this period is The Amazing Adventures of Odysseus by Santa Diaconescu, staged in 1975 in Botoșani. It was not until the new millennium that Greek myths reappeared on the Romanian puppet theater stage, with Prometheus by Aurelian Bălăiță in 2009 at the Botoșani Theater, and a reimagining of Alexandru Mitru's version, and the Iliad by Gabriel Pinte at the Constanța Puppet Theater in 2007. Although the number of productions focused on Greek myths is limited, analyzing them provides a crucial summary of some defining aesthetic trends in this period of puppet theater. As with drama theater, the return to the original subjects of European theater offers an opportunity to reinvent the role of theater in a contemporary context. Several key characteristics emerge from this analysis, which will be discussed here. Regarding research methodology, due to the absence of a national theater archive and the degradation or even destruction of puppet theater archives over time, the details of the productions have been reconstructed from the few articles and reviews available from the period. At first glance, a common characteristic that emerges across most of the plays staged is the central role given to two particular Greek heroes, Hercules and Prometheus. Notably, even the plays where Hercules is the main character, such as those following the classical structures of the Labors of Hercules, Prometheus also plays a significant role. This centrality of Prometheus can be interpreted in different ways. One such interpretation, as noted by Romanian theater critic Alexandru Popovici in his review of the Tsandarica production, is connected to the rhetoric imposed by the communist state. Following the ideas of Karl Marx, Prometheus is portrayed as, I quote, the most noble and saintly martyr of the human calendar, end of quote, making him an ideal hero for educating the communist youth. This interpretation mostly served as a means of bypassing the censorship of the period, opening the door to a broader, more humanistic moral education. Prometheus is seen by Alexandru Mitru as a civilizing and moral hero who chooses to save humankind, maybe even from the communist monster, positioning him as a proper model for youth. In contrast, the choice of Hercules as a central character is based on the dynamic nature of his story. As an adventurous hero who overcomes various trials, Hercules embodies the determination to overcome every obstacle, while Prometheus represents the rational essence and mindfulness that children should cultivate in their lives. The 1973 Galați production of Prometheus by Alexandru Mitru is a pantomime using rod puppets. By foregoing spoken words as the central storytelling method, the production emphasizes the need for attention and rational interpretation. In contrast, The labors of Hercules, as noted by critics such as Valentin Silvestru and Alexandru Popovici, made with long string marionettes at the Tsandarica Puppet Theater, the scripts sometimes become overly verbose, which distracts from the production's overall effectiveness. This can be seen as one of the reasons why Valentin Silvestru will write his own interpretation of the myth for the puppet stage in 1973. Silvestru's version will try to more closely relate to the ancient tragedies with the introduction of the chorus in the puppet play. The focus on powerful heroes like Hercules and Prometheus highlights the period's emphasis on creating new heroes for the Romanian puppet theater, and more broadly a tendency for the whole European puppetry. This movement aligns with what I define as the fifth generation of puppet heroes, a generation characterized by heroes drawn from classical and modern literature used as subject matters for the puppet theater. When discussing the common aesthetic elements of these productions, one significant aspect stands out. Due to the absence of a professional university training program for puppeteers in the period, many productions at state-owned puppet theaters relied on pre-recorded voices for the characters, with puppeteers focusing primarily on the manipulation of puppets. In the context of Greek myths, on the puppet stage, this approach opened the door for traditional drama actors who had experience performing ancient tragedies to lend their voices to the puppet characters, thus adding gravitas to the performances. This is a common practice in many of the puppet shows from the communist period discussed here. A notable example is the voice of Teofil Vâlcu, one of the most prominent actors of the Iași National Theatre at the time, who provided the voice for Hercules in the staging of Valentin Silvestru's play at the Children and Youth Theatre of Iași in 1973. These various theatre productions define an important trend of the period. The relationship between the puppetry tradition and modernity. The Labors of Hercules, directed by Stefan Lenkesh at the Tsandarica Puppet Theater, is a marionette show, the most developed puppetry form at the Tsandarica Puppet Theater, where the narrator is played by a human performer wearing a mask. This dynamic between the human narrator and the marionette evolved from the traditional relationship seen in Romania's popular puppet theater, where a human commentator, called Sprech, reinterprets the words of the puppet protagonist Vasilache, the puppet that was talking through a piveta, as for his words were unintelligible. In the Constanța staging of the same play, director Claudiu Cristescu opts to portray the story using transparent figures and light. Although the period reviews do not explicitly mention this, we can interpret the staging as a form of shadow theater, based on the description of the puppets and context in the absence of photos. This method traces the origins of Romanian puppetry back to the shadows of Karagöz, as I mentioned. The most innovative of these productions is the Iași production of Hercules in Search of the Golden Apples, where the characters are portrayed by human puppets, actors wearing various masks and moving like puppets. This creative blend of human and puppet art has a unique approach to integrating traditional puppetry with modern theatrical techniques. In conclusion, the few productions mentioned here, beginning with the staging of Alexandru Mitru's The Labors of Hercules and briefly compared with other works, provide a short period. They highlight the shift from conventional production methods to the significant relationship between tradition and modernity, as well as the evolution of puppet heroes. These productions encompass the broad diversity of techniques that define the 20th century Romanian puppetry, from marionettes to masks and shadows, and from text-based performances to pantomime. The more contemporary iterations, such as Prometheus by Aurelian Bălăiță after Alexandru Mitru, retains its experimental nature. It served as an academic exploration of the possibilities within shadow puppetry, as the author notes, promoting innovative approaches to puppet theater. By drawing from classical subjects like the Greek myths, it showcases how puppet theater can evolve while honoring its roots and exploring new creative dimensions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, last but not least, my very close friend, and I'm very happy that she's here with all the team, all her love, is Michaela Betiu, Associate Professor, PhD, Editor-in-Chief of Concept Academic Journal, IL Karagiale National University of Theatre and Film, Bucharest, Romania, and she's also responsible for the performance we will see.
Yes, it is just a scene, just as you worked a longer moment with your teacher. Also, we worked in our school more than what you are going to see, but we weren't able to bring all the students here. So I want to thank your professor, Janis Rigas, and also your for the Greek students that they helped us, and we'll do together the scenes. My presentation, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Andreas Marcantonatos and also Despina for our collaboration. You know, in the professional life, you don't have so often good and efficient collaborations. When this happens at a distance, as we worked, it's a miracle, really. So thank you. My presentation is short and is going to finish with the presentation of the scenes, is continuing in a way my rector's ideas, because I will talk to you about the actor's approach on conflict. It's very interesting. What happens is that approaching themes such as conflict, which is the soul of theater, murder, and even cruelty in the academic acting courses meets paradoxical challenges today. On the one hand, students are quite comfortable with the idea of cruelty from cinema and video gaming. But when it comes to assuming themselves a character who initiates and even completes acts of cruelty, there is a major reluctance. Emotional blockages appear. Traumas come to the surface. Obstacles arise, and even regarding the ability to support conflict, although the conflict is deeply impregnated in the idea of becoming a constant characteristic of life, movement, and transformation. In addition, the conflict is the very rock from which the theatrical story is woven. The theatrical themes by themselves stir up the being and put it face to face with himself. They provoke the soul and the spirit and put it in front of the great existential questions. Especially the great dramaturgy and the greater theater creators manage to put the actor in front of the major questions of life. They determine him to plunge into his own past, to analyze his own experiences, to use his own factual and emotional memory, so that in the end, the great dramaturgy itself becomes the main textbook in the study of the human experience transmitted through the art of the actor. As our professor Ion Kojar says, I will tell you about Ion Kojar, and maybe in the future we could join forces, and maybe we shall do an workshop, because of course also the Romanian acting school was focused on interpretation in the past. But Ion Kojar is a great methodist, let's say. He was, as Professor Liviu Lukács said, an actor of change. He was a director, a theater director, and also a very talented actor. But he was the professor that changed this focus from interpretation to being, you know, of course, using the Stanislavski's technique and also Viola Spolin, but he focused on the being, on being true on stage. So as Professor Ion Kojar says, we cannot fathom the complexly organized unit, and thus we cannot hinder the free and predictable manifestation of dynamic and contradictory human nature as it appears from the unique possible rational realistic perspective, which is actor equals human. This logical couple, actor equals human, is irreducible no matter from what perspective or assumption and any form of artistic diversity we would approach the actor's art. So this principle, actor equals human, is in fact the unity through all the diversity that we can find in theater and performing arts. So for representing conflict, cruelty, and even crime on stage, and in order to help our students gain courage and the faith to do it, we are using a set of theatrical techniques that effectively intervene. I will present them in the order in which we apply them. First and above all, we put the principle of authenticity. In order to become someone else and to test another human experience, the actor must be himself. He must have the courage to analyze himself, to make mental processes real himself, with all their bodily and emotional consequences. The actor is his own instrument and his own work at the same time. And authenticity is the first professional act he must assume. Unlike the views which consider the interpretation of the line, the word, the tone, the gesture, the attitude and movement as the main matter of the actor's creation, the great schools of dramatic art in the 20th century, starting from Stanislavski's system, Strasberg, and then Tairov, Meyerhold, Michael Chekhov, Kedrov, Goncharov, Knebel, Louis Jouvet, Michael Redgrave, Grotowski, and so on, Peter Brook, and many other theater practitioners and pedagogues placed at the foundation of the actor's work the principle of authenticity and the method. The main problem in acting is not what the actors do or how they do it, but what happens to them in essence throughout the stage act. The true acting is the result of real natural organic processes. As Professor Kojar described it, between something happening and nothing essential happening lies the difference between truth and fake, between authenticity and artificiality of the stage act. The actor that acts like an actor all the time experiences nothing important from a human point of view. They do not create, they do not discover anything that had been unknown and unpredictable up to the moment of creation. They pre-do, they pretend based on something which is already known. Their stage action, therefore, has no nosological or formative value. This is from a quote from Mr. Kojar. The second level needed for any students is the conscious assumption of another concept. The concept is another way of thinking, is the main foundation of the character because it represents his own unique way of thinking. Starting from being himself, the actor adds new mental grids, new life mottos, a new set of values, a main guiding principle that leads him through life. A quote from Liviu Lukács's manual, The Becoming of the Actor, page 39, says that the concept is a sentence, sometimes a paragraph, or if it's too difficult to put into words, yes, a longer paragraph. The concept expresses a creed. For example, everything in life is achieved through work. Live in the moment. Or the whole world is indebted to me. Yes, this could be the concept of Richard III, for example. Life is a struggle. So these are possible concepts. The concept is a conviction, a kind of rule that guides the character. The third level of triggering a new stage existence is making cultural analogies. The actor preparation for stage involves a continuous research, and it's very important that he builds up his own expertise in matters of life, psychology, philosophy, human relations. Life experience plays an important part here, but also the cultural perspectives about the problems of life. For example, by studying characters such as Medea or Clytemnestra, at some point, it was very helpful for the students' ability to take over the parts with the cruel situation involved, to hear the story, for example, of Hadula Fragogianu from Alexandros Papadiamantis' novel The Murderers, one that I heard about from my Greek colleague, researcher and editor Despina Cosmopoulou. Just as Medea, Hadula is a pharmaca, just as also Celestina that you saw last night, and does her own justice, and telling her story to the students brought Medea's problem to our century. Also, researching the story of Medea is essential for the actor's training for understanding the theme of betrayal, injustice, cruel separation, deportation, exile. And approaching Medea at any level of study is further on very helpful for understanding themes from Shakespeare, for example. You know, for example, Isabella from Measure for Measure, or also Ibsen. The confrontation between Helmar Torvald and Nora is the modern approach for a lot more direct and powerful confrontation, the one between Medea and Iasonos. The fourth level that an actor must pursue is activating the substitutive imagination. By answering to Stanislavski's question, what if myself, I was in the position of Isabella, what if myself, I could be in the position of Medea, of Hadula Fragogianu, is giving a key to understanding. The key is the empathy. The empathy that is triggered when you put yourself in the situation given by the dramaturgy. Then the organic existence of the characters' lives appear. The flow of the character's existence is released. The character is no longer a semiotic system from a book, but has his own life experience, powerful and with real physical and emotional consequences, emotional, physical changes. In the second part of my presentation, we will illustrate these ideas by exemplifying the scene Clytemnestra, Aegisthus, and the chorus from Aeschylus' play Agamemnon from Orestia, and thank you, Romanian and Greek students also.
Thank you so much, my friend and precious collaborator. And now we have the performance of Romanian students from IL Karajale. They will act scenes from Euripides' Medea. The student actors are Altsihapi, Valeria Barba, Victoria Ionescu, Cosmin Lipovanu, Matei Skankuta, Stefan Pataksou.
Yes. And also the Greek.
And of course, again, the Greek team.
Nu mai să-ți ascumperi ura față de acel pe care îl urăști, decât întinzându-i o capcană mai presus de orice scăpare. A venit răspunderea victorioasă până la urmă. Asta este fericită. Am pus la cale totul, astfel încât feciorul lui Atreu să nu poată fugi din fața morții și nici de adevăr. Arunc peste el o plasă din care nu este scăpare. Un strai de mările de cleană și îl lovesc de 2 ori. El scoate 2 urlete, mădularele îi se înmoaie și când se năruie lovesc a 3-a oară. Prin sfârșit lui Zeus. Atunci de când el este tot, iar sângele țâșnit de rănile străpunse mă împroașcă, picături întunecate, nu mai puțin plăcute pentru mine decât eroa dimineții. Acestea sunt faptele cetățenei Argosului. El a umplut craterul în acest palat cu atâtea rele blestemate, încât sosind aici a trebuit și el să-ți soartă dintr-o dată. Acesta e Agamemnon, soțul meu, iar mâna mea cea dreaptă l-a preschimbat în leș. Isprava unei bune lucrătoare.
Rostirea gurii tale sfruntate mă uimește. Te hvălești pe seama soțului cu astfel de cuvinte. Vei fi puternic lovită de ura cetății.
Sândiți. Dar nu v-ați ridicat atunci împotriva bărbatului care și-a jertfit-o pe copila lui, rodul prea scump al pântecelui meu, ca să-mi puneze vânturile Traciei. Oare nu el trebuia izgonit din acest palat spre ispășirea pângăririi sale? Schimbați și scataprici judecători de îndată ce ați avut de fapta mea. Nu cada să vă stau împotriva. Poate și vetrită cu nimeni.
Până de când nu se vezi. Hai că ne cuvinte nebune.
Și mă replici de neconfalatul meu. Nu se va trătura niciodată Egis. Va sta împrească osmanjul înapoi în sa. El este scutumarea în îndrăznenii mele. Iată pe omul pătămător.
Ai săvârșit acum și fapta de pe urmă. Ce nu va aplica uitării. Vărsarea sângelui în pornirea să spulbera un vrednic bărbat.
Cum greșeala curii voastre? V-am îndezertat de 3 ori încrășat pe seama neamului acestuia. El ne stârnește în măruntaia această poftă lacomă să lincă sânge. Bazileu nostru! Bazileu!
Trupul tău zace împășat în aceste fire de băiance. Suflarea vieții tale s-a stins de o moarte nelegiuită.
Cel răposat e neîndurătorul duh al lui Atreu. Atreu și-a trecut la moarte în casă. Ifigeniei mele. Agamemnon i-a răspuns de sfânta care l-a luat apoi și el. După dreptate.
Cine? Cine va săpa pământul? Cine? Cine va fi pământul de șoare?
Mine a căzut. A răposat. Și se va pune în mormânt fără plângerile neamurilor sale. Doar Ifigenia. Fica lui. Va întâmpina lumea lui Hades. Va curate și va sărutate. Iar eu mă voi mulțumi pentru că am izbutit să arunc din casă această nebunie de ucideri dintre neamuri.
A săvârșit acum și fapta de pe urmă. S-a fălit pe seama lui Agamemnon într-o pomnire nebună. Mi-a dus dreptate. Este limpede acum că sunt în lume zei răzbunători ai muritorilor care desusvechează asupra nelegirilor pământului. Azi l-am văzut în pânzea rinilor țesută pe bărbatul acesta, prăbușit fără suflare. Spre toată mulțumirea mea, ca să plătească pe de-a întregul pentru nelegiuirile mâinii părintești. A trebuit. Stăpânul țării și părintele lui Agamemnon, văzându-l pe Tiestes, tatăl meu, fratele său, că se luptă să-i smulgă puterea, a izgonit și din cetate și din casă. Poți din nou la frate să-și cerșească patra. Greu. Nu se căcine să petreacă în deplină voioșie o zi de jertfe. Pregătirea lui meu nu spață. Din carne, copilul săi. Da, mâinile și picioarele, ba mai așezut de apasă. Este în bucăție, culegândată din crana blestemată. Apoi, dându-și seama prea privit de răcirea săvârșită, el scoate un urlet, cade și pasă. Domnul se plutecant. El cheamă să ocupară asupra pelopizelor o soartă neîndurătoare și spune blestemând, așa, să piară toată stirpa lui preistranez. Iată de ce se da să-l vezi pe Agamemnon doborât. Eu am murzit omorul în numele dreptății. Din ultimul născut din bietul meu părinte, am plecat în exil împreună cu el. Dar am crescut. Și Biblia m-a călăuzit în țară. Și pe dușman am izbutit să lovesc. Legând cu grijă toate ocurile uneltirii prin care el s-a pierdut. Cum să-și moartă un stăpânea frumos. Văzându-l în voduri împletite tiche.
Regis, eu nu cinstesc nerușinarea răcigașului. Ne-ai întâlnit că pe aceste rog la rugoare cântăm știință, că fiind viitoare cu plata de crimă trebuie de milă.
Reactoare de pici călsuri. Nu plătiu împotriva boltului, că o să te uspre.
Ești o mâine! Ai să acasă gândiță de toată luptătorii de război. Ai slăbcare în moartea mai mare cu știri.
Din nou cuvinte ce vor face să-ți ștească lacrimi. Dar vă vom apuca sușu și vă vom îmbrăți cu sila.
Cum nu ar fi mai mare că s-a fost tu, care ești la care sfârșitul acestui erou, neîntâlnit băgat să vă și mâna ta omorul.
Era limpede că vicrănia trebuia să o toarcă o femeie. Eu, dușmanul lui, de atât de amar de vreme, aș fi dat de bănuit. Bogățile lui Agamemnon s-o bat, să pot domni peste cetate.
Ce? Nu ne beneficiază de lumii tău. Nu ne-ai lovit de unul singur pe erou. De ce a trebuit să-mi piardă o femeie, pâncănitoare în țării, și la deliul acestei țări?
Și astfel înțelegeți să vă fie faptele și vorbele. Să vă arăt un cuvânt.
Hai! Cu sărămâine lui! Fiți gata cu toții de luptă!
Și eu sunt gata să mă cu saga mea. Și gata să mă.
What you realize this?
Prindere râu se întorc spre izvoare. Dreptatea și toate sunt răsturnate. Oamenii țes viclenii. Așurată zeilor cade ruinul.
Voi, boss, să stradă o hară cântării din mine. Bine ați cocit mai organiză pe proaște bărbații.
Timpul bătrân are multe de spus despre soarta femeilor și a bărbaților. Lăsat ai departe țara părinților tăi, cu inima înnebunită, ai străbătut printre stâncile gemene mari și acum te găsești pe soț străin, părăsită de soț.
Bine a dat iar arată tine. Ți-ai gândit că nu vreau ca să fiu. Nu mi-am gândit că mine.
Să-ți fie mai departe de tine, să mai decât e banul tău. Oare ce tot deștept asta? Iată-le!
Nu numai aia, ci adeseori m-am încredințat ce pacoste de neînvins o fire arzăgoasă. Ai fi putut să stai pe acest pământ. Și în casa aceasta, dacă te supuneai voinței celor mai puternici decât tine. Am încercat să stăpânesc voința tiranului în tărătate, dar tu, în nebunia ta, nu încetai să-i operești pe suverani. De ce e greu mă decis? Mă va izbuni din Corintus. Toate acestea m-a îndepărtat de voi, cei dragi. Am fost adus aici femeile de cea pentru voi. Să nu plecați toți și copiii structurați ce în zi se bat o clasă de nevoi. Sau uitare nu se referi vreodată.
Iată-te la mine. Iată de vrăjmaș al meu, al teilor și al omenirii întregi.
Nu invită cine. Nici furat femeile și nu prieteni pe care le cuvinte. Ce mai cine?
Cine nu te vreau tu pentru libertate și să nu pe vreau din conținerea mea. Știu că leitorii care te-au înmulțit pe Argo, eu te-am mântuit când ți s-a dat să nu la joc cu hai cu suflet de foc și să te vezi să mori pe ogor eu. Am încolăcit și veșnic drag care păsea mâna de aur la înfăcut și astfel că mi-a dat lumina izbăvirii eu. Cum mi-am trădat și cară și părinți, la Iorgo. Felia mi-a nărucit o moarte grea. Prin mâna picere. Astfel te-am scăpat de frică. Eu, după acestea toate m-ai lăsat nemernicule. Te-ai însurat din noapte și aveai copii. Și ce copii?
Mi s-a schimbat pe tine și cuvântul tău. Mi s-a schimbat.
Pot să-mi bată ori de atunci și că s-a dat acum o altă cumpliană pe pământ, că ce cunoști prea bine că m-am înșelat. Văd mai bine de păcatul tău. Hai singur o să merg. Acasă? La părinți? În țara pe care ți-o dau ca să fii poteri? Manele picere în Belia. Ce bine de-a fi la... Nu pot să ride. Pot să-și mănesc portatele. și credincios. Acest din țară în țară, prigonită alături de copiii mei din ghere. Cum o fi celui însurat din nou să-și lase cerșitor pe fiii săi și pe nevastă lui care a mântuit? Noștri au amestecat din noștri.
Când am venit aici la Iorul, ce rost mai fericit puteam să-mi fac decât să mă statornicesc unindu-mă cu fata regelui? Și scăpatul tău nu l-am urât. Și în mâna de poftă mă măsurați cu fica regelui. Mult mai însemnat. Să-mi cresc copiii de casa mea și să le asigur fericirea.
Ia ascultă, ți-ai potrivit prea de tată. Și chiar e părerea noastră.
Din ei erai nișeai, ce ucis patru meu, ca să și acum, dar n-ai fi să iubit-o celor dragi.
Frumos m-ai fi primit că nici acum nu vrei să ardem pe turbarea sufletului tău.
Asta te auzi. Căsătoria ta cu fantară te întreb dacă te oportunește în glorie.
Nu m-am căsătorit cu fata regelui de mine poftă. Ți-am spus, voiam să-mi cresc copiii ident de casa mea. Să ofer născuților pe tine frate neam pe cal.
Cine este? Tu ai acum un refugiu, pe când eu de toată lumea părăsită voi merge în exil.
Te ai nu gândit ce ai vrut. E numai vina ta.
Ce-am făcut?
Ei, vor să plărești un groaznice blesteme.
Mâine poți da și peste gata ta, vrete.
Nu. Ia-ți mă ceva de tine. Dacă dorești pentru exilul tău, pentru copii, ceva din bunurile care am să dau bucuros. O să trimiți și gazelor semne să vă recunoască și așa să te luați în grijă. Cine pune că nu primești femeie? Să împărăți mânia și vei fi câștigată.
Dacă își dau atâtea rosturile fără scop.
Să-mi vie câte e parcă că aș face orice pentru copii.
Pleacă! Pleacă! Și mergi în Parastatico pe nevastă.
Bine, da.
Lukacic, please. This is an osmos. We have a break for 5 minutes and we come back in order to do the book presentation, concept volume. We were scenes from Orestia and Medea before, and this was an osmosis between Greek and Romanian students in the performance, and this is a highlight of the Congress. And we thank you for this. And now we want to thank you for one more thing. This is the book presentation of the concept volume, Contemporary Perspectives on Greek Theatre. The volume is an international collaboration between the MA program in Performing Arts of the Hellenic Open University, the Center for Ancient Rhetoric and Drama of the University of the Peloponnese, and the Concept Academic Journal, edited by IL Karagiale National University of Theatre and Film in Bucharest. And let's start by the rector. We thank you very much.
Yeah, it's really important. We have a book. We have a book about Greek theater, about Greek tradition, about Greek theater today. It's so important. This book will remain, and I'm thankful for the Greek collaborators, for you and with others that did this book. And now, first of all, I want to congratulate Mihaela Petiu, our teacher, who was the heart of this initiative. Congratulations.
I also want to thank Despina and especially Mr. Mark Antonatos, because our collaboration, as I said, was very effective, which you don't find easily. I will only tell you that the volume consists of Greek contemporary studies about Greek dramaturgy today, and of course the ancient Greek dramaturgy. The authors are very important here in Greece. Mr. Mark Antonatos, Despina Cosmopoulos, Emeritus Professor Varvara Georgopoulou, and also Greek collaborators that we had in the Concept Academic Journal. Of course, Mr. Asterios Peltekis, who is a doctoral student, and Konstantina Ziropoulou, Katerina Arvaniti, Varvara, I said about Varvara Georgopoulou, Anna Mavroleon, Cleanti Sifaki with a very interesting study on Medea, and of the masteral program, the PEA masteral program. Also, it's important that this volume is an international collaboration. For us, for UNATC Press, our publishing house in Bucharest, in our university, is the first international volume. So it's important for us because, as you heard, our rector has this objective of internationalization. How can I say it? It's difficult. So internaționalizarea. So it's an objective. It's an objective, and about the language, about we are using for example, in Concept Academic Journal, we are using English. We are using French and also Spanish. But most of the articles are in English, and from my experience from 15 years now, and also I worked in another magazine for 5 years. Totally is 20 years of editor that I have of this experience. In my experience, English touches all the boundaries, you know. So we will continue. Thank you for your cooperation, and thank you, Mr. Liviu Lukacs, for your support, which is very important for us. Thank you.
Right. And as Mihaela said, we're trying to internationalize this partnership. I think we're doing very well. judging from this conference. I just noted down some remarks. I will be very, very brief. The latest issue of Concept periodical titled Contemporary Perspectives on Greek Theatre offers an insightful and multi-sided examination of the enduring legacy and evolving interpretations of ancient Greek drama. We've been shown just now. I mean, the talent gathered in this room was remarkable. I was really impressed. I said, Michaela, it was a powerful drama, Medea and Orestia. This volume brings together distinguished scholars, theater practitioners, and critics to explore the ways in which Greek theater continues to shape and influence contemporary performance, philosophy, as my dear friend Liviu mentioned in his speech, and cultural discourse. By examining both historical and modern-day adaptations, the issue seeks to illuminate the dynamic interactions between classical texts like Medea or Orestia, even the Odyssey, Rhapsody about the Cyclops, and present-day artistics and socio-political contexts. And just to wrap it up and complete, as a conclusion, the issue concludes with reflections on the future of Greek theater studies. Scholars discuss the impact of digital humanities, interdisciplinary methodologies, and experimental performance techniques in shaping new approaches to the study and practice of Greek drama. As the field continues to evolve, as we saw just before and yesterday and today, contemporary perspectives on Greek theater serves as a valuable resource for scholars, students, and theater practitioners, especially students, seeking to engage with the richness and complexity of ancient Greek drama in a modern context. And I think that a valuable attestment to these issues and aims is this volume. And I thank you very much. I thank you, Liviu and Michaela, for your editing. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank also the rector, Yukachi, Michaela, for our perfect collaboration, and of course, Professor Markadonatos. I would like to say a little bit the story of our collaboration, because I was impressed that when we talked, we haven't seen each other, and you are so positive and open about the chapter in Greek theater in your academic journal, because I understood that from the very first moment you understood the strong bonds between the Greek theater and Romanian culture. We saw before the example of Karajale, and yesterday in the presentation of Professor Vasilakou, she mentioned this osmosis and interactions, and you understand the meaning of the archetypes of the ancient Greek drama till the reception in modern times. I'm grateful for this and for your generosity, for your friendship, and I hope that in the future we will have plenty of issues together. Thank you so much. And let's go to the closing remarks of this Congress. I invite also Professor Georgopoulou to come to the panel. And we will start by Professor Markadonatos, who is a co-organizer.
Right. Just to mention that the artistic director of this theater, Asterios Peltekis, is unable to join us. He's sending his regards and his good wishes. I think we all agree that this conference has been a great success. It was extremely successful and fruitful. The aim of this conference, because this is the first time we're trying to, join forces and start this effort, which is a very demanding effort and a daunting task, to draft some kind of a constitutional text. Let's say, I wouldn't say it's like a memorandum of agreement, it's a constitutional text, and we have to find ways to collaborate and cooperate, and we have to search out for points of contact. So in a way, as bullet points, as Asterios has asked me, I would like to present this constitutional text by first underlining the need for the Balkan region and the Balkan countries joining forces today at this historical crossroads of cultures and civilizations to find ways of cooperation, trying to explain, interpret new trends and modes in the field of the performing arts. We've decided with Asterios to start with my text and my essay on how we can visualize this constitutional text. And I think we can underscore in the beginning and as a start the objective and scope of this effort. I think we have to establish a network, and establishing a network is very hard and very difficult. But I think we can achieve that in the long run. How can we achieve that? That's the main question and the main issue. First, Asterios said that we have to try towards establishing an exchange program between our nations by creating opportunities for cross-border performances, co-productions, and artist residencies, not only in Thessaloniki, but all around the Balkans. How can we ensure that this project has coherence and also lasts the test of time? We thought that this network must adopt a robust organizational structure that ensures transparency. I think this is the first goal, efficiency, and equal representation across all participating countries. We should establish a central coordinated body to oversee administration, fundraising, which is very important for, being alive and surviving the years ahead, and strategic planning. How can we secure long-term financial support? I think we have to find a way to search out for sustainable funding models, and that will be a challenge for the future. And last but not least, we have to foster meaningful collaborative opportunities among artists and institutions. We are aiming to establish an annual Balkan Performing Arts Festival, which could serve as a flagship event rotating among different host cities, not only Thessaloniki, but also in Bulgaria, Romania, Serbia, and so on. And just to conclude, we have to engage, and that's a very serious task, in policy, advocacy, and cultural diplomacy. I had the opportunity to discuss all these issues with the rector of the University of Theatre Studies in Bucharest. They are very strong in diplomacy, and we have to follow them in expanding our range, not only in the Balkan countries, but also in Western and Eastern Europe. And the last thing, which is very important in my view, is to embrace technology and media so as to expand our reach and our visibility. Without securing visibility, we cannot survive. And this is a project which is a long-term project. So we have to engage in technology and in media so as to secure financial support. These are my remarks, and I would like to complete and wrap it up with something which is very important, the Summer Academy. And we are trying to establish this academy. It's a difficult task in my view, but I think it's achievable and feasible. And I think our friends from the Balkans can help us securing this aim and achieving this task. Thank you so much.
Rector, please.
I agree totally with what Professor Mark Antonatos just said. The ideas and the strategy about funding, about the festival, about the summer camp, and the idea about cultural diplomacy, because this is so important. With culture and arts, we can go there, but we can't enter by foot, maybe, because there's a territory where we can't reach. But cultural diplomacy has it's extraordinary strength if we can and we want to use it. First of all, we need each other. That's clear. We need each other. We are different. Sure, we are different. Another idea, Balkans are the image of the world. Here in Balkans, throughout history, you can see all debates, all the things that defines humans. And that's why, in a way, it's the roots of humanity are very near here. So we have a long history of debating, of thinking about everything. It's the land of philosophy. Again, I say it, and it's so important. So I think we have a future. Even we are different, we need each other. That's the first thing I think we can remember about this. And another thing, we have to remember that theater is about democracy. In theater, different opinions, usually adversaries or enemies as characters, they meet on the stage, and the stage is the empty space where thinking can happen. Stage is the emptiness we need to put ideas together, and nobody wins in this empty space. This is so important. We can only meet together, but nobody in the final doesn't have the stage. The stage, the open mind, the space where we can meet and debate. So if we use these ideas, we can do things, we can build things, and we are in a period that we really can do this. It will be difficult, but we can build together this inter-Balkan performing arts stage. Thank you.
And Professor Georgopoulou, your remarks?
Yes, we saw that there are many common elements between Balkan countries. So we must use these common elements to form a new Balkan civilization. It is a trip very difficult and very long, but I hope that is very beautiful, and I call all of us to collaborate. Thank you all of us for your participation all these days. Thank you for all.
And Michaela, you had the proposal and we say, yes, we accept. That's our turn now. Let's talk about this.
Okay, I wanted to ask you to come. I can announce it that you are invited also with Mr. Mark Antonatos and also with Asteris Feltetis. About the proceedings. We are going to all the presentations that were communicated during the conference are going to be in a volume, a separate volume, just as this one, apart from the Concept Academic Journal. We are going to edit the materials together, and also I hope we will finish it until summer.
Thank you so much. This is a practical proof of collaboration and the function of the network. And we have also to give thanks, and Professor Markatonatos.
Okay, I will do the honors. Just a quick remark on what my dear friend Liviu just said about democracy and theater and tragedy and comedy. I mean, it's no coincidence in my view that in Attica, in democratic Athens, we see all these plays, tragic and comic, Medea and Orestia, and I think that in a way theater should be viewed as some kind of a establishment of democracy, just like the Democratic Assembly or the popular courts. I think the tragedy and comedy is operating and are operating on the same level as the assembly in Athens. So, I mean, it's no coincidence that we have these theatrical plays developing in this way in Athens. And it's a unique phenomenon. We see that happening in democracy, in democratic Athens, and we don't see any stages of development of the theater anywhere else in the Greek world, apart from southern Italy. Again, there are city-states who are democratically governed. And I think this is a testament of how much democracy can promote theatrical thinking and theatrical directing and creation. So coming back to thanking and extending my and our wishes and thanks to all of you. I have to mention first our host institutions and thank them very much on behalf of all of us. The National Theatre of Northern Greece, the President of the Governing Board, and the Theatrical director, the artistic director, our dear friend Asterios Peltekis. I mean, he deserves a round of applause. What a great man he is, and we enjoyed his production yesterday. It was a wonderful play, masterfully directed by Asterios. Also, we are very grateful to our host institution, the Hellenic Open University, and I would like to take the opportunity to extend my congratulations and thanks, and I'm really grateful from the bottom of my heart to the rector of the Hellenic Open University, Professor Koutouzis, who was very, very supportive. And I say that really from the bottom of my heart, in promoting and helping me out with this very difficult task of directing the MA program in performing arts. And I think that it's a great opportunity to promote the performing arts in this country by running this MA program in the context of the Hellenic Open University. And I think we are very strong. We're coming very strongly, and I think we can achieve miracles through this program. And I thank you very much. And thank you. I would like to thank our students who have been very supportive of this effort. And also, let me remind you of the co-organizers of this conference, the Center for Ancient Greek Rhetoric and Drama. I'm honored to direct this center. This center belongs to the Department of Philology, my department, at the University of the Peloponnese, and I would like to thank the department and its members for their help and support throughout the years. And also, last but not least, I mean, he's not around to thank him personally, my dear friend and colleague, Mr. Nikos Koukis, who is the president of the Association of the Friends of the European Cultural Center of Delphi. Again, I'm really grateful, and we are very grateful to him for their support, their financial support, and for being here, joining us, and addressing this conference. And also, I would be amiss if I don't mention and thank and extend my congratulations to you, all the members of the Balkan states, of the Balkan nations, coming here, joining forces with us in order to achieve this goal, this task, which is very, very demanding. And I know that you are here helping us, joining us in realizing this vision. It's not an effort, and it's not an achievement. It's the realization of a vision. And I think this is very valuable and very important. And I thank you so much.
I would like also to thank all the people we have collaborated all these months, the staff of the National Theatre of Northern Greece, except for the president and the artistic director, but also the staff from the Hellenic Open University here in Thessaloniki. In order to prepare this kind of congress with 49 speakers, participants, and the students of two drama schools, universities, it's not so easy. It's not so easy as it seems. I'm happy that this came through, and I hope that in the future we will have plenty of actions together. I would like also to congratulate the students from the drama school of the National Theatre of Northern Greece, but also the Romanian students. Thank you so much. And all the participants and all of this great congress, I can say. And of course, my...
Before thanking me,
Yes.
just take a pause.
Yes.
I think it's very important to acknowledge the contribution of your colleagues, and I think it's I would be amiss, I think, if I wouldn't thank from the bottom of my heart, and I'm really grateful, and I mean that, my dear colleagues, Professor Emerita Barbara Georgopoulou, and the soul of this conference, and I mean it from my heart, my dear friend and colleague, Despina Cosmopoulou. She deserves a round of applause. I feel I did nothing in organizing and preparing this conference. I know that Despina gave her heart and soul in organizing and setting up all these events. And I think that she deserves all the, our gratitude for doing that. It's been a really very hard task. It was a feat of courage and also patience. And I think that everything went very well, thanks to Despina. She's a wonderful collaborator. She's very cooperative, and it's very focused on what she's doing. And I think this is very important. As I said before, you are the soul and heart of this company.
Thank you.
Right? Not only conference, but this group. And I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Markadonatos and friend, because without him and without Asterios Paltekis, this couldn't be true. And of course, we can't forget the sponsors. We have also to give thanks to them. And the live streaming couldn't be a reality without Iasonas and George Panagiotis. Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for being here.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much.